Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had an Insect Hive Mind Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Careful everyone. The situation is especially dangerous today, yelled the battle hero, Gunhead. The man was acting as crowd control for the current fight, ensuring that there weren't any civilians caught in the crossfire. Best Jeanist and Gang Orca have everything under control, Gunhead continued. The villain seems to have some sort of spatial warping quirk, and it's giving them a bit of trouble. We aren't entirely sure of its capabilities as so far, and we wouldn't want anybody to get hurt now. So please stand back. Indeed, the scene was rather dangerous for the common bystander. Debris went everywhere in multiple directions with all the fighting that was going on. Whether objects were being SCK'd in or shot out from the spatial holes, the villain's quirk sprouted destruction wherever it manifested. Many were gaping in shock at the battle, others were watching in horror in the destruction. However, it was more likely than not that most of the gathered crowd was watching in awe as heroes engaged in their fight to protect the city against evil. As it was, 8-year-old Izuku Midoriya belonged to the latter. It wasn't a surprise to find the boy right in the thick of the action, quietly observing and taking in every detail of both villain and hero alike. With little heed for his own safety, the green-headed boy barely held himself behind the barriers that heroes had set up, eagerly watching the fight with earnest. Back in the midst of the fight, it was obvious that the villain being fought was out on his first outing. He was sloppy, erratically attacking with wide sweeps and giant, energy-inefficient attacks. The only reason he hadn't been captured yet was the lack of information on the villain, and such disadvantages showed as the heroes fought on. Both Best Jeanist and Gang Orca weaved in and out from the villain's predicted range, barely avoiding the spatial blasts that appeared out of nowhere. The heroes were unwilling to test what would happen if they were to get too close to one of the villain's attacks, fearing for the worse. And so, the fight dragged on, punches thrown and rubble blasted to bits. But the heroes still had more experience. With Gang Orca's sonic screeches and Best Jeanist threads inching their way closer and closer past the villain's defenses, the disturbance to the public's day was eventually subdued. "Wow, so cool!" exclaimed Izuku. But what exactly was that villain's quirk? Gunhead had said that it was spatial warping, but it has to be more than that. Objects were coming through every now and then. Perhaps some sort of portal creation? But then there were those sking attacks, like a vacuum. Portals to space, then? No. That wouldn't explain the random junk, then. Izuku quickly began writing down his observations of the battle into his notebook, his constant muttering going through all the details he saw of the battle. He was getting down to the bottom of the page when a sudden voice from behind addressed him. "Hey kid, you all right?" "Huh." Izuku turned, taking a glance at a woman in a business suit. She had spoken out to him, somewhat concerned over his muttering. "Was I muttering again?" The woman nodded. "Sorry," Izuku said sheepishly. "I just get a little excited whenever I see a hero fight, is all. Nothing to worry about." I know what you mean, kid." The woman smiled. "It's always a sight to see the heroes in action." The stranger then took a pause, considering Izuku's appearance. "But, on the other hand, I couldn't help but notice your uniform. Don't you have school or something? You'll be late if you don't hurry." Izuku's eyes widened in realization. "You're right. Thanks, miss. I've got to go." The woman laughed. "No problem, kid. Now get going." Izuku started his way toward his school, departing from the scene of destruction left behind by the villain's quirk. However, unbeknownst to him, something was further amiss with the world. While Izuku had arrived to the fight by himself, he wasn't alone, not truly, when he left the scene for school. And he wouldn't be for a long while. The day had been going great for the most part. The first sign that the day was going to be better than usual was with the fight with that strange villain in the morning. It wasn't so often that Izuku would stumble upon a fight in progress. He usually just ended up reading about them online, or hearing about them on the news. But physically being there broke all Izuku's extra expectations, and simply furthered his resolve to become a hero. It was an enlightening experience, giving Izuku a nice problem to solve given the villain's quirk, something to add later to his notebook, in fact, to think about for future reference. And then there was school. Kacchan had seemed more subdued than most days. He didn't even bother to cause any trouble with anyone during recess or lunch. Izuku was intrigued with the uncharacteristic change, but not enough so to ask Bakugo directly. That was never a good idea. Not ever since Bakugo had changed. Izuku was willing to think the world had finally decided to give him a break, but he knew that that was just wishful thinking. It wasn't until after school when Bakugo had spotted a girl sitting on some steps, twirling a piece of paper up in the air with her quirk, which Izuku presumed to be a sort of aerokinesis. She was unfortunate enough to have accidentally blasted the paper into Bakugo's direction, having it to run right into his face. Bakugo reverted back to his usual self then. He went up to the girl and began talking down to her, denouncing her as inferior to him. And of course, Izuku couldn't stand to have something like this happen again, so he intervened. "And what of it, Deku? What are you gonna do about it, huh? You don't even have a quirk," yelled the sandy-haired boy. The other two at his side, a boy with wings and another with extendable fingers, voiced their agreement. The two always followed the explosion boy around, blindly following his orders as if they were simple drones unable to think for themselves. "But Kacchan, it's wrong. Hurting other people is bad," Izuku responded. He was standing in front of the girl, another victim of Bakugo's sudden craving for violence. She was sobbing, the piece of paper she had been playing with burnt to a crisp. Izuku had stood tall, having rushed in to prevent another attempt of his friend releasing an explosion onto the girl. Bakugo continued to glare at him. He didn't show any hints that he was going to back away for once, and so Izuku decided to further his words with his friend. "Don't you want to be a hero?" Izuku continued. "You can't be one if you randomly attack people." Bakugo's eye twitched. "Shut up. You useless, quirkless Deku. What right do you have in telling me what to do?" He stopped, a grin appearing on his face. In fact, he raised his hand up, lights and small trembles emitting from his palm. "Since you're so interested in blocking her from my blast, why don't you take it instead?" Bakugo suddenly charged up another of his explosions in his palm and unleashed it point blank in Izuku's face. Izuku stumbled to the ground. The girl, seeing the opportunity for escape, ran away with no care for her savior. The two accomplices of Bakugo laughed up a storm. "Not so tough now, are you, Deku? Why don't you just crawl on home now, huh? You do the world a favor." Bakugo and the other two walked away, leaving a stunned Izuku upon the ground. Izuku laid there for a while, staring up at the sky, watching the clouds roll by while listening to the vivid ambience of the cityscape around him. The experience was almost serene, and perhaps was the only thing preventing Izuku from tearing up right at that very moment. He didn't know how long it had been, but he eventually got up from his position on the ground. He stumbled forward a bit, tripping and falling to his knees, somewhat disoriented from his quick action to stand. When he opened his eyes, he was staring right at the ripples of a nearby puddle. His breath hitched as he looked at his reflection, a slight tear coming upon his eye. It was a reminder of what had just happened, of what had been happening for quite some time now. A tear dropped into the puddle, the splash distorting the image of his face. Not yet. I just need to get home first." Izuku felt at his face. It wasn't too bad. It stung like the stings of a dozen hornets for sure, and it was a bit red from what he had seen, but he'd received worse. If anything, Kacchan had been more mild in his aggression than most days. Izuku picked up his backpack, the same all-might one he had had since he started school, and headed off towards home. He thought about a lot of other things during his walk. The way the wind blew on his face, the sound of water as it flowed, or the endless sounds of the people that passed him without a care in the world. Even the savory taste of the katsudon that Mom made. Anything to take his mind off of the present. Before long, he found himself at the doorstep to his apartment. He opened the door and called out, "Mom?" There wasn't an answer. She must still be at work, then. Of course, considering how things were going. Mom has been having trouble for a while now. It doesn't help that Dad has never been around, but we're getting by, I suppose. Izuku trudged through the living room, eventually finding himself in his room, a darkened place littered with all might paraphernalia and other hero merchandise. The place acted as a refuge from the reality of the world, a reminder of things that could be, that things could get better. He walked over to his bed and collapsed atop its surface with all the effort of a puppet cut from its strings. He laid there for a moment, the soft surface of his bed swallowing him up whole. It wasn't long before the sobs rang true. The proverbial dam that hid his emotions for so long allowed itself to open, pain and hurt all hurtling out and slamming in full force. Kakakin hurt me again. He didn't even hesitate. Why did it hurt so much? Weren't we friends before? What changed? Did I do something? I just wish that we could it was all too much. A jolt of darkness. Two massive beings, swirling in an endless void. Shrinking ever so slightly, shards and pieces falling off one by one. Each piece jettisoned in its own way to and fro. One had set its course for its destination below. Years passed. The environment changed. Its objective complete. It emerged from its refuge similar, yet changed. It traveled, aiming again to begin the endless cycle of its existence, but something came in its way. A bridge was gapped, a connection formed, but just as quickly sealed, closed off. But that was enough. The being had gone through. It seemed hesitant, confused, observing its new surroundings. But it made its decision, darting away into the unknown. Reached out, moved, aiming for a new destination, landing, implanting itself just above. Things. Millions of things. Millions and millions of things. Beneath the ground. In the sky. Within the walls. Sight, sound, taste, smell, feel. It was too much. Too much. Handle. Handle. And then again came darkness. Izuku bolted up from his bed. Hard, heavy breaths filled the eerie stillness of the room. He looked over to the window. It was dark, the moon was out, the stars twinkling up above. I fell asleep? A nightmare? But it felt so real. The cat 2 blocks away pounced onto a mouse, ending the rodent's life. The scene changed 2 apartments above him. A man and a woman argued, yelled, while their child hid away in her room. Another switch, a darkness enveloped, clumps of dirt and detritus littering the subterranean landscape. And then he saw himself, but from the corner of the room. A blurred, distorted shape Izuku recognized as himself, looking back at each other. What? That's not right. How can? A buzzing sound found itself emerging from the back of his mind. A gradual buildup of static, scratches, chitters, and the like. He could feel them. Feel them all. Their many legs dragging their bodies, eyes swirling the world to a strange kaleidoscope, hardened exteriors bumping and interfering with their surroundings. The buzzing was begging for a release, a function jammed from its task. Almost as if a response to his current state. He let it be. And released. And he screamed. They were everywhere. Ants, bees, hornets, spiders. They covered the walls, arriving in through the vents and the window held ajar. Making their way from the farthest reaches of the darkness towards his person. Converging like an army in unison. Then he heard something else. A yell in the distance. Izuku! Don't worry, I'm coming, baby. He reeled in panic. She was home. Of course. Of course she was home. She couldn't see him like this. The insects, the bugs, what would she think? He closed his eyes, looking for a way out. For something that could get him out of this horror. Please, he begged, please, go away. Go. Izuku! The door slammed. Open. Mom. Wait, don't. But he had felt it, and they had responded long before the door had opened. When he opened his eyes, when he had found his mom at his door, he found that the various creepy crawlies had retreated back into the depths. They had disappeared back into the shadows and the outside, leaving no evidence of the presence behind. There was nothing left that would hint of anything being wrong or unusual. Izuku stayed there at his bed at the sight, upright and with wide, unblinking eyes. Izuku, honey? Are you okay? She walked up to his bed and hugged him. He turned his head toward her. I can't tell her. The insects, the bugs. all over the walls, all over the sheets, crawling all over. It was just nightmares. Oh honey, she cooed as she rubbed his back in slow, gentle circles. I'm so sorry. But you don't need to worry now. I'm here. Yes, everything was fine now. All fine. Mom was here, and the insects were all gone. For now, he'd forget all about it. For now, he'd sleep. Izuku awoke from his slumber. Groggily, he yawned and pulled his sheets over his body, rescinding back to the comforting grasp of sleep. That is, until memories of last night resurfaced. Flashes of chitinous bodies and the chittering of insects came to mind. He shot straight up after that. To his relief, Izuku found the room empty. Aside from the various all-might merchandise that littered the walls and shelves, nothing in particular caught his eye. He was safe. But then he felt it. The soft, effervescent buzz that lingered within his mind. It wasn't as strong as it was last night, however. In fact, it was almost non-existent. Wonder why that is? But the inner workings of the buzzing didn't matter right now. What did matter was that it was still there, taunting him, begging to be used, rather than to be hidden away and scorned. It plead and plead, constantly striving for Izuku's attention. He sat there trying to ignore it, wishing it to go away. It didn't, despite his best wishes. And so, Izuku had made his decision. He got up to his door and locked it. He didn't want a repeat incident like what happened last night, after all. He then turned back around and sat at the foot of his bed. He felt for the foreign presence in his mind. He thought of what occurred last night and considered what it meant. Again, he relieved the buzzing in his mind. Instead of the invading swarm of the night prior, there came a single household centipede, a gejijeji, as he recalled Mom calling them, from his room's air vent. He flinched back for a bit, reeling in the sight of the creature. But then noticed the insect had stopped moving halfway across the ceiling to where he sat. He considered what he saw. It's almost like, it's responding to my thoughts? He sat forward and took a deep breath. He willed it to move. It complied. The centipede crawled its way across the ceiling and down atop his bed, its very many legs skittering away until it laid in front of him. Izuku stared at the creature, its many appendages and antennae stiff and standing, awaiting for an order. He still held a bit of fear, especially when remembering last night's event. He took another breath. I've gone this far, I can't back out now. He closed his eyes and set his hand down. He felt the centipede crawling up his outstretched fingers, slowly making its way to his palm. He opened his eyes. To his surprise, the creature didn't bite. In fact, now that he thought about it, the centipede displayed no outward characteristics known of the species, nor any insect at all really. He prodded again at his power, focusing on the organism that lay on his palm. The centipede responded to his commands, rearing up like a horse, running around in circles, and giving a 20-armed wave. The display swirled amuck in his mind. Could only mean one thing after all. I have a quirk. A quirk. I'm not useless. I could prove Kaken wrong. All those times he had been brought down, shoved, beaten. It didn't matter anymore. He could be like All Might. He could be a hero. He spent a few minutes daydreaming about his future, shooting his arms in the air and heading to his computer, opening his favorite video of his idol, watching it over and over again in celebration. But then he came off of his high. A bad feeling was growing his stomach. There was something in the back of his mind that he couldn't shake off. Something that he just knew was true. He thought again of last night. The fear he felt if his mom were to discover him covered head to toe in a living mass of insects. He imagined the fear in her face if she were to see her boy covered in insects. He couldn't. This quirk, this power, it was a villain quirk. The insects, the bugs. People would never accept it. Accept him. Insects were feared by everyone. They would fear his quirk, be feared of him. He couldn't face that again. The rejection. The isolation. Kaken was already enough. He couldn't bear any more than what he already faced. He began to sob, a quiet gasp emitting from his lips. Even with a quirk, I'm of no use. Kaken was right. He could never be. A slight tingling sensation spurred him from his thoughts. It was the centipede rubbing its body against his palm. Almost like a puppy. He smiled, and let his fingers slide over the length of the insect's body. "Thank you," he sniffled. He watched the centipede in fascination, and then his mind had a realization. Even a centipede, with all its many squirming legs and generally creepy appearance, had found a way to comfort him, to make him smile. He could do the same, couldn't he? His quirk didn't have to be what defined him as a hero. There were other ways to being a hero. I just need to use my quirk as a secondary measure, is all. The computer suddenly let out a line of laughter. "It's fine now." "Why?" asked the virtual All Might. Izuku looked down again at his new friend. He smiled again. "Because I am here. I'll name you Rikai. How do you feel about that?" The arthropod didn't respond, of course. But it didn't matter. The creature, a male, from what Izuku found when he checked, had done something miraculous, pulling him from his saddened state. It was responsible for his epiphany. Izuku owed the insect Rikai a whole lot. He let his control over Rikai go. The centipede retreated away under his bed, no doubt looking for other insects to feed on. Izuku let him be. Everything can still work out well. A large grin had taken over his face. "I can do this." "Mom," he yelled. He jumped off his bed, unlocking and pulling his door open. "I want to start practicing martial arts. I was going to be a superhero." Izuku had been going to a dojo for the past few months. His mom was worried when he first mentioned the idea, bringing up the effort he would have to commit if he were to go through with his wishes. He assured her that this was what he wanted to do to become a hero. But then came the topic of money. Izuku knew that he and his mom weren't all that well off in terms of income, and had thought real hard when the topic would be mentioned. He proposed selling some of his All Might memorabilia, and for his mom stop getting him any more presents for his birthdays or the holidays. His mother had outright refused the notion at first, but Izuku assured her that this was what he wanted. She eventually relented. Izuku jumped in joy and suffocated his mother in hugs. It took weeks of strained searching, but he and his mom eventually found a joint dojo that fell just barely within their budget. While the place normally taught Silent and Eskrima as separate programs, the dojo sensei, one Kagekawaba, sympathized with Izuku's situation when he heard about the quirkless boy's desire to become a hero. Kawabata sensei, as he would be called from that point on, gave the Midoriyas a discount, but only so long as Izuku promised to show up to each meeting on time, placing great focus on how difficult it would be for Izuku to become a hero if he didn't. Izuku immediately agreed. The first martial art style was taught on Mondays and Fridays, the latter delegated to Wednesdays, and an alternating schedule between Saturdays and Sundays. The setting did wonders for Izuku. He truly enjoyed it there. The thrill he found training amongst his various peers a bonus when considering all he was learning. And so, there stood Izuku Midoriya one evening as he left the dojo, heading home from one backbreaking session of Eskrima. Although his body was extensively tired, he still felt up to testing out his quirk. Thus he pulled up his pack. From inside he took out some shaded glasses, and promptly put them on. He also got out one of his grandmother's canes that he found deep within his mom's closet, extended it to its full length, and let his mind fade into the background. In an instant, he felt the reach of millions of organisms within a 2-block radius. The feeling was freeing, a refreshing reprieve from his day. What he had found out with his quirk was that he could hear and see through the insects. That particular ability he had discovered in the middle of the night when he was falling asleep. Again, another experience he wouldn't want a repeat of, considering what was that he saw that night. As such, Izuku made it one of his goals to ensure that he was a master in seeing and hearing to the best of his ability. He was able to focus his sight and hearing through the insects now, though the hearing still needed some work. However, so far the ability only worked if he concentrated really, really hard. Enough concentration was needed, in fact, that he lost focus on most, if not all, external stimuli that wasn't connected to his bugs. His body's sight of his surroundings didn't really matter, however. He could just place a couple bugs on his head to see where he was going, and that specific problem would cease to cause him trouble. But the constant collisions with random pedestrians and often disrupted his concentration, spurring him out of the moment. Thankfully, the people around him generally wove their way around a young boy with some shaded glasses and a cane. Wouldn't want to cause a blind kid to fall down now, would you? A few minutes into his walk, and Izuku stumbled upon something unusual. He stopped in his tracks. Some sort of powder had killed one of the hornets he was using to observe his surroundings. He sent a couple more bugs in and set his mind to viewing the rundown building he sent them into. Through the eyes of the bugs he found stacks of money and an abundance of guns. Further surveillance revealed a table of the powder, he noticed, that had killed his hornet. His eyes widened at the discovery. There was no doubt about what it was he found. It's a Yakuza hideout. What are the chances of finding one of the last safe houses of a dying organization? Well, no matter. The place looks like a good chance to test out my fighting skills, huh? Izuku shook his head. What kind of thoughts are those? I get myself killed thinking things like that. Not to mention it being illegal. Izuku continued to berate himself over the mere notion of barging into a Yakuza hideout and expecting to come out alive without being riddled with bullets. He continued walking on. But he couldn't shake the feeling that him walking away was just wrong. The Yakuza were criminals, causing harm and destruction in many places even with the heroes that were running about. Innocence would be hurt if he just let what he saw be. I'll think over it for tonight. No need to rush into anything. It's not like they won't be there tomorrow. The next week found Izuku 2 blocks away from the Yakuza hideout. He thought over what he could do for the last 7 days, spending hours over the possible ways he could take down the hideout without being outed himself. As it was, he was within a rather comfortable ice cream parlor. A place that acted not only as a place to concentrate his focus, but also had great ice cream, from what he had heard. So there he was, just digging into his mint chocolate chip, when his surveillance bees picked up on a disturbance in hideout. This, ready for Ano? He was still working on picking up audio with his bugs, but what he had heard had been enough. There were people in there just asking to be arrested. He then enacted the second part of his plan. In a discreet alleyway, Izuku found a payphone with his bugs. The various insects began to dial up a number. The phone rang, and then a voice came through. Hello? What's your emergency? Then came the hard part. Again, like his audio receptiveness, the next part of the plan relied too much on something he was having trouble mastering, but he pushed away his worries in place for action. His bugs came together and began to create sound. Yakuza, a hideout, found. Relayed a harsh cacophony of chittering insects. Izuku ensured that the voice was as feminine and light as possible, while giving a sense of authority, something he thought up to keep the faceless mass of bugs as far from his own identity as possible. He thought up the ability just last week, deep within his planning session regarding the Yakuza. He had trouble in getting the syllables to sound well enough together to form words, but a week of constant attempts brought him able enough to form individual words he had practiced hour on end. Hopefully, the conversation doesn't deviate too much from what I predicted. I don't have many terms mastered that wouldn't just sound like a chittering of bugs, after all. Izuku continued with his bug speech, giving the operator the address of the Yakuza hideout he had found, and the loadout of the 20 or so Yakuza members inside. He added. Over the phone, the operator voiced her thoughts. Ma'am, looks like the voice masking worked. Would you please stay where you are? The authorities are on their way. Nope. He wouldn't get caught up in all the action. No, the bugs responded in kind, and then they dispersed into nearby dumpsters and storm drains, leaving the phone hanging from its cord. Thankfully, he didn't have to say anything more than what he practiced. Izuku waited, ordered another ice cream chocolate chip cookie dough this time. About 5 minutes later, the bugs picked up on the arrival of someone on the rooftop across the hideout. The figure in mention wore a red and black costume, a scarf billowing in the breeze and 2 sharp headpieces jutting out from his head. Is that the up-and-coming hero Edgeshot? It indeed was, as shown when his body stretched to the likes of string and slipped under the door of the hideout. A minute or so later, the hero arrived out through upper window of the building and reshaped himself on the roof. He spoke into his headpiece then, and crouched as if in wait. He's waiting for backup before actually doing anything. Eventually, a whole squad of police rounded up around the corner. Edgeshot came upon then and began to talk. Izuku listened in with his bugs. Info. Round 27, URE. Trap. Nothing is good. No likes of things. They're getting ready for a raid then. The brave men and women readied themselves, surrounding the building. Ed's shot again shrunk down under the door, this time unlocking it and allowing the police to come in. The insects inside watched in wait from their perches on the ceiling. The Yakuza members never knew what hit them, a good majority of them being knocked out by Ed's shots, 1,000 sheet pierce. The remaining few surrendered to the overflowing police upon seeing their comrades subdued. No holds barred, Izuku continued to watch as the police began to take in the criminals. Just in time too, as he had finished HS ice cream. A large smile was planted on Izuku's face. The store's cashier noticed the huge grin on his face. That must have been some good ice cream, seeing as you're smiling so much about it. Izuku beat out of his thoughts and began panicking at the prospect of being found out, no matter how ridiculous it was to think the cashier knew what he was truly doing in the first place. His bugs buzzed slight out of control, but immediately ordered them back into stillness. He quickly thought up a response. I guess you could say that. He got up to leave. Best not to stay at the crime scene, after all. Well, that's good then, continued the cashier. A few scoops of ice cream are a must to a happy and joyful life. I hope you have a great day. Izuku smirked a little. Yeah, good day. I really am having one. Thanks for the ice cream. He exited the shop and headed off towards home. His insects slowly lost sight of the hideout. Ed shot and the police began to head off to the station. There was no doubt that they would be investigating the strange voice they heard over the phone. His first actions as a hero, masked in the reins of vigilante action. But that didn't matter. The Yakuza members were utterly defeated and taken in without any deaths or injuries. The Yakuza were 27 members short, their already diminishing numbers becoming ever so smaller. All because of his quirk, he wasn't the useless Deku that Kaken Bakugo always called him. He thought back on the police. He would be careful, of course, if he planned on continuing to use this newfound ability to find criminals. Give me a debrief. Of course, responded the officer. 2 days ago, on the intersection of Sankyo and Kaigancho, we received a call regarding a supposed Yakuza hideout. Ed's shot arrived on the scene 5 minutes later. He checked the payphone where the call was made, and found the phone hanging from its cord. The phone was checked for prints later on, none were found. And then, continued the officer, Ed's shot scouted out the building. He found everything as the voice had said it would be. He later raided the building with our officers, the operation going off without a hitch. 27 individuals were arrested, 11 being repeat arrests for prior charges. 9 of them were wanted for escapes and similar crimes. And the anonymous caller? What do we know of them at this point? Not much. Aside from their apparent attempt to distort their voice, there isn't much we know. We believe that the caller was female, but then again, that could just be because of the methods used to hide their voice. Heck, for all we know it could be their quirk, or that's just their natural-sounding voice. I see. Well, I'll keep this incident in mind. For now, I'll be looking around for similar events on my patrols. I'll keep you up to date, officer. Thank you, Eraserhead. I know you're still fairly new to this and all, but I believe you're best suited to solving our problem. You have my thanks. Eraserhead nodded. Of course. No worries, officer. We need to see what else this anonymous caller may know, after all. They both bid each other farewell. The Erasure hero walked out of the station and into the night. You move too slowly, Midoriya. A swipe was made at his legs, barely dodged in lieu of their swiftness. I try, Sensei. A strike made towards the older man's arms, deflected effortlessly with the appearance of 2 well-placed sticks. Indeed you try, but is it enough? The master wove in through his student's left side, then to his right, creating an endless onslaught of clashes that the younger boy was barely able to escape. A single swipe made through again at the legs. Izuku fell to the floor. A deep, gasping breath came from the exhausted boy. His sparring partner, on the other hand, stood with an aura of calm, no fatigue, apparent in his stature. Good job, Midoriya, said Kawabata. That was 10 seconds longer than your record. 500 more and I think you'll be ready to face down a common thug. Izuku chortled. Very funny, Sensei. Thank you, Izuku. Nice to know that this elderly man can still entertain his students even after all these years. The two were the only people present at the dojo at the moment, the others having fallen for the sensei's supposed cancellation of the day's session. Izuku didn't fall for the ruse for 1 second. Izuku got up and began to clean up, their session having come to an end. Even so, there was something he'd been thinking of for the past few days. If anything, now with him and Sensei alone was the best time to bring it up. Sensei, voiced Izuku, He paused. Yes, asked Kawabata. Well, you see, I never mind. Tisk tisk tisk. That won't do. What was lesson number 3 again, Izuku? Hesitation won't do you any good in combat, Kawabata-sensei. Precisely. Now, let's just picture your thoughts as a battlefield, something of which wouldn't say is too far from the truth, given from your mannerisms. Izuku shied away and smiled, not really refuting the claims. What is it you want to tell me? Izuku stood silent for a few moments. Do I really want to tell him? Sure, he'd probably know just how to solve it, or if anything was wrong at all, or if it was just him. But to say it out loud? He eventually revealed his thoughts. I've been here for a while now, Sensei, and I feel like I've stagnated. I've practiced day in and day out, yet I feel like it's not enough. Will I be ready? Will they accept me? Can I still be a hero? Even without my... The click-clack of 2 wooden sticks disrupted Izuku. Kawabata shook his head. You and your muttering. The teacher stared at his student, his stance shifting from martial artist master back to that of a simple old man. The only thing that stood out were his crossed arms. He eventually spoke. In all seriousness, Midoriya, the 1.5 years that you've spent here has done wonders to your body. What was once a feeble, flimsy stick is now an elegant, sturdy bakken. In fact, a few more months and you just may be able to match up to my nephew. And he's been training since he was 4. Your drive and spirit truly inspire me, Midoriya, and don't you forget it. Izuku gulped in hesitation, almost unsure. Thank you, Kawabata-sensei. The older man nodded. And thank you. You've made me realize something, Midoriya. I've ignored how your life goes on outside these walls for a while now, focusing on your drive and will in our sessions. I've blinded myself to one side of your problem. And if I'm not mistaken, you have very little of a personal life outside of training at this point, if any at all. If anything, you need to calm down and relax. You are still a kid after all. One of Izuku's eyebrows rose in question. Meaning, don't attend any sessions for a week. Both eyebrows shot up this time. But Sensei... Nope, the older man cut in. Think this as a part of your training. Break it and the deal is off. Got it? Midoriya furiously shook his head. But you need to learn that training isn't all there is to life. Even with your circumstances. So go out, have fun. Be with your friends, or something. I don't care really. Just don't stress yourself out over physical training. Yes, Sensei. It had been 2 days since his sensei had forbidden him from training. 2 days void of the exhausting effort he had grown used to. It almost had felt as if he was wasting time he could spend bettering himself preparing to be a hero. But he had his quirk, at least. That was something he could still train, something his sensei hadn't prohibited him from using. He still felt bad for lying to his sensei about his supposed quirklessness. He'd gotten into the dojo because his sensei believed in his drive to become a hero without a quirk. And behind his sensei's back he was using said quirk to engage in vigilante activities. But a necessary action, Izuku reminded himself. Bugs were not welcomed by society. Mounds of maggots in food, infestations of cockroaches in a home. His quirk would bring too many reminders to such horrors. People wouldn't accept him. Besides, with the way things are going now I could just juggle around 2 personas. My hero identity, and a vigilante one. Izuku brushed away his hair from his face. It was a lot longer than it had been before, something he'd decided due to its given benefit to his quirk. He was walking around the city again, donning the shades and cane to emulate the blind. But he was not in search of any crimes, this time. He was in search for something else entirely golden orb weavers, to be exact. He'd only found 2 of the spiders around his apartment when he checked. They wouldn't be enough, considering what he was planning to do with them. He walked forward through the sidewalk, weaving through the people as they passed by. A hive of hornets, some flies, some maggots. But there we are. 1 golden orb coming rig. Izuku felt himself fall over. He tripped over something. It felt kind of fleshy though. A person then. He felt for his face. The shaded glasses were fine, it seemed. A couple insects responded to his brief pain. He pushed them away. I'm so sorry. That was my completely fault, just crouching on the sidewalk like that. Here, let me get you up. A hand came into view. Izuku took it and hoisted himself up. The hand was attached to what seemed to be a speech bubble. So sorry. Look at me, causing a hazard for the blind. Are you okay? Nothing broken anywhere. The boy's head grew and shrunk in size, the circular white bubble doing little to hide his levels of distress. Wow, must be his quirk then. But a simple bubble head? Probably not. It must have some sort of other use, then. Text display, perhaps? That would serve a lot of uses in education and such. I wonder how durable the thing is. Can it withstand more harm than a regular head can? Is it weaker? Maybe it could act it. Ahem. It was the bubble head boy. Ah shoot. He was mumbling. And I'm still doing it. Perhaps I should. Sorry, Izuku said. I just get sort of excited whenever I see a new quirk. Yours just turns out to match all the criteria of uniqueness. Sorry about that. The boy made a sound that indicated a smile. No worries, I don't mind. But if anything, we should be focusing on you. Me? Asked Izuku. Yeah. You fell over. And it's all my fault. There wasn't any way you could have seen me, and I was just crouching there in the middle of the sidewalk. A complete hazard for someone blind. Blind? What does he mean that? Oh. Izuku gave a nervous laugh, rubbing the back of his head. I'm not blind actually. Oh. The unnamed boy tilted his head. Then what's with the hole? He motioned the glasses. And the cane. It's because of my quirk, actually. Oh, he voiced in confusion. What kind of quirk would make you need to look like a blind person? Seems like a weird sort of necessity, no offense. Izuku swayed his feet in place. I what? Control bugs? Yeah, I can order each insect individually if I wanted. I can see through them too. Then I could make the insects crawl into your orifices as you sleep, or ensure botflies find just the right place to. I'd rather not say. Oh. A PR'd pause. Well, that's fine then. The boy held his arm out. In that case, my name is Manga Fukudashi, and my quirk is comic. I'm sorry for making you fall over. No, it's fine. Izuku looked at the outstretched hand. He slowly went to grab it. He shook the hand. It's my fault anyway, Fukudashi-san. I wasn't paying attention. I'm, Midoriya, by the way. Izuku Midoriya. Fukudashi crossed his arms in an X shape. Nope. None of that, Midoriya. What? Did I do something wrong? Already? None of that, Fukudashi-san stuff. We're friends now, and I'll only accept the usage of my first name from now on. Izuku blinked. Friends? Is he really? Deep breath. In that case, Manga, said Boy Rose 2 thumbs up, it's nice to meet you. I'm sorry for running into you. It's no problem, man. Just a common mistake. I know how quirks can be. Izuku shook his head, but that doesn't excuse. All right, Manga interrupted. How about this? I'm kinda new to the neighborhood, just moved in actually. You can show me around the city. Show me all the cool places you know of. What did you say? Sage show him around? Like hanging out? And he said we were friends? Nobody wanted to just hang out with him. Not after he learned he was quirkless. Perhaps. Yes, Manga. He opened his pack and placed his blind man's costume into it. Come over this way, I know this really cool ice cream parlor over yonder. The The spiders could wait, I suppose. How did you discover such a good ice cream place, Izuku? Questioned Manga as he dug into brownie fudge sundae. The two were currently in the ice cream parlor Izuku utilized during his first stakeout. It had taken a few hours to get there, considering the detours they had ended up taking to several shopping places and a few parks. They eventually reached their original destination, however, and both were pretty tired by the time they got there. They voted to take up some ice cream. Meanwhile, Izuku was watching in fascination. He was wondering if taking Manga to a place to eat was a good idea. After all, as far as he could tell, Manga lacked a mouth. Either that or the boy across from him simply didn't need to eat, or had some other way of doing so. But seeing him now, well, it was fairly interesting. Say, "You're doing it again, Izuku." The green-headed boy was shaken from his thoughts. Sorry again, Manga." The head shook in response, the thin base swirling it left to right. "Like I said a while ago, no worries. If anything, the muttering is really you. Fits you very well, I think." And there we are again. A first. He didn't think there was anything wrong with my muttering. The other kids back at school always found him weird for it. But Manga here, thank you. That means a lot to me, Fukudashi-san. This time, a giant red X appeared in his head. Manga, remember? Of course. Izuku smiled. Thank you, Manga. It was already late in the evening by the time the two had reached Manga's house, the sun just beginning to set down upon the horizon. Izuku hadn't noticed the time at first, only realizing when he'd gotten in front of the door. He ended up calling his mom with the Fukudashi's phone, relieving her worries when he said he was at a friend's house. Fortunately for Izuku, Manga's family wasn't home at the moment right then. He wasn't really sure how he felt meeting new people, after all. Manga was already enough for the day. He went to leave, even though Manga insisted that he could stay over. He declined. After all, he still had a couple passengers on him that he didn't want to leave lying about where they could be found as he slept. And so, when the door of the Fukudashi residence closed, Izuku was left in the dark. It was a first. Izuku had never been out so late before while alone. It was a truly new experience. In fact, all things considering, he was rather interested in the nighttime atmosphere. I suppose I could explore for a bit. Go and get those spiders from earlier too. I have time. He started off in the general direction of home, albeit very slowly. His insects scouted out ahead to watch for any dangers. He eventually turned upon the corner where he had gathered 3 golden orb weavers. The spiders descended upon him from a second-story windowsill. Upon reaching him, they settled on his hair, the long strands acting sufficiently to hide them in plain sight. They joined the 20 or so others that had been hidden in his bush of a haircut that had been there the entire day. Izuku had grown more comfortable to the presence of insects since he had gotten his quirk, a factor he believed was inevitable due to the intimacy that he would have with the insects that shared his mind space. 4 months, they were his only insects in his hair were no exception, and even acted as a wayward comfort, a means of protection if he really required it. But now that he had met Manga, well, at least he now had a friend he could talk back and forth with. And all thanks to Sensei too. I guess I know what he meant now, and why he didn't want me to be practicing martial arts all the time. Spiders safely secured, he walked home. Or he would have, if his insects hadn't taken a whiff of gunpowder about half a block away. His insects gravitated toward the area. What he saw made him stop in place. A mugging. There was a man, based on the burly build the insects had, was holding a woman against the wall of an alleyway. Where were the heroes? Was there nobody nearby? A gun glistened in the moonlight. A gun? Shoot. I need to get over there, quick. He took a step forward, but stopped himself. Interfering with the crime itself? That was vigilantism. He shook his head. But he'd already done that, just not with his physical body itself. Could he reel the gun ped? He began sprinting toward the direction of the crime. He then quickly opened up his pack to the section that wasn't filled with stuff. He shoved the bag over his head. Need to remain unidentifiable. And I can still see with my bugs, after all. He came upon the scene with his own eyes. Both figures glanced in his direction. Oh shoot. Spotted already. Should have thought this through a little more. Oi, what the hell are you doing here, punk? Can't you see I'm a little busy? Yelled the man. Izuku ensured he and all his bugs kept their eyes on the man. Did he really think I would just go away as if nothing was happening? Hey, what did I just say? Why you still here? The man yelled. The woman quivered in his hold. Apparently so. He went to grab for his eskrima sticks at his waist. But they weren't there. Shoot, I forgot. I don't have my things with me. How's your Quirk canceling mine out? Canceling out? What does he mean? The gun was then pointed in his direction. Izuku froze. Look here, punk. I've been stalking these streets for years, and not once have I been caught. A single hornet landed on his hand. And I'm not gonna let some what the? He looked at his hand. Holy. The man flailed his hand around, dislodging the hornet. The gun was also sent flying to the ground. Izuku didn't waste any time. He placed a fly on each of the man's limbs and ran up to him. The thug provided a rudimentary defense against Izuku's Muay Thai, barely blocking the blows laid to his sides. But the bugs allowed Izuku to predict the man's movements and block the oncoming attacks. Izuku then swept at the criminal's feet. The man tumbled. Izuku placed all his focus on the fallen man then. He went for his opponent, planning T. What was I doing again? He felt a hit to his side. He fell over. What happened? He was on the ground, splayed before the man he had just tripped up. Strange, mused the man. My quirk worked then. Why didn't it a while ago? The man stopped before Izuku. And no matter. A single man isn't going to stop me now. I've been on these streets for years, picking off of the innocents one by one. Easy targets, they are. The man took out a knife. A knife. Shoot. No way that I can get up in time, to move, or do something to bugs. Now, why don't you just lay there while I ga? The man fell over, his head having been hit by a heavy bag. It was the woman from earlier. She hit the man over the head a couple more times. Izuku blinked. The woman eventually turned to him and helped him up. Thank you for that, voiced Izuku. You kidding? Asked the woman. If anything, I should be thanking you. He caught me by surprise and then blammo. He had me against the wall. Don't know how I didn't hear him coming, though. I should have been given my ears, she pointed, the ears no doubt enlarged due to her quirk. Anyways, thanks, who are you anyways? Baghead man or something? Shoot. Still being a vigilante, right now. I, gotta go. Crime to fight and stuff. Izuku ran off again, making as much distance as he could from the scene. That was a close one. That guy, he almost. Izuku hid himself into another alley. He made sure he wasn't being followed by spreading all of his bugs everywhere. Thankfully he wasn't. He removed the bag from his head. I just saved someone. I know that I really shouldn't have, that maybe I should have just called the police, just maybe. I almost died even, but that was kind of exhilarating actually. Izuku shook his head and slapped his cheeks. Get it together. Still need to get home after all. Izuku hoisted himself up. He shook his head. I need more practice after all. Izuku walked on home and didn't stop until he reached his bed. A couple more days later had Izuku inside the dojo, training away with his peers and his sensei. Thank you, Kawabata-sensei, voiced Izuku. I understand now why you wanted me to refrain from martial arts for a week. Kawabata-sensei smiled. What did I tell you? People your age need more than just work, after all. The man took up a stance. Did you learn anything about yourself, Izuku? Plenty, Sensei. There was so much I didn't really get until the last week. Good. Now, get ready. Your stance is all off. You'd easily fall to a 2-bit thug. Izuku smiled. Of course, Sensei. All right, everyone. Settle down, the teacher announced. The gruff man slowly descended in his own chair and wait, having used his quirk to assess the situation. The classroom eventually obliged to the command. A whole minute had passed, just as predicted, and slowly began to break away from their conversations and settle into their respective seats. The teacher nodded, continuing. It may be the end of the day, but I'd still like to welcome everyone back for the new school year. Now, as you all know, this is your last year of elementary. A big time in your life, in fact beginning to prepare for the transition from elementary to middle school. The change will be rather... Izuku tuned out his teacher, having already thought over the current topic. Instead, he pondered upon the last few months since he'd met Manga. The months were unlike anything he'd experienced in a while, experiences that were a rarity ever since he had discovered he was quirkless. Ever since Bakugo had decided upon tormenting him all those years ago, he hadn't had a true sense of what friendship was. But with Manga, well, it was still kind of strange, the feelings of having a friend, that is. He and Manga couldn't hang out all the time, obviously. However, it was enough, the few days in the week he spent with Manga. On the days without him, Izuku spent time wandering the city, collecting bugs and watching out for any ongoing illicit activities. He had avoided direct physical intervention unless it was necessary, not wanting to have a repeat of the guy with the knife. Instead, he defaulted to reporting crimes with his insect decoy. Its voice had grown more defined over the months, mastering the simple phrases he'd practiced for reporting crime. Izuku was now branching out to other words, coming around to being able to hold entire conversations with his bugs if he so inclined. A loud explosion shook Izuku out of his thoughts. Calm down, Bakugo, strained the teacher. Looks like it's just catch Bakugo acting up again. Typical of... What did you say, Deku? His hands were sparking up again. Psst, was that out loud? Yeah, it was. Now what? Bakugo, it was the teacher stretched out. Bakugo's eye twitched. But he relented, descending into his seat. He huffed, but didn't do anything after the fact. He seemed unwilling to continue. For now. Seems like he knows not to start anything now. Well, not in front of the teacher, at least. Izuku made sure that one stayed unsaid and hidden in his mind, that time. As I was saying, you all... The teacher was interrupted again, this time by the bell. He sighed, this time letting things run their course. Alright, class. Looks like that's all for the day. We'll continue with this conversation tomorrow. You're excused. He packed up his things and walked out the door. He was faster than any of the students, almost like he was a relieved survivor who had finally found an oasis in a desert. The class that followed suit was no different, making their way to the door like a gaggle of geese to a pond. Izuku stayed back, however, learning long ago that it was best if he waited for everyone to leave. He continued to stare out the window, thinking up other ways he could use his insects. The sound of student gossip and drama eventually disappeared, leading Izuku to look away from the window. Unfortunately, fate didn't seem to want to be kind to him today. Bakugo had stayed behind. But he was noticeably alone, his sides devoid of his normal friends. At least his two cronies aren't here with him. Oi, what was that you said a while ago? His hands crackled in energy, violent reds and oranges sprouting from his palms. The action used to scare Izuku, but after the encounter with that knife guy all those months ago, the crackles of energy were nothing. But Izuku still gulped. Just because he wasn't scared of the mini-explosions didn't mean Bakugo himself didn't pose a danger. It was nothing bikaken. Better to stay under the radar, for now. Act as normal. Bakugo's face scrunched up in anger. Nothing, you say? He stalked up to Izuku, grabbing him by the collar of his shirt and holding him against the wall. Explosions racket the other hand, dangerously inching towards Izuku's face. You sure? Izuku took a deep breath. But something came to mind. He took a good look at the boy in front of him. Kac Bakugo. He's really is nothing like that knife guy, is he? He's just a bully. All he does is beat me up, every day at school. For what? Self-satisfaction? Popularity? No, that doesn't make sense. Nobody's here now to see him beat up the quirkless Deku. But how about you quit that creepy muttering of yours and answer me? A split-second decision accompanied by a crack in the facade, fueled by an unknown presence deep in his mind. It acted in his stead. Why don't you stop being a self-gratifying glory hog? Retorted Izuku. Bakugo's eyes widened in surprise. The connection faded from memory. Izuku blinked. Where did that come from? Bakugo's eye twitched. Wrong answer. An explosion blasted in Izuku's face, leaving behind a harsh reddening of skin. A couple of the bugs in his hair died from the heat. Buzzing. A moment of anger surfaced. Again, the presence returned. Without thinking, Izuku acted. A fist came up to Bakugo's face, launching him back in surprise. Izuku fell to the floor, no longer supported by Bakugo's hand. The influence disappeared again, leaving no evidence of its interference. Izuku looked at his hand. But did I really just do that? Deku! Izuku looked up towards the roar. It was Bakugo, blood dripping from his nose. His hands were crackling in energy, almost looking as if ready to kill someone. Buzzing. Ah, Kakakin. I'm sorry. I didn't. Shut it, you the hell? He was looking at the window. Izuku turned as well, finding the outer surface of the window to be blanketed in bugs. Shoot. What the heck are with all those insects? Are they responding to my distress? Need to focus on not doing that, then. Need to tell them to disperse, make sure they don't revia. The door to the class swung open. Izuku flinched but got the insects to disperse. What's with all this ruckus? Izuku and Bakugo's heads turned towards the remark. A rather large man stood in the doorway, his stature emitting an aura of authority and attention. It was the principal. He looked at the scene before him. What the? Have you two been fighting? To my office, now. The two adversaries complied. Izuku found himself seated outside the principal's office. Bakugo had entered first, grumbling and staring daggers at Izuku all the way there. Why did I do that? I punched him. Punched Kakin. I didn't even think about it. My fist just acted on its own. But there was something niggling at the back of his mind. It kind of felt good, finally acting back, defending myself for once. Is this how Kakin feels whenever he beats me down? The door to the office slammed open then. Bakugo walked out, still glaring at Izuku. He walked away, though, seeming to know conflict wouldn't do any good at the moment. A brief pause and a scuffling of papers came from the open door. A voice rang out. Midoriya, my office if you will, echoed the principal. Izuku complied, entering the man's office. The room was rather dark, covered in wooden furnishings and dark leather seats. He found himself seated in one of those seats, a placard labeled Renjiro Isoshi, facing him from the desktop. The man in question was rather robust, so to say. His large figure filled his chair. He was rather big around the middle, with his mustache hiding his mouth from view and producing a rather attention-grabbing voice that yearned for notice. He began to speak. It's come to my attention that you involved yourself in a scuffle with young Bakugo. He looked at Izuku, as if judging his reaction, garnering his taking part of the event. I must say, Midoriya, whatever were you thinking? Starting that fight with him? He could have been seriously injured due to your actions. What? But buzzing. But Mr. Renjiro, sir, I was just defending myself. Oh. One of his bushy eyebrows rose in question. Do tell. Izuku continued. It was Kakin that started it. I just punched in response, after he blasted me with his quirk, Izuku said, motioning to the red marks on his face. The principal sked. Midoriya, while I am tolerant of most things, the one thing I don't appreciate is lying. Izuku blinked in bewilderment. Lying? The concealed bugs on his head began to scurry up and down his hair in agitation. Young Bakugo already told me what happened. And seeing things as they are, you are quite obviously the instigator of the fight. Buzzing. The bugs began to gather at the window like before. Thankfully, the closed blinds prevented them from being seen. But that's not why. Midoriya, I'm inclined to only give you a warning this time. You are normally very well behaved, and I'm willing to label this as a one-time event. He began to fiddle with his computer, as if the situation was already resolved, with nothing left to be discussed. But this isn't the first time this has happened, yelled Izuku. Oh. The principal looked away from his screen, looking back at Izuku. Are you saying that you've started fights with Bakugo before? What? But I haven't even shared my side of the story. You and Bakugo spent nearly 10 minutes in here. You aren't even trying to see how things started from my point of view. Midoriya. A hand slammed down on the table, the principal's gruff voice echoing throughout the room. Izuku jumped, his rant sputtering into nothing. He took a deep breath. Be calm. Disperse. Disperse. The bugs outside complied. The ones in his hair relaxed. The principal looked at him, as if expecting him to say something. Okay, Mr. Renjiro. He nodded. You're dismissed. Izuku rose from the chair and walked out. He peered outside the hallway, looking for Bakugo. He began to sneak around the halls, hiding behind walls before turning corners. But by his third corner he smacked himself in the face. I can use my insects. A couple of flies scouted ahead, weaving through the halls of an empty school. Izuku hid in the bathroom in the meantime. He looked at himself in the mirror. The reddened skin began to subside just a bit, but the wounds were still noticeable. The buzzing continued to grow. Izuku relented. The static grew into a clarity, the view and sensations of hundreds of thousands at once. A few bugs began to filter into the room, crawling in through the vents and the open window. They scoured the walls and the floors. They continued to arrive from the sink drains, some even from trash cans themselves. Izuku began to calm. Izuku found long ago that he became more relaxed whenever he connected to his swarm. Whether it was anger or sadness, he always felt at comfort when he connected to his bugs, the emotions just fading away. He wasn't exactly sure why this was, but he wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. 5 minutes passed by the time the flies came back. No Bakugo in sight. Izuku had the bugs disperse again. Looks like he went home, and another deep breath. I need to clear my head, walk around for a bit. Izuku walked outside of the school. But he didn't head home, instead going in the opposite direction. He began to think over what the principal had said. Why did he believe Kaken at face value but not me? There must be some reason he did, right? For what? What exactly makes me less believable in such a situation? The blood running from Kaken's nose with me only having near burns? Some sort of contrived reasoning that just discredits me. Is it because it's my word versus Kaken's? He's done more for himself at the school than I have. While I stand at the sidelines, he's made a name for himself, doing this and that and. Why does he always go on unpunished and unscathed, while you go home hurt and bleeding? Yeah, why is that? Why does Bakugo always get away with what he does? He goes around hurting other people, and yet he still wants to be a hero. And everyone just watches. How could he? Deep breaths. And out. Deep breaths. He connected to his swarm again. He immediately calmed, his walking became noticeably slower, with Izuku focusing on his bugs. Izuku entertained himself with the daily ongoings of bugs, trying to veer his attention away from his anger. Have to take my mind of what happened for now. Investigate later. Figure things out. He witnessed as the bugs scurried under floorboards, flew free in the open air, raided trash for food and Eve. Izuku flinched. A whole bunch of maggots had all died in a fiery onslaught of heat and shrapnel. An explosion? Izuku found himself turning right, following the road to a rather compact scrapyard piled high with refrigerators and discarded appliances. Why not? He walked in. The few insects he sent in, he didn't want more blowing up, necessarily, didn't see much. There were a few rats, a couple of things that seemed like makeshift robots, a pink-haired figure just to his left, and even a couple. What? He felt a hand pull him to the side. He panicked. Bugs swarmed his position. He grabbed for his Eskrima sticks, planning to aim for it. He was met with the face of a young girl about his age. Pink dreadlocks strewn about her head, yellow eyes seemingly peering into his soul. Her face was mere inches from his, close enough that he could feel her breath. He faltered. It's a girl. So close. Why is she so close? Heya, what are you doing here? Izuku stood still in shock. Her face moved even closer. She bonked Izuku's head a couple times, goggles bouncing on and off her own head as she did so. Hello? Anyone home? Her eyes' weight crosshairs? Appeared to grow by just a fraction. Why do her eyes have crosshairs? Is it her quirk? Some sort of aiming quirk like snipe? But that doesn't matter. She's still so close. The girl. I haven't done something like this before. What does she want? Maybe I'm trespassing? Is this her scrapyard? Maybe her parents? Why do you have bugs in your hair? Izuku snapped at that. What? He asked. Bugs. In your hair, exclaimed the girl. How did she? You have a spider and even a house centipede. Is that why your hair's long? To keep all those creepy crawlies hidden from the outside world. I don't know what you're talking about. She blanched and stared on, inching ever closer. You're weird. She backed away then. Izuku let out a sigh of relief. But never mind that. I've got babies to make. Izuku blinked. What? He observed the strange girl, watching as she picked up a wrench and went to work on something. He wasn't really sure what the thing was. It was metallic, rectangular in shape, and seemed to have moving parts within the interior if the vibrations picked up by the nearby bugs were correct. Perhaps she's the reason there were a couple of messed up robots in all this junk? Oh, hey, exclaimed the girl. Izuku jumped. But why don't you help me? The girl got in his face again. He help you do what? Why, help me make my babies, of course. What kind of declaration is that? Just yelling that out into the open air. Does she even know what that phrase means? It's almost as if. Here, it's simple. She walked towards a hatch on the metal shape. I put my head in here, and when I ask for a screwdriver, you hand it to me. A buzzsaw? Same thing. The chainsaw? Well, it's under a few boards and a couple of things, and you may need to get creative with the cord reach, but otherwise, the same thing. Oh, thank all that is right and mighty. She's just talking about her creations. Machines. Not actual babies. She just wants me to help hand over her tools. Wait, chainsaw? She ducked back into the hatch, screwdriver in hand. Clinks and clanks reverberated the air, banging against the walls of the thing. So, she said, her voice echoing amongst the metallic interiors, what brings you around? Izuku took a few seconds to organize his thoughts and create a story that wouldn't reveal the nature of his quirk. Or make him look like a stalker. I was sorta just curious, I guess. I saw the place and then I heard an explosion. Wanted to investigate, see if there was any trouble. Izuku mentally sighed in relief. He got through that without a single stutter. I just talked to a girl. Well, it seems that fate has brought us together, then. I was just in need of an assistant, you know. In fact, you can start by incoming. Hatsume popped out of the contraption, hurriedly pouncing in his direction, tackling him into the ground. The metal thing blew just seconds later. A gathering of flies disintegrated into non-existence from the flare of steam and fire. Well, that solves that mystery. The machine sputtered and clunked, but otherwise seemed well held together. It's working like a beauty. Just need a couple more touches and we'll be done within the hour. What did you say? You in? The voice came from right on top of him. He was still on the ground, a strange weight strewn out upon his body. He looked up. She was laying on top of him, her body pressing against his. And she wasn't getting off. On top. Physical contact, too much. She seemed unperturbed by their position, however. Her head tilted to the side, face ever so closely nearing his again. You know, I never did get your name. Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Well then Izuku. First name basis? Again? The name's Hatsume. Pleasure to meet ya. As it turned out, within the hour actually meant 2 hours, as well as an added time slot for a super magnet in the works. Also, after some light prodding, Izuku discovered that the explosion thingy was actually, well, an explosion thingy. Hatsume said that she was experimenting with explosions, attempting to see how well they could be used to insta-microwave food. Results so far weren't too promising. And so, there the two were, working on a handheld super magnet in the middle of a metal-infested scrapyard, with Izuku hopelessly attempting to ensure neither he nor Hatsume died from any oncoming projectiles. Still can't believe how none of those things have come near her. I've been dodging this whole time. And she wouldn't listen to anything I said as soon as she started fiddling with the magnetic field of the thing. And done. Hatsume announced. Izuku jumped again at the voice, barely dodging another metal rod. The third one in the past 5 minutes, to be exact. Looky here, Izuku-kun. My baby is complete. It has a built-in on-off switch, a variable magnetic pole, and a basically limitless radius. Well, to this entire lot, at least. But that doesn't matter. What does is that it's complete. All thanks to you. Izuku's sweat dropped, sort of overwhelmed by Hatsume's outburst. He looked on at the sky, noticing its reddish tint. Wow, it's already evening. Evening. Shoot. Mom must be worried. Again. Sorry, Hatsume. I've gotta go. My mom will be worried. He began to sprint off, but took a second to look back. You'll still be here tomorrow, right? Hatsume looked at him. But of course. I still have plenty of babies to make after all. He head tilted again, her eyes seemingly zooming towards his direction. Maybe it is a sort of binocular vision quirk? The past few hours have felt like she was zooming into my soul, after all. Can I count on my assistant on being here tomorrow? Izuku blinked out of his thoughts, then smiled, something that was growing ever more common since he'd met Manga. He thought about Manga, then, who said he wouldn't be available for most of the week. Perfect. You can count on it. See you tomorrow. He sprinted off toward home, thinking about the girl. Sure, Hatsume may have had no sense of personal space, and did seem a bit too steadfast regarding her inventions, but she was a nice person. Someone who was nice to him. Just like Manga was to him. Something he had been craving for so long. He looked again at the nearing sunset. Time sure flies by when you're having fun. So, Izuku, where might we be going today? Asked Manga to his green-headed friend. Said boy was moving in an anxious pace, obvious nervousness running through his veins. He looked on to his bubble-headed friend, responding with a tirade that he'd been planning in his head for this very moment. Well, I sort of came into a slight problem. Izuku admitted. You see, I met this girl a couple of months ago. She's really nice. And a really good friend. Well, oh. A pair of circles sprouted on the boy's bubble, one appearing with an bent line above it. Makeshift eyes and a subsequent arched eyebrow of intrigue. Izuku noted. Don't tell me. Like this girl, don't you? Asked Manga. Izuku immediately responded. But of course. She's been so nice to me and everything. It's refreshing, having someone like her around. She doesn't even care about my muttering or anything like that. She's a very good friend. Manga sighed. Ah, so innocent. Well, what do you mean? Manga's bubble shook. Never mind. Anyway, the girl? Oh, well, you see, I agreed to help her with something the other day. One of her projects. The problem is that, well, I was sort of caught up in the moment. I forget that you wanted to hang out today and, well, now the two things come into conflict. I was wondering if the three of us could just spend the day together. It was the best I could come up with. If you don't have a problem with it, that is. Manga. But after a few seconds, he began to talk. Sorry. I'm not laughing at your idea. It's just, this is so worrying about something so unsubstantial. You don't have to worry about things like this, Izuku. Of course I'm fine with it. Besides, miss out on a chance of a new friend? Fat chance. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Manga. You don't know how much this means to me. Manga nodded. As long as she isn't like that Bakugo guy that I met. That guy, honestly. No. Hatsume's nothing like Bakugo. I know. You said that she's nice after all. I'm willing to believe your impressions of people. The two friends walked on, conversing about the most recent debut of heroes that month. Unknown to Manga, Izuku had insects patrolling their surroundings. Izuku was searching for any crimes in progress or new hideouts that had come about in the last day since he walked this route. Thankfully, it seemed that the criminals of the city had done no such thing as of current moment. Still, Izuku kept his bugs on watch, yearning for conflict. It wasn't long until they reached the scrapyard. This place is kinda big. You say that this friend of yours just has the whole place to herself. Izuku nodded. Well, her parents own the lot, actually. Hatsume has free rein to do whatever she wants in there. Her strive for invention just so happens to fit right as well in the yard. Izuku tilted his head. Or maybe her invention was inspired by the lot. I'm not entirely sure. The two walked into the scrapyard, Izuku calling out to Hatsume. Hatsume? I'm here. Please stop tinkering with your stuff. At least until I get there. We both know the contents of your boots are volatile enough to duck. Izuku jumped to the side, behind a broken dishwasher. Unfortunately, Manga was too absorbed in examining his surroundings, too slow to respond to the warning. A metal casing rushing onto his figure. But fortunately, the debris just ricocheted off of his head, leaving no apparent damage. Manga turned around. What was that? Izuku came out from behind his cover. Sorry Manga, that was probably one of the propulsors we were working on yesterday. Izuku turned his head towards where the projectile had originated from, yelling out into the distance. Hatsume, I told you that you need to be more careful with your things. You could have hurt somebody with that. The inventor appeared from behind a pile of scrap, drawn to the sound of her assistant's arrival. Izuku, you came. And you brought help. Help, sweat-dropped Manga. But of course, she said, taking a step forward, fist taking shape in the air. By stepping foot into my domain, you've submitted yourself to the task of creating my babies. Babies? Manga asked, dozens of exclamation points appearing all around his face. But never mind that. Hatsume said, walking back to the pair of boots she was working on. Izuku and Manga followed. Hatsume continued, so, Mr. Bubblehead? Manga actually. Manga Fukudashi. Well alright Manga. I've got to say, you've got a really nice head. Oh thanks. It may be a bit unconventional but I've grown used to it after all this time. Besides, I think it fits right well with my quirk. And what's that? Questioned Hatsume as she began securing the soles of his boots. Well, oh, interrupted Hatsume. Izuku, scratch our current work. The propulsions are too bulky. I noticed it when that one from a while ago just blasted off. Too volatile. We need to consider turbines instead. Izuku got out a notebook, one specifically designated for Hatsume's invention ideas, and began to write down possible applications of turbine-powered boots. Anyway, said Hatsume, go on. What was your name again? Hatsume. And don't forget it. Right. Well, since you asked, my quirk is comic. I can physically manifest sounds with my voice. Unfortunately, the more I use my quirk, the sorer my throat gets. He demonstrated his quirk by announcing boing, which produced a platform that he bounced a rock off of. Interesting. You say your throat gets sore after a while? Manga nodded. Well, I'm not an expert in biology, but perhaps I can whip something up to counteract that. A type of humidifier for your throat, maybe? This might be a difficult one. Hatsume brought out one of her own notebooks, writing down possible ideas as they came from her mind. Manga was surprised at the girl's willingness to offset his quirk's drawbacks. Oh, there's no need to. Yelled out Hatsume. Both Manga and Izuku jumped at this, the latter dropping the notebook he was writing in. Izuku, you still haven't told me about your quirk. You should tell me. Think of all the wonderful babies we can make together to synergize it. Izuku froze halfway, bending downwards as he went to pick up his fallen notebook. Oh no. That is a good point, Izuku, added Manga. I remember you saying you didn't want to talk about it when we first met. Oh no. Do they want to know about my quirk? About the bugs. The bugs, the insects, the legs, the skittering, what would they think? Izuku. They would run. Run away scared. They would longer want to be free. Izuku took a deep breath. They're my friends. They've been nice to me ever since we met. Manga's so nice that he plays around with the younger kids we pass by. And Hatsume is pretty understanding. She wouldn't ridicule me for such a thing, would she? I should just come out with it, be straight with them. And then, Manga chimed in. Look, Izuku, I know that you said that you want to keep that info to yourself, and that's completely fine with me. You're free to keep to yourself to whatever Izuku interrupted. He looked away from his friends, taking glances at the junk and scrap that littered their surroundings instead. My quirk. His two friends waited with bated breath, waiting for Izuku's response. My quirk. I haven't told anyone about my quirk, actually. Nobody knows about it. Not even my mom. Hatsume rose an eyebrow. Manga manifested a pair and one rose too. There was a long moment of silence. It's now or never. The silence broke abruptly. I control bugs. That's it? Asked Manga. Izuku blinked. What? You control bugs? Asked Hatsume, hand under her chin. How exactly? Show me, demanded Hatsume. Izuku gulped. So far so good. He connected to a swarm of flies from a nearby dumpster, calling them over. Think non-scary. Something fun. Something that wouldn't scare them. Like the circus. There's nothing scary from the circus. The flies arrived, responding to Izuku's commands. They formed a ring in the air, the miniature swarm hovering in a rotating shape. Individual flies were given the order to fly loops and nosedives through the air, and eventually make their way through the hoop. I've gotta admit, that's actually kinda cool, Izuku, voiced Manga. Izuku looked toward his friend. Really? Yup. There's nothing wrong with it? Having insects so close to you guys, Not that I can see with it, voiced Manga. But was it that Bakugo JRK again? Has he been putting in your head that your quirk is bad? But I just thought that, the bugs would create a bad image is all. As if, announced Hatsume. If anything, your problem is that you're too squishy. Huh. Squishy. Well, that and pretty scrawny to... look at those noodle arms of yours. I bet you couldn't carry a car. I'm pretty sure that I couldn't carry a car normally unless I had a strength quirk. Hatsume scoffed. And what about my babies? They would increase your strength tenfold. Izuku pondered upon that factor. Well, I suppose they could, but I'd rather not have any, augmentations to that category. My fighting style wouldn't necessarily need the use of unrefined brute strength. Fine, she whined. Be all that with your no strength-providing exoskeleton apparatus mindset. There are plenty of other things I could work upon. Like pouches. Special ones that can hold multiple insect species at once. Or maybe a costume to make up for that vulnerable body or yours. Izuku interjected. Oh, Hatsume. Said girl looked back at him. I'm sort of already working on that actually. You are? Yeah, I have this project going on at home with a couple of golden orb spiders. I have them making a costume for me in my free time. I can only have them working when I'm within 2 blocks of my house, though. That's how far my reach is. I have a couple containers to keep them in for when I leave, to make sure mom doesn't kill them or they wander off too far. I only have 10 at the moment, so progress is kind of slow. But at least it's pure spider silk, so... Wait, pure spider silk? You can just tell them to make however much you want. Izuku began to rub the back off his head. But the only problem is making sure the spiders don't overexhaust themselves. Why don't you make more? Asked Manga. Hatsume and Izuku turned to him. Huh, they both asked. Oh, you probably have both male and female spiders, right? Yeah. 3 females and 7 males, informed Izuku. Good. Well, there you go. Izuku scratched his head. I don't get it. Manga made a face. Winky face. He sighed. Never mind. Best to let you figure it out. Oh. Hatsume interjected. That's why you had, she paused, her eyes zooming in on Izuku's head, still have bugs in your hair. Quick access defense. I like it. You have bugs in your hair? Manga questioned. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. You guys want to see? They nodded. Still not scared. Actually want to see my bugs. You're doing good, keep going. You can actually do this, can actually go through wit. Ahem. Yes. Izuku yelped, reaching into his hair. When he pulled it away, out came a house centipede with it, its dozens of squirming legs coming along. This is Rikai. He's one of the first bugs that I allowed into my hair. He named it? Centipedes too. Think of the irritation bombs I could make with their poison. I'm gonna have to get used to having insects around pretty closely, aren't I? Mused Manga. Don't be a party pooper, Hatsume said, encroaching into manga's personal space. Think of all the possibilities that can come upon us with these bugs. I, for one, don't care for the fear factor. Bugs are bugs, marvelous and wondrous applications all over. Manga rose his hands in surrender, backing off from the rather too close girl. I didn't mean it like that. I mean, I think the bugs are pretty cool when you think of it. I'm just worried I'll accidentally swallow one or something like that. Izuku smiled. They really don't care. The fact that I control bugs doesn't faze them in the slightest. Hatsume and Manga. They really are great friends. But then he grimaced. Another problem came to mind. I need to tell Sensei. He's been as good to me as Hatsume and Manga have. He has the right to know as well. And if he kicks you out of the dojo? That I still have my skills as they are now. I can adapt. The next day had Izuku in front of the dojo of Kagekawaba. The place wasn't actually open yet, Izuku having arrived a long time before the day's scheduled meeting. Still, Izuku was certain that his teacher to be present at the dojo. The man basically lived there, after all. Well, that and he also checked with his bugs. The man was definitely inside, sitting in a crossed-legged position in front of a table with tea, reading a book. It didn't seem that he was leaving any time soon. Izuku took a deep breath, gazing upon the front of the building. This was a moment he'd been dreading for a long time. He'd felt bad the first time he had arrived at the dojo, getting in through a lie. The fact that his sensei had essentially brought him in based on his quirklessness didn't bode so well with him either. He knew that he would have to tell the truth one day, no matter how much it scared him. But with yesterday, with the time he spent with Hatsume and Manga, he was feeling more optimistic. Perhaps not everyone would avoid him out of fear. Perhaps some could actually accept his quirk. He just hoped that Kawabata was like that as well. He began to walk up the steps, hand ready to knock on the imposing barrier between himself and an uncertain fate. He was surprised when the door opened at its own accord, Kagekawabata standing in the doorway. Midoriya. Nice morning we're having, isn't it? Come in. We have much to discuss. Discuss? What does he mean? And how did he know I was at the door? A tap on his shoulder. He looked up to find the arm to be that of his sensei. Izuku gave out a nervous laugh. He walked in after the older man. I really need to get that muttering under control. It could prove disastrous in real combat. The two sat upon the low standing table. Tea? Asked Kawabata. Izuku nodded. Kawabata poured him a cup. Izuku drank it sparingly, drawing out the time to hold off for the moment he decided to say anything. It was during this time frame that Izuku began to panic in his head. What will he think? What's going to happen? Will he be scared? I control bugs, after all. I wouldn't blame him. But this needs to be done. I owe it to him to tell him the truth. He's taught me so much. I can't go on lying to him. He took a sip, but discovered a lack of heat and liquid emanating from the china cup. Empty. He sighed. He looked up, looking at Kawabata straight in the eyes. Izuku gulped. I've got a confession to make. The man merely nodded, edging Izuku to continue. Who lied to you? When we first met. The waterworks began, tears falling from Izuku's eyes. I said that I was quirkless, but I'm not. I can control bugs. And with scaringly fine control too. Enough that I could become a hero with just that. But I was just so. His breath hitched and he went to wipe his face with his sleeve. He opened his mouth to continue, but was interrupted by Kawabata. Calm yourself, Midoriya. No need to shed tears over such a dilemma. But Sensei, I already know about it. Your quirk, that is. I've known for quite some time actually. But why? Why haven't I kicked you out yet? Izuku gave a slight nod, looking to the ground in shame. Kawabata took another sip of tea. He continued, I never did tell you about my own quirk, Midoriya. I never felt the need to inform you of it, and usually never do with most of my students. Another sip. Cognition is what it's called. In short, I can sense brainwaves, as well as the things that the thoughts I pick up on are directed at. Just a moment ago, when you flew those insects in here, I sensed them. They were screaming thoughts of resolve and confession and guilt. I could tell you were nearby, and had deduced your reasoning for being here. I knew that you had finally decided to tell me of you, Quirk. That's how you knew I was at the door. Kawabata nodded. Yes. How? How long have you known? It was one of our first lessons together, actually, when you had that fly stuck in my sleeve. I found that I could track your movements, if I wanted, Izuku said in resignation. Yes. I was rather surprised at first, and I almost called you out right then. The supposed quirkless boy suddenly demonstrating a mental connection to a random fly? And the two of them having the same emotions at the time? If that didn't scream, Quirk, well? I understand, Sensei. Izuku went to stand. I'll just pack up my things and... Not so fast, Midoriya. Izuku faltered, but obliged to listen to his teacher. He settled back down. As I was saying, continued Kawaba, I was rather perturbed when I discovered the truth. But, he emphasized, your thoughts showed your true self. Guilt, dishonor, and what surprised me the most, fear. I understood then that you weren't withholding the information of your quirk for an advantage, but rather as a factor of you being afraid of using it. The mind of a young child can be rather quick to judge when you consider the nature of insects. Not many show them any kindness after all. Izuku looked up, blinking a couple times. Does that mean? The man took another sip from his tea. That is what I've judged your character on, Midoriya. Your mind and what I've gathered from you during your time here. And you, Izuku, are a good person. You shouldn't let your quirk determine your character. Don't forget that. The tears had cleared up by now, them being replaced by a rather minute smile, the relief apparent on his face. I thank you, Sensei. I appreciate all that you've done for me. And I understand if want to get rid of him. You need not fret, Midoriya. I do not plan in any time in the future to ban you from this dojo. You still deserve a place in here as much as anyone. Really? Just promise me one thing. Of course, Sensei, came the boy with the outright outstanding smile. You do your best to get into UA. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You have the means to become a great hero, someday. So that would be 2 pork cutlet bowls, madam? Yes, please, replied Inko Midoriya. Oh, and could we get extra meat for one of the orders? Of course. The waiter took note of the order on his notepad. Would that be all? Yes, thank you, replied Inko. The waiter walked off afterwards. Mom? The woman turned toward the voice. Yes, Izuku? Why exactly are we here again? This place looks kind of expensive. The boy wasn't wrong. The corner gave off a rather high etiquette vibe, its candlelight tables and high-strung attendants demonstrating what kind of atmosphere the restaurant withheld. I already told you. I just got promoted at work. I thought we could celebrate at a place like this. But couldn't we have just gone the usual place? We are just getting katsudon after all. Oh, you're no fun, Izuku. There's no harm in going to a place like this every once in a while. Plus, the meat here is of a higher quality. I suppose, even if we haven't been to this part of the city before. Enough of that. Enough of that, said Inko. How was school today? Izuku grimaced at that. Kaken was in one of his more grumpier moods today. The bruises on his leg were enough to prove it. It was all right, Izuku replied. Just the usual, you know. But you're going into your last year of middle school soon. Surely there's something interesting happening in class? Not really. Inko gave him a long look. If you say so, she stretched out. How about Katsuki then? How's he doing? I haven't seen him in a while. Izuku grimaced again at that. He still hadn't told her about the way his relationship with Bakugo had changed. Best not to add to her worries. She has enough on her plate. He and his friends just played games with me, as in, chased me down and roughed me up, during lunch. The usual. Hummed Inko. She had picked up on her son's dejected attitude towards her questions. He'd been like this every time she mentioned school, but she didn't want to push. She decided to shift her manner of questioning. And your training? Izuku perked up at that. That he could talk about. It's doing great, Mom. Inko smiled at that. Izuku continued. Aside from training with Kawabata-sensei, I've been practicing with my quirk, trying to increase my range, and he stopped, having noticed something at the edge of his said range. While he may have told his mother about his quirk just last month after he told his sensei, Inko didn't exactly know everything Izuku was doing with his quirk. In fact, at the current moment Izuku was scouting out the currently unfamiliar part of the city for anything illegal or illicit. As it turned out, he'd found another criminal hideout not too far from where he was. Honey. Mom? Yes. Some of my bugs are getting kind of hungry. Would it be all right if I... Oh, of course. Of course. Besides, I'd much rather have you feed them in the restroom than out here with the food. Go on ahead. Thanks, Mom. He grabbed his bag and ran off towards the restroom. Once he got in, he began to check for any occupants. The various flies he sent in scoured the stalls, a rather indecent method, but a necessary one, and deemed them empty. He turned around, opening the door to the restroom and sending out a couple of scout flies, just in case. He didn't want somebody barging in on him while he was getting ready, and he'd rather have a 10-second warning beforehand if it was unavoidable. He turned again, this time placing his attention on an entry point. Initial scouting had revealed that this restaurant had discreet access to the outside via a bathroom window. He'd taken to practice for searching for such things whenever he went somewhere new. He had just started doing it some time ago, constant vigilance in the case he needed to act with his quirk. He moved toward the window, unlatching the pane while letting in the cool nighttime air. Izuku took a deep breath of fresh air, just lowering his head seconds before thousands of insects came swarming inside, gathering around Izuku. Reaching into his pack, Izuku retrieved a black, lightweight cloak that he had asked his mom to get from a costume store. He'd made sure with his bugs to remove any trace of methodology that could trace the cloak back to him or his mom. Stray DNA was eaten up, as well as the label for the costume store. A couple of near-close calls made him realize how easily his bugs could be discovered, and thus subsequently connected to him. The cloak acted to remove any connections between him and his vigilante persona. Now that he was less cautious with his quirk, he needed to preserve his secret identity. After all, any news of a vigilante with a potential bug mutation quirk would be quite problematic. As the flyers swarmed into the cloth, two small lights resonated in his hair. They were fireflies. He always carried two within the hair that now reached just past his neckline. The fireflies placed themselves within the hood of the cloak, acting as two rudimentary eyes that glowed a luminescent yellow. The figure then rose into the air, emitting a slight buzzing sound. The now floating cloak was devoid of view beyond the shadows casted upon its openings, appearing almost as if all that filled the cloak were its piercing eyes. It stayed still for a few seconds, before zooming outside the open window. Izuku smiled and nodded. Task done, he closed the window, leaving the bathroom and returning to his table. He spotted his mother upon turning a corner. "Oh, Izuku, the food came while you were gone. I made sure yours had the extra meat. Are your insects all fed well?" asked his mother. "Yup," responded Izuku. The lesser insects acted food to the more important ones. "I may be a few short now, but that's how life works. Everything's in order." Inko blinked. "Ah, that's good to know. And your training?" "Oh, where was I? You said something about range?" "Oh yeah, I've increased my range to up to 3 blocks. 3 blocks. The outer edge of where he had found the villain hideout. Just out of sight of the building, his cloaked figure grabbed for a phone booth, dialing for the police. "That's pretty large, isn't it? 3 whole blocks of coverage." "Yeah, Hello? Who is this?" "I have found a villain hideout at this location," reverberated the feminine voice of his bugs. "Track this call and follow." The insects abruptly stopped their flow of sounds. They sensed something strange nearby. A figure appeared within his sphere of influence, closing in while jumping from rooftop to rooftop. His few scouts found the figure was mostly covered in black, with a loose, long cloth running from his neck. His face. And I can sense what the insects can see and hear. It's especially helpful for surveillance and spying in stew. The insect-filled figure turned around, just as the black-clothed jumper arrived on a rooftop that oversaw the scene. The dozens of bugs in the immediate area took discreet looks at the rooftop figure. Further observation revealed the long cloth to be a sort of scarf. The figure had long hair, almost in the current style and length of Izuku's own. But most prominent were the pair of distinctive yellow goggles that covered his eyes. Eraserhead. Oh. Each stared down the other, waiting for either one to make a move first. The robed figure's yellow orbs pierced into the Erasure hero's own black lens. Each seemingly edged the other to act. After a few short seconds, Eraserhead jumped. Izuku? Something wrong? Huh? Izuku asked, shifting attention back to his mother. What do you mean? Well, you were just making this face. And you sounded worried of something. You okay? Oh, yeah. I'm just... Izuku turned his figure down a wayward alley. Eraserhead was in hot pursuit, trailing behind what would seem in his perspective a suspicious, levitating figure. The cloaked insects simply glided over various obstacles, surpassing large dumpsters and various debris that otherwise hindered the pursuing hero. It was enough to throw the hero of Izuku's trail quite effectively, but not entirely. Quick glances with other bugs saw Eraserhead's eyes glowing an eerie red and his hair floating upwards, even as he ran. Izuku knew that the hero was using his quirk. No doubt the hero would think from this encounter that he was chasing a rather oblique mutation type. As long as they both kept their distance, Izuku would be fine. Izuku couldn't let the hero see what was under the cloak, and he couldn't prevent that in hand-to-hand combat, or the lack thereof. The manner of his fake body. Izuku began to think, various exit strategies coming to possible fruition in his head. He began to send insects all over, but was careful to ensure his actions were kept under wraps. Want dessert, Izuku? Yeah. Need to stay a bit. Alright, what do you want? The ice cream fudge brownie? Taiyaki? Much. Taiyaki. Or whichever takes longer. He was having a craving for red bean. Face. So what? Inko rose an eyebrow. Okay. An opening. Plan if. The insects skidded the corner of the alley and onto the street. They took an immediate veer left, creating a rough 5-second window to commence a retreat. The thousands of bugs of his fake body abandoned the cloak, crowding and streaming their way into an open water drain. The insects left without a trace, leaving behind nothing but the cloak that concealed their presence. That's a shame. What is Izuku? Said boy jumped in his seat. Shoot, that was out loud. Need to fix that? Nothing. Just a shame that we could only have one dessert, he said as he bit into the fish-shaped cake he was holding. That was a nice cloak though. I'll have to see how I can get another one without Mom getting suspicious. We could get him a... No! Izuku exclaimed. He recoiled, having noticed the way he accidentally yelled. No need to spend more here. We can spare ourselves from the, higher expenses here. Besides, I need to get away from here. I'd rather not stay so close to Eraserhead, just in case. I need to take note to be cautious around this area at night. It's probably directly in lieu of Eraserhead's patrol routes. Are you sure you're okay, Izuku? You're muttering again. And you've been acting weird all night. Yeah, just tired I guess. He looked back towards the storm drain. Eraserhead was there, currently examining the cloak Izuku's insectoid shape had left behind. The Erasure hero was holding the cloth, then scanning the landscape for his target. The man sked and sprinted away, rejoining the solitude of the rooftops. Another close call. I need to be more careful. Even more so now since I'm no doubt under Eraserhead's radar. Izuku looked out the window of his mother's car. He glanced up towards the rooftops. He watched as the blurry shadow slowly faded away into the night. Officer Iwasaki, said Officer rose his eyebrow. It wasn't often that a pro hero, especially an underground one, went out of their way to show up to the station at their own volition. He voiced his confusion. Eraserhead? What brings you here? The hero simply answered back with nonchalance. An update on one of your long-running cases. Oh. Something noteworthy enough for Eraserhead to take note of? Perhaps it's Stendhal? Or maybe Arcswan? Let's get to one of the debriefing rooms first. Both police officer and hero walked towards the debrief room, both silent behind closed doors. So, asked Iwasaki, bringing out some blank pieces of paper and an inkwell. What do you have for us? Eraserhead handed Iwasaki the cloth that was over his shoulders. He opened his mouth, uttering a single word, snitch. Iwasaki's eyebrows rose in surprise. Snitch? You sure? Wait, is this her cloak? Eraserhead nodded. Iwasaki combed over the cloak. It's rather mundane. Nothing special about it, really. Iwasaki waved his hand over it. No traces of ink either, if that helps. Can't track it by the supplier. You sure it's hers? Completely. I arrived just as she making one of her infamous calls. That was about 2 hours ago from now. The officer blinked. That would be the one at that club with the secret basement hideaway? Wait, where were you then? We stormed the place with death arms just earlier. Mitchum. I fell in pursuit with the suspect. We strayed pretty far from the scene, and I've got to admit, she's one slippery vigilante. Turned me around once or twice. She escaped. All I got was the cloak. I decided to finish my patrol rather than go on a goose hunt. Alright, I suppo wait, so you saw what she looks like under it, then, right? That's good, very good. Iwasaki began to use his quirk, the ink transforming into words onto paper, clear and organized as any computer would produce. We can finally set up a description of her after all this time. Just give me a brief rundown of what she looked like and I can. I didn't. Iwasaki's scrawl abruptly stopped. Didn't what? I didn't see her. Snitch was long gone by the L found the cloak. Oh, shoot, came Iwasaki's dejected look. But that soon changed, turning to intrigue. But why would she leave it behind, then? There wouldn't be a need with such a clean escape. Why leave behind something that could potentially lead us to her? That, Iwasaki, is what I intend to find out. Shota Aizawa stepped out of the station. Upon reaching the bottom steps, he immediately spotted a flare of spiky, blonde hair to his left. He sighed. Hey, Shota, how's it going? Exclaimed the figure. I'm fine, Aizawa said. Why were you here? That hurts, yelled Hisashi, clutching at his heart. Can't a friend simply visit a friend? Aizawa simply started walking. Shota, wait up. Hisashi whined. Upon catching up to his friend, he asked, So what? Tell me. Old buddy, old pal, why'd brought you in there? You usually never end up directly speaking with the police. I had an update for one of their long-running cases. Aizawa answered. Most of the information on the case is within the police database, due to the nature of the case. I needed to see what else they had so I could find a lead. Oh, Pausa, what's got you so interested? Snitch. Her. The mysterious snitch. She's quite a case, ain't she? She is. I encountered her on my patrol. You did? Where's she at then? Police custody? Or was her quirk too volatile for that? Is she being watched by other heroes, maybe? Shota simply gave his friend a flat glare. What? She got away? How? This is like what? The first time someone has escaped from you. Hisashi asked incredulously. Another stare. There was both Quill and Arson. Ah, I remember them. Both mutation types. Huge pains to fight. Hisashi tilted his head toward Shota. You think Snitch is one? Not sure. But I believe it's possible. And why is that? I tried erasing her quirk. It didn't work, she just kept going. However she was levitating, it was either through a mutant quirk or some sort of device, if the faint buzzing I picked up on is anything to go by. Besides, she was able to notice my presence before I came into view. That points towards a sensory quirk. Hisashi shrugged his shoulders. Well, you've got to admit, at least it was a vigilante this time, less likely to retaliate in lethal force towards heroes, and at least doing good rather than crime. Hisashi took an exaggerated pose, eyes scrunched in deep thought and his hand rubbing his chin. You didn't see anything that could hint towards a possible mutation? Body parts. Never got a view under the cloak. Hands. Covered by the sleeves. Face. 2 yellow eyes, that's all. Well, how about her feel? So Snitch does levitate. Just like Emmy told us. Aizawa's eye twitched ever so slightly. He sighed again. Yes, it was as she said. Sweet. I've got another reason for a get-together. Wait until Emmy hears about this. Please don't. I like speaking to her on my own terms. Aizawa looked at his friend. Fine. But only because you asked nicely. On the other hand, there's still Hey. Where you going? Aizawa, again the erasure hero Eraserhead, was jumping up the sides of 2 buildings until he reached the top. His goggles glinted in the heavy moonlight, capture device ready at his neck. I'm gonna take a look around. Never know, I might stumble upon Snitch again. But you've already been at it for 7 hours. You need to sleep, you know. It's not healthy if you don't. Aizawa nodded his head. Fine. I'll only be out for another hour. But one thing's for sure, I'll be keeping a closer eye out for Snitch. This case isn't going to be forgotten until it's solved. With that, Eraserhead blurred away into the night. Wait, yelled Hizashi. We still haven't talked about whether or not you're gonna accept that job opening. Hizashi Yamada stared after his friend as he grew smaller in the distance. He sighed. Ah well, we'll go over it tomorrow. Nemuri and I can gang up in him then. With that, Hizashi placed his hands in his pockets and walked on home. That is, until something else came to mind. Ah shoot. I still need to finalize everything for tomorrow's show. And his brisk pace turned into a sprint towards his home. All right, class, listen up, announced the teacher. Since you are all 3rd years, it's time for you to seriously think about your future. I'd pass out handouts for your future plans now, but you're pretty much all planning to go into the hero course, right? A cacophony of yells and hollers came from the class, various individuals flaring up with the usage of their quirks. The teacher began to quiet them down. Now, I must remind you that quirk usage prohibited on school premises. You all, don't lump us all together as a group, yelled out Bakugo. I'm not gonna be stuck at the bottom like all of these rejects. The class began to voice their disapproval. Not too far back, Izuku Midoriya's eye slightly twitched in annoyance. How could someone like him be aiming to be a hero? Oh, if I remember correctly, you want to go to UA High, right, Bakugo? Asked the teacher. That's right. I aced the mock. Ah, it says here that so does Midoriya, interrupted the teacher. Everyone in the class went silent. Then came a small laugh, which erupted into an uproar of incredulity towards Izuku's prospects. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Keep them at bay. A slight crackle originated from Bakugo's hand. Izuku sighed. Here we go again. He feigned disinterest, looking out the window. You listen here, Deku. Bakugo said, rising from his seat. I'm the only one here that's going to get into you. You hear? A growl came from Bakugo. Hey, are you listening to me? Bakugo moved, aiming to ignite an explosion atop Izuku's desk. Izuku, eyes widening as his insects followed Bakugo's movements, jumped from the desk to evade the attack. With the brunt of the force having lost its target, it was redirected towards the desk, causing it to collapse in 2. Izuku let out a small smirk. Unfortunately, Bakugo saw the expression. Well, looky here, Bakugo scoffed. Think you're so special, huh? Dodging that. Izuku's smirk faded away. He remained standing, but pressed against the back wall of the classroom. Bakugo continued with his speech. Well, guess what? You're below the rejects. You're quirkless. But only because I haven't shown you. A part of his consciousness went to reach for his bugs, but he immediately went to shut that down. He took another deep breath. Izuku stayed leaning against the wall, eyes closed and controlling his breathing. What? Not gonna say anything, Deku? Izuku's bugs took a look out in front of him. Bakugo had that manic glee in his eyes, the eyes that shone in apparent victory, the feeling of superiority over the inferior. The sight bubbled and seethed in Izuku's mind, but he remembered to keep his control on Elise. His instead responded back with a verbal retort, rather than a physical one. I don't need to say anything to you. The rage was apparent on Bakugo's face. What was that? A larger explosion racked in Bakugo's hand. Bakugo! Midoriya! Stop your fighting! I don't want to have to send you both to the principal again. And I highly doubt the classroom can handle any more damage from your antics. Bakugo growled but went back to his seat. Izuku went to do the same but stopped himself. With his desk having been destroyed by the initial explosion, he had nowhere to sit. Sighing again, he went to retrieve his belongings and sat back against the wall. The teacher showed no sign of concern or notice. The rest of the class went on, with Bakugo silently fuming from earlier, and Izuku again observing his surroundings with his bugs, his focus completely away from the teacher's lecture. It wasn't as if he would ever be called upon, after all. Soon enough, the bell rang and the school day had reached its end. As per usual, Izuku waited for most of the class to leave. However, as he predicted, Bakugo and his cronies stayed behind. It wasn't like Bakugo to leave such a threat to his ego unpunished, after all. He began to pack his belongings as the trio began their approach. However, the unexpected happened as Bakugo snatched up his notebook. He hadn't done that before, and Izuku hadn't anticipated the move. He just hadn't listened to what his bugs had seen in time. "We're not done talking yet, Deku," Bakugo said, standing menacingly in front of Izuku. He set his eyes on Izuku, then turned his attention to the notebook. "Hero analysis for the future?" he read aloud. The other two behind him began racking up, spouting out remarks denouncing Izuku. "Give it back," Izuku said. Bakugo simply scoffed, charring the notebook with a light explosion. Izuku mentally cringed. However, as Bakugo went to throw the book out the window, Izuku sent a few flyers after it, catching it just before it touched the water below. "Listen here, I'm the only one from this dump that's going to get out of here and get into UA. So you better get off your high horse and think realistically. I don't care what horns or no face are telling you. You're nothing." The trio began to walk off, but not before Bakugo left with the last word. "Heck, who knows? Perhaps you'll get a quirk in your next life. Just take a swan dive off the roof, will ya?" Izuku remained standing there, musing over Bakugo's words. Imagine if I did? I could screw over him right then and there. He'd never get into UA then. But I wouldn't. Of course, not with me here. With Bakugo and his cronies having left the school, Izuku checked with his bugs. He began to walk outside. He passed by the window of his classroom, where he found his notebook being held up by flies and dragonflies. Retrieving it, he began to walk home. He eventually thought about his friends. It was a shame that they lived in different neighborhoods, since he didn't have much time to hang out with them. It didn't help that schoolwork got in the way, limiting get-togethers to mostly the weekends. As he approached an overpass, he again began to think over his school situation. His thoughts drifted over to Bakugo again. If only there was a way to. He turned, his bugs having noticed an inkling of sludge moving unnaturally from a manhole cover. The sludge sped up from its original, crawling pace. It formed roughly into a humanoid shape in seconds, then promptly dashed towards Izuku, encapsulating him in sludge. "Wow," said the sludge, "you noticed me pretty quickly there. I had to speed up my formation. Some sort of sensory quirk, maybe? I could use that, actually have a way to avoid him." Izuku began to panic. There was no doubt that he was being attacked by a villain. Horror and fear was forming over realization of what was happening, that he was suffocating, was about to die. He reached out to his bugs, subduing his emotions. He began to formulate a plan. His skittering bug clone began to form, gathering insects from the surrounding area. The buzzing demonstrated their agitation, a loud, unbearable jarring of sounds filling the air. "Let me go." The sludge villain blinked in stupefaction. "Oh shit, that's you." He looked at the chittering mass of bugs, the creatures piling over one another, rapidly falling apart and rebuilding at the same. "I'm gonna be honest with you, kid, that is a whole lot levels creepy, many times overboard more than me. And look at me, I'm an amorphous killer slime." He's not scared? But who am I kidding? It's just bugs. What are they gonna do to me, huh? Nice try, but I'm sorta of in a hurry, so... He was right, of course. Upon contact, the bugs either died or were seeking into the villain's body. It did little but further annoy the villain. The tightening of the sludge quickened, squeezing and suffocating Izuku even further. "Don't worry, little invisibility cloak, we're almost there." Izuku didn't know what else to do. He couldn't quite beat up something he couldn't harm, right? He scoured his mind, trying to come up with something to counteract the villain's quirk. There had to be some sort of weakness. He looked again at the villain with his bugs, scanning its form top to bottom. Then a light bulb formed. Another plan began to carry out. He knew the route they were on, knew which bugs carried their way through the area. He reached out, calling upon one of the hives he'd been cultivating during his walks to and from school. It was one of the things Ji often refrained from using, but he had little choice now. Then, a new buzzing filled the air. A swarm of hornets, the native Japanese kind, came upon the villain. The slime yelped a little as he saw them arriving. Don't blame him. These hornets are pretty terrifying after all. Let go or else, demanded his swarm, along with the newcomer hornets. The sludge rolled his eyes. Look kid, I already said before. I'm running out of air. Can't breathe, I'll show him. The hornets acted, swarming the sludge villain. But rather than just aimlessly attack, they had one goal in mind. They congregated towards the villain's eyes, each taking turns injecting their stingers into the soft tissue. The villain screeched in agony, releasing Izuku and flailing around the overpass. Izuku gasped for breath, coughing up excess sludge and barely being able to stand. The black spots in his vision were still there, and his thoughts remained fuzzy. He dispersed his bugs, gaining a little more focus with his own eyes. A clattering of metal came soon after, an easily recognizable voice following the charge. It's all right now, Yunha? Izuku looked right over, recognizing his childhood hero. Izuku stood and remained there staring, slack-jawed. All Might surveyed the scene, finding the sludge he'd been chasing earlier mostly subdued. Various chunks of him lying about, leaving only a small portion that was about the size of the villain's face squirming to and fro. He then looked at the boy he had heard struggling earlier, finding him relatively unharmed and standing in what he presumed was awe. Izuku ran forward, joyfully bouncing up and down in front of his idol. All Might. Sir, it's really you. Indeed, young man, responded All Might, who began looking around. He eventually resounded an and headed over to pick up some discarded soda bottles. I must say, I'm quite impressed with you. Being able to take down such a tricky villain by yourself? And at such a young age? Amazing, he laughed. All Might began to scoop up the villain into the soda bottles. How did you do it anyway? Super strength? Aerokinesis. All Might gathered the last of the villain, closing the caps tightly. Izuku immediately responded. It was nothing really, just be you. A rough cough interrupted Izuku. He looked over to All Might, who had been looking at Izuku's notebook. My notebook? Izuku said. All Might smirked. It's rather extensive, young man. I'm impressed yet again. All Might handed the notebook to Izuku. He opened it up and found a page with All Might's signature. He already signed it. But alas, I must go. Villainy doesn't fight itself, after all. Izuku froze, staring at the retreating figure of the hero. He still had questions he hadn't asked, things that only All Might would know. All Might, I'm sorry lad, but I really have to go. All Might said, stretching. He turned one last time to the boy, uttering, stay safe. And with that, All Might jumped into the air. However, he wasn't fast enough to lose the rather energetic boy now attached to his leg. Izuku mentally screamed. Oh shoot, this was a bad idea. I thought you were over trying to kill yourself? Izuku was clutching into All Might's leg for his dear life, trying to resist the hero's efforts to dislodge him. Oi, there's such a thing as being too much of a fanboy, you know? All Might yelled. You should learn to keep your distance, he said, trying to get rid of the green-headed boy. If I let go now I'll die. Izuku yelled back in kind. All Might stopped, considering the boy's words. Ups, he gave a nervous laugh. Good point. Just hold on tight then. We'll be down in just a minute. The hero and the boy soared through the air, eventually landing on the roof of a building. All Might let Izuku down, and immediately began to head towards the railing. Look kid, I've really got to go. But All Might. No buts. I really, All Might began to cough profusely, interrupting his speech. It wasn't long before steam began to seep from his form, eventually resulting in the complete transformation from the symbol of peace to an unknown nobody. "Ah shoot," stretched out the transformed All Might. Izuku blinked in surprise. Might. The figure standing before him was without a doubt his idol. The few bugs he had kept on the hero were still where he left them, completely untouched. "Yeah, sorry you had to see me like this, kid," All Might said dejectedly. What happened?" Izuku asked. All Might gave off a small laugh. "It was a while back ago. 5 years, actually, when I got this injury in a fight," he said, lifting up his shirt to reveal said injury. Izuku grimaced in seeing it. 5 years ago, was that the fight with Toxic Chainsaw? I'm impressed yet again. You've done your research." All Might sighed. "My Quirk 1 for all has a time limit on it now. At most, I can go heroing for 3 hours a day." All Might sighed again. "Look kid, I can't have this being found out. The symbol of peace must remain a beacon of hope for all." Izuku nodded profusely. "Of course, All Might. My lips are sealed." "Good. I trust you, you seem like a good kid," All Might sighed again. "Well, I might as well be going," he said, heading for the door. "Wait!" Izuku yelled. "I still have some questions." "If you don't mind," Izuku added quietly. All Might turned back towards Izuku, mind indecision. After a few moments, he responded. Might as well. You've already seen me. So, I never got your name, young man." "Oh, it's Izuku. Izuku Midoriya." "Well, all right, Midoriya. What is it that you have to ask of me?" Izuku looked down at his feet in hesitation. Now that he actually had the chance to ask All Might, he was kind of nervous. "Hey kid," pitched in All Might. "It's all right. Anything you've got to ask, just go ahead." It's about my quirk. I am not sure what to do about it." "You mean the thing that got you out of that mess of sludge? Surely a quirk like that had to be super strong to take down that villain. It would make the top ranks. What's got you so worried?" Izuku gulped. "It's not like you imagine. My quirk, I can control bugs." All Might's sweat dropped. "Bugs?" "Yeah, bugs. I can control them, very fine control too," Izuku demonstrated, forming a bunch of nearby bugs into a floating hello. "Oh wow. That's mighty impressive. But I still don't see what's wrong." "That's the problem," Izuku said. "Hypothetically, imagine that there was a villain with an emitter quirk that focused around their eyes." All Might nodded. "If I really wanted to, I could neutralize them completely by placing maggots in their eyes." All Might blinked. Or someone whose quirk emitted from their hands. I could rot the tissue with spider venom and render the hands useless. Definitely not going off in a grudge there. Or with face stop. You're looking at this the wrong way." Izuku rose his eyes in surprise. "I am?" All Might nodded. "Yup. You can find different uses from your quirk, from the sound of it. You could just, blind villains with your swarm. Or wrap their hands in, a spider silk or something," All Might said, rubbing his hands at the back of his head. Izuku's eyes widened in realization. "You're right. Why haven't I thought of that before?" "DMN. Personally," interjected All Might, "I believe it was a sense of focusing on the negatives. Bugs are viewed as scary by many, after all. Especially so to young children such as yourself. Maybe you had a scare when you were young? Something that involved insects." Izuku thought back. "I don't think so. Maybe. Anyway, young Midoriya," All Might yelled, switching back into his muscled form. "Your quirk is very versatile. In fact, I can almost guarantee that you'd become a pro as long as you groom it right. Just remember, don't let your quirk define yourself. Let you define your quirk." Izuku smiled brightly from the praise of his idol. "Now, if you don't mind, I can't stretch my time in this form much longer. I really need to get this guy." All Might stopped, patting his now empty pockets. "Oh shoot. I must have. Oh right." Izuku interjected. "The bottles. I almost forgot." Izuku ordered his bugs to move, a hidden mass at the corner of the roof coming forward with 2 sludge-filled soda bottles. All Might went to grab them, securing them in his pockets. I noticed them falling when we were in the air. My grip sort of slipped them out from your pockets. Sorry, Izuku admitted, rubbing his head. My gosh, young Midoriya. You almost gave me a heart attack. But I've got to say, nice job. All Might said with a thumbs up. Izuku jumped. Boo, but it was my fault the villain almost got loose. All Might laughed. Nonsense. I should have been paying attention to this fellow. Your quick actions prove that you're hero material already, even. Thank you, All Might. Of course. I'll be seeing ya. With that, the symbol of peace jumped away, a bewildered Izuku watching from the rooftop. Dr. Nakai, sir. The doctor looked over at the nurse that had gotten his attention. Yes, Kanako? He asked. It's about the, patient that we got an hour ago, the nurse explained in a reserved manner. The doctor rose an eyebrow. The one that the media has deemed the sludge villain? Yes, sir, she replied, nodding animatedly. He just came here for the routine checkup before they were going to process him. No? Did something go wrong? I thought they had heroes watching him. That's not it, sir. The checkup picked up on something rather, well? Yes. He's mostly made of sludge, given he's a mutation quirk. His eyes are the only thing that are still made of tissue. And well, it's his eyes. Damage. Irreparably so. What did you mean? The nurse took out a file folder. Here, sir. We took some pictures for record. Nakai grabbed the folder, opening it and recoiling at what he saw. By God! What happened? The nurse grimaced. There are signs of them being stung hundreds of times. We believe that they were from hornets, given the potency and damage. Fortunately for him, his physiology made it so there was no danger of death. Even so, a normal man would have died with the amount of venom in his system. Who took him out? It was All Might. Oh. Well, it definitely wasn't his fault. The doctor rubbed his chin in thought. Maybe it was something in transit? Or something before All Might came along? What do you think, doctor? I don't know. And I'd rather not bother All Might if we don't have to. What's done is done. We'll just mark it down in the records, leave it be unless someone questions it. Our job's done then. He's a villain after all. Not like anyone would really care. Of course, Dr. Nakai. As you say so. Do you know why you are here, Midoriya? Came a stern voice. Izuku remained quiet. He'd already gone through this talk with the principal multiple times before. And the outcome was rarely ever different. You were causing trouble in class again with Bakugo. He took a breath, as if he was tired over a repetitive task. You claimed that he had attacked you. The principal tented his fingers. Why do you insist on pinning such things on him? Izuku had learned that nothing would ever prove Bakugo to be in the wrong. Everything he would do would be ignored, while Izuku would take the punishment. Now, I know it's the last day of your time here, before you head off to high school. So, there's not much I can really do. He'd learned long ago the renown that came to a school when a graduating student got into UA. He discovered how much a school's reputation boosted from such statistics, and in turn the resulting greater influx of students next year. This led to more funding and more pockets being filled. The sound of a hand slamming the desk came about. Of course, no actual hand was on the desk, given the principal's quirk. His hands were still tented up. Izuku did jump in his seat, however, not having been able to see the action either with his own eyes or his bugs. Are you even listening, Midoriya? Of course, sir. Not really. The principal sighed. Do you know how difficult it is, dealing with you? Day in and day out, I have to worry about you causing trouble or risk. That's enough. You mean how difficult it is to ensure stuff like this doesn't get out? So that Bakugo has a chance of getting into UA. Izuku blinked. What? It was no wonder that Isoshi Renjiro was so adamant on Bakugo's good behavior. Any blots on his record could risk his chances in getting into the country's top hero school. Now, Midoriya, the principal said in a warning tone, such accusations are unaccounted for. Pause. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Izuku stayed silent this time. The principal's blank face didn't relay his emotions, especially given the slight growls coming from the corners of the room. Get out. I'm tired of dealing with you. I should just take your leaving as a blessing. Izuku immediately complied, walking out of the office of Isoshi Renjiro for the last time. That old principal had you held up again? Asked Manga. Yeah, replied Izuku. Had me in for disrupting class again, apparently. What is that, like the 4th time this month? Asked Mei. Another voice added. He really does sound like a. Izuku turned toward the voice, a more recent addition to his group of friends. He finished off her thoughts. A JRK? Yeah, exclaimed Pony Tsunatori. A JRK, that's the word? Or just a meanie, maybe? I mean he must be, right? Well, I think so, said Izuku. But it's not like it matters now. We're all out of school after all. And I'll never have to see him again. Manga had introduced Pony Tsunatori to the group just a few months prior. Apparently, she had come over from America due to family reasons. Her parents had found a new job over here in Japan. Her having met Manga was a blessing to her, since she was still trying to learn Japanese. Manga's ability to pop up words on his face allowed him to be a great teacher on the subject. It wasn't surprising that the two became great friends. Mei butted in. Never mind him. People like him are the type I ignore in favor on working on my babies. I just erase them from the memory banks and I should try that. She pulled out her notebook, a mind wiper. In the form of a helmet? No, too bulky. A gun. Izuku added in his own thoughts. I don't think you should do that, Mei. Mei looked up with an incredulous stare. And why not? I can't be too hard. I just need to give the brain an electrical jolt. In fact, a simple shot of the electro beam should suffice as a first experiment. It's not like that, Mei. You can't just mess around with someone's brain without having researched neurology. But come on. Really? It's not. But the way the brain works in he. Meanwhile, Manga and Pony watched the ongoing strife as their two friends debated over memory erasure inventions. And there they go. They're at it again, uttered Manga. Pony looked a little uncertain. This happens too often, I think. How long did last time last? About an hour or so, mused Manga. They continued to look on, watching the continuous onslaught of technobabble that neither of them could understand. Shouldn't you stop them? Asked Pony. After a few seconds, Manga sighed. All right, fine. He walked up to the debating duo, internally dreading that he would end up getting coiled by the wire arrow again. He kept an eye on the contraption on Mei's waist, before shouting, "Stop," to manifest a thin wall into existence. Both Izuku and Mei abruptly stopped their bickering. Seems like Mei was being more amiable today. Never mind that. But Manga stopped Mei before she could continue, placing a palm in front of her face. Manga turned to his green-haired friend. Izuku, why did you call us out here again? To the park. Izuku steadied himself. It's kind of silly, really. But I've been inspired to work harder, so we are all going to train ourselves to the limit. Silence. Train? Why would I do that? Uttered Mei. Izuku sighed. All right. Not you, I suppose. You could go tinker over there. He pointed at a park bench. But Izuku. Mei whined. We still haven't finished that robot we were working on. We still need to retroactively connect all the circuitry. Why did you do that anyways? Because I have you, silly. Your bugs can connect all the wires and stuff. Right. Guys, shouted Manga. Izuku cleared his throat. Anyway, if we all want to get into UA, we have to make sure our bodies are ready. Not just our quirks. Well? Asked Izuku, garnering for their opinion. I think it's a tholi. Pony turned to Manga, whispering what she was trying to convey. On his face formed the word, amazing. Yeah, amazing. Pony finished. Thank you, Pony. Izuku said. And you, Manga? I suppose. No harm in trying. I might as well follow, said Mei. But I'll be trailing behind instead, working on my babies. Izuku's sweat dropped. I suppose that's the best I can wish for, he muttered. Thank you. Now I'd like to start with. He sighed. It was hard living with a quirk like his. Sure, he liked what he was able to do with it. Sure, he was praised for it. Sure, it was powerful given the right conditions, but he took a seat on the bench, leaning his head back over the backrest and leaving his arms stretched out. He closed his eyes, taking in the feeling of sunlight on his face and the melodious chirping of the birds. It just didn't feel right. He'd never be able to stand on his own with his quirk. He would always just be there, on the sidelines away from the others. He thought back to his time at school. The others always found his quirk cool. And he reflected that by the way he interacted with them. But he knew the truth of his quirk. He never stood out because of what he could do, not necessarily. He decided that his quirk was more of a burden with what he hoped to accomplish. He sighed again. But his resolve refused to waver. But I have a goal. A way to prove myself. I just need to get into UA. That was for sure. And a complete guarantee. To be a pro, I just need to. All right, everyone. Just a little bit more. We'll rest up here for now, though. Let me catch up too. He opened his eyes, turning his head to look over at the fountain. There he found a group of 3. There was a horse-looking girl, no doubt due to her quirk, given her horns and hooves. Then there was one with a speech bubble for a head. How does that work? Then he glanced over at the other, the obvious leader of the group. The other 2 were both being led by the green-headed boy, no other remarkable features otherwise. If only I could be like that, praised for my own qualities. He shook his head, intrigued by the scene before him. I wonder what he has that makes the others follow him so resolutely. It must be something powerful. He looked over again, an idea coming to mind. A smirk appeared on his face. Why don't I go find out? Hey, Izuku, said Manga, panting from their run. It looks like that guy is coming our way. Izuku glanced over at the figure at mention, who had just previously been resting on the park bench. He had blonde hair, parted to the left with his bangs hanging over his right. The boy held himself rather contemptuously, if that was the right word. He simply walked up, hands in his pockets. Who are you? Asked Manga. The boy smirked. I'm Minoma. Nito Minoma. It seemed as if that was all he was going to say, showing no signs to continue. Manga spoke up instead, and, what do you want? Oh, not much, my fellow peers. I was simply rather engrossed in what was transpiring here. Izuku rose an eyebrow. Us training? He asked. Precisely, affirmed Minoma. Why? Asked Manga. Rather than answer, Minoma simply walked up to Izuku, placing a hand on his shoulder. Then he furrowed his brow, which eventually morphed into an expression of shock and confusion. Is everything okay? Izuku asked, concerned. Minoma looked at Izuku, then at the 2 behind him. He backed away a few steps. You quirkless? Minoma spoke, confused. Izuku flinched as if struck. What? He said in a deadpan tone. Minoma shakily continued. How could a quirkless be leading such a group of those obviously gifted with their own? Whoa man, that's uncalled for, interrupted Manga. Besides No, let him. It just can't, exclaimed Minoma, showing a bit of unease. It doesn't work like that. You can't when I. He shook his head, his expression going back to as it was before. His resolve seemed to steel, as if he was remembering something only he knew himself. How can someone as yourself possibly teach these people anything of circumstance? A powerless nobody, are we? Izuku's eyes shone with fury. Bugs began to congregate around his figure, buzzing and chittering. They came from all angles, from the beehives up in the trees to the taller grass that littered the floor of the park. Surprise filled Minoma's expression. But, that's impossible. I checked. He backed away in fear, and the bugs that crawled on Izuku's face and hair did little to deter that fear. You can't possibly have a quirk. That seemed to be the wrong thing to say. The bugs sped towards him, covering his body in seconds. Izuku refrained from any lasting damage, stopping any bites or stings, simply letting his creatures scurry over the boy's body. But Minoma didn't know that. The boy screamed, panicking and running off away from the 3. He didn't stop until he reached the edge of the park, where Izuku ordered his bugs off. continued watching via bug scry, as Izuku thought of naming it, revealed that Monoma was smart. Well, at least in the sense that he didn't seem to want to head back to where Izuku was. Back to where the friends stood, Manga slowly walked up, putting a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Hey buddy, what was that just now? That seemed to shake Izuku out of his stupor. He blinked in realization over what had just occurred. I don't know, actually, Izuku said slowly. It just sort of happened. It felt kind of right, you know? But I feel kind of bad now, with me covering him in bugs. That probably wasn't a nice experience. Well, you shouldn't, yelled May, who was currently screwing in a bolt to her contraption. He was acting all pretentious and stuff. Didn't know what he was walking into. Everyone blinked. How long have you been there? Asked Manga. Around the part where Blondie started freaking out. He's a real jerky, by the way. Ooh. Like the principal guy, right? Exclaimed Pony. Manga chuckled. Yes, Pony, like the principal guy. He turned back to Izuku. That was kind of weird, though. What was that all about? Izuku shrugged his shoulders. No clue. It was very odd. I don't know what set him off. And what did he mean, that I was quirkless? Maybe that's his quirk? Sensing other quirks? And he saw that I didn't have mine? That's weird. I feel even worse now. I probably Manga came up to Izuku, grabbing his shoulders and vigorously shaking him. Whoa dude. Snap out of it. That's too much for one mutter session. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Sorry. You know how I am. He shook his head. Anyway, we've spent long enough here. He turned to the other three behind him. Onward. Toward Yue. Yay. The group yelled dispassionately. However, they still followed Izuku's lead. Yue was the goal, after all. Izuku walked up to the large campus ahead of him. It was a Saturday, and yet here he was, taking his first steps into Yue High. Of course, the school term didn't start for another few months, but that did little to ease his worries. He was here for an entirely different reason, actually. He walked in through the large, imposing gates and followed the designated signs. The building he arrived at was apart from the main campus, standing off in the far corners near the edge of the fencing. He walked in through the automatic glass doors, which were larger in size than what would be considered as normal. Why are the doors so big? Perhaps for people with gigantification quirks? That's rather considerate of Yue. He arrived at the reception room, which was empty and quiet. It made sense considering why he was here. Fortunately, it wasn't too long before someone else exited from the side room, quietly cursing as they went. His stuff probably wasn't approved. It was likely, given the rather obtrusive board that towered from his back. That broke Rule 3, nothing larger than one's own person. A disinterested-sounding voice called out from beyond the door, "Next." Izuku walked in, but at the moment he looked at the man in front of him, he froze. He recognized the man, with his black clothing and hair that was barely longer than his own. He'd only seen him up close once before, well, technically anyway, but that was enough to cement the image in his mind. Eraserhead. Name, the man asked, paying no heed to Izuku's current state. Need to stay calm, not ours any suspicion. Act as usual. He doesn't know. Shouldn't know. Sorry, Eraserhead. The man's hand froze ever slightly, before immediately continue its swipe across the paper. Oops. Probably shouldn't have mentioned his name. I probably shouldn't even recognize him at all. Sorry. It's just, are you not Eraserhead? I assumed you were, since you matched the few reports they have been posted up online, and you sort of look tired. It makes sense, considering your late-night patrols. Great, dig yourself into a deeper hole. Eraserhead looked at Izuku, a rather inquisitive stare from what he could tell. But he simply repeated himself, name? Izuku Midoriya, sir. Eraserhead wrote it down. Reason of visit? Izuku moved for his pack. These sticks, sir. Izuku pulled them out from his backpack. They're specialized equipment used in several fighting styles. I know what they are, kid, Aizawa interrupted. Izuku gulped. Of course. The man tilted his head in observation. What exactly is your quirk? He asked slowly. Is it based around CQC? Enhanced reflexes? I need to be careful with this. Oh no. You see, well, insects began to crawl out from under his hair, skittering over his scalp and sides of his face. Others sprouted from his bag, emerging through the open slots. Others came from the outside through a nearby open window. To say the least, it was quite the spectacle for an unready viewer. But for the man in front of him, he showed little notice other than a slightly raised eyebrow. Entomokinesis, he said in thought. And why do you need the eskrima sticks? I know how to use them. And a little silent, but that's more on my own time. The man simply continued. So you've been training your body, along with your quirk? Izuku grew a large smile. Yes, sir. Eraserhead simply stared at Izuku. Izuku began to sweat in anticipation, nervous gulps appearing at his throat. Eraserhead grabbed a paper from under the counter. He began to write, eventually ripping a slip separately and handing it to Izuku. These should be fine, he motioned to the sticks. Bring this in with you on the exam date. It'll allow you entry with your equipment. Izuku merely nodded, grabbing the slip and walking outside. He didn't notice, but he had been holding his breath, which he eventually let out once he left the building. Great. Just great. He's definitely not suspicious of me at all. He sighed. Maybe he'll just think of it as nerves. No point in worrying about it now. As he began to walk away, he turned around, taking in the view of UA. Yeah, I still have a goal to reach after all. Well guys, this is it. The most prestigious school for heroics in all of Japan, if not the world. Manga motioned to the campus, hands outstretched. Around the three, which consisted of Manga, Mei, and Pony, were people their age as well. They moved about in anticipation, just as eager and hopeful to pass the entrance exams in order to enroll into the school. The outcome of this day would decide upon their futures, and ultimately, whether or not one could become a hero. Be ready to fight tooth and claw for a position within its halls, and ow. Manga recoiled from a smack from the girl beside him. Cut that out already, relayed Mei. I have enough of that commentating when Izuku and I are working. Oh. Manga laughed. That doesn't seem to stop you from getting your inventions to the point of being able to use me as a guinea pig every time. And? There's nothing wrong with that. If anything, you're the best of us for it. You can't get any head injuries, after all. Doesn't mean it still doesn't sting, oh holy queen of the scrapyard, Manga mocked. But I resent that, one man. She's kind of right though. Out of us all, you're the most resilient, added Pony with a small smile. Not you too. Manga sputtered in mock agony, clutching at his heart. Where's Izuku when you need him? I wouldn't be under such an onslaught if he were here. Mei scratched her head. Yeah, where is he, anyway? Didn't we all agree to meet here? However, almost as if by demand, the pitter-pattering of steps resounded behind the group, revealing the lost friend in mention. I'm here, exclaimed Izuku, barreling into the group and out of breath. Sorry that I'm late. I sorta got sidetracked this morning. Manga rose a fake eyebrow. He huffed in amusement. It was that commotion up near the railways with that gigantification villain, wasn't it? Yeah. Izuku admitted with a laugh. Well, that's all right, Manga added. That's just how you are. Such an extreme hero otaku. No biggie. I'm not. Keep denying it all you want, Greenie. It's the truth, Mei said. Izuku looked over at the only friend who still hadn't voiced her opinion. Pony. She gave a small giggle. They're not wrong. I mean, look at those notebooks of yours. Izuku sighed in resignation. Alright. Is there anything else we have planned for out here? Nope. We still have a good 7 minutes before we need to be seated, though, Manga said. Well, we might as well go in, right? Getting to our seats might be a bit tough if wait until the last second, mused Pony. The friends voiced their agreement, beginning their jaunt toward the renowned UA. That is, until Izuku stopped in place, hands out. Watch out for that crack, Izuku pointed out. The group of friends looked down and spotted an indenture on the ground. That's a fairly unnoticeable crack, voiced Manga. I'm pretty sure you couldn't trip on it if you wanted. Unless you were really nervous, Your foot probably couldn't even get at the angle to trip you up. The slight depression went a centimeter or two into the ground, indeed being fairly unnoticeable and unlikely to cause someone to lose their footing. Izuku hummed in agreement, but then he squatted down, peering at the crevice. That's not why I pointed it out, though. Izuku? Questioned Pony. The boy in question tilted his head towards the crack. It actually leads down to an ant colony, just below us. Just a vast network of tunnels and rooms. It looks like it's been around for a while, too. He placed his hand down near the space, gathering a few ants up his sleeve. After a bit, Izuku shook his head, standing up. Sorry, got caught up in the moment again. But I could use a couple of these guys later, he gestured to his new passengers. The group began their walk toward the auditorium. Michim. Still think it's weird, you being able to be so calm around insects, said Manga. Yeah, but they kind of were my first friends before I had you guys, you know? A reminiscent smile adorned Izuku's face at that remark. It feels like it was just yesterday that I had Rikai bundled in my hair. Now all I have left are his children. A good amount of them too. All those centipedes crawling and squirming in my room and my clothes, free to do as they please. The group let out a collective shiver. Of course, they didn't let their friend take notice. They'd gotten used to his musings of insects and bugs by now. Mostly. It wasn't long before the group came upon the expansive auditorium, already filled to the brim with prospective students. Well, looks like this is it, said Izuku. He turned to the others. I really do appreciate you all being my friends. I don't think I'd have gotten this far without you guys, he sniffled. No matter what happens, you've been truly great friends. Pony jumped to hug him. Don't be like that. We'll all get in for sure. We've been training day in and day out. Now, don't you not get in, mister? I'll be sorely disappointed if you don't, added in May. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some babies to make. To the support exam, she exclaimed, running off. Thanks, guys. At that, they wished each other luck, and made their way to their seats. Izuku spread out his bugs to all corners of the room, scouting out the competition, so to speak. He noticed a few people that stood out, but that was mostly due to their mutation quirks or similar physical changes. Nobody screamed immediate competition, and thus Izuku would just have to wait and see what everyone was capable of. Most of the really good people would have already gotten in through recommendations, after all. He's just have to see the ones who slipped through the cracks. In the process of finding his seat near the back, Izuku made the unfortunate discovery of finding that one of the accompanying people designated beside him was Bakugo. Just great. Izuku slowly made his way to his seat, somewhat dreading the inevitable confrontation. It had been a while since he had last seen his former friend, and he didn't know what would come of it. He wasn't doubting the hostility that would be present, however. As he approached, Izuku saw Bakugo twitch ever so slightly. Of course, it wouldn't stop there. The hell are you here, Deku? Bakugo questioned as Izuku sat. Izuku didn't respond, which went to further infuriate the fuming boy, but it wasn't long until they were interrupted by a deafening announcement. Hello everyone. Welcome to today's show. Can I get a K? The pro-hero stood, ear to the audience. Silence. But that didn't cause the man to falter. What a refined response. It's Present Mike. So cool. Present Mike went on to detail the upcoming exam, mentioning things like Goombas and Thwomps, as well as the point system that accompanied them. Meanwhile, Bakugo continued to express his agitation. Izuku ignored the taunts, but that went to infuriate Bakugo even further. It's strange, Izuku thought, trying his best to pay attention to Present Mike. After all this time, he still doesn't know about my quirk. Or my training. Deku, what's with those sticks, huh? Think you can defend yourself with some flimsy wood? My Eskrima sticks. That's right, he hasn't seen these yet either. Again came his voice, filled with irritation. If you think, hey, you two in the back. Stop your chit-chat. You are causing a disruption for all of us. Us too? But I haven't said a word. Izuku took a glance from over where the voice came from. His bugs revealed a rather serious-looking boy with dark blue hair. Further physical examination with his bugs revealed cold metal that adorned his legs. They jutted out, almost as if in the shape of exhaust ports. A relative of Ingenium, perhaps? And Mr. Present Mike, sir, the boy continued, it says here that. Izuku shook his head, resigning himself to the scorn of the others around him. He listened to the rest of the demonstration, attempting to ignore the death stare of the boy beside him. The bus that had been tasked in transporting the participants of Site B was mostly quiet apart from the few deep breaths and scuffling of feet amongst its riders. By the time it had arrived at its destination, most of the anxious students were ready to go, standing and waiting for their next instructions. Along the bus ride, Izuku had been gathering his bugs. Along with those he could feel in the replicated city ahead of him, they numbered in the hundreds of thousands within his immediate vicinity. It just so happened that a small portion of those bugs sensed a familiar presence approaching Izuku from behind. He turned around and was faced with the stern-faced boy from earlier. "Why exactly are you here?" he asked. "What?" Izuku felt around, connecting to the vast network of bugs that inhabited the simulated cityscape. Every sight, scent, sound, and touch from blocks around was now within his grasp. "I wasn't even talking. That was all Bakugo. Why am I suddenly a nuisance by association? A delinquent shouldn't think that they can get to a school as prestigious as." Further investigation with his bugs proved a surprising discovery. It seems I found the robots. They're all underground. Seems they're released from several ramps hidden all over the simulation. Probably wouldn't count if I just went there and started destroying them, though. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Do you have any?" His bugs picked up movement from a tower to his left. "It's Present Mike. Wonder why he's up there." "Okay, start." The glasses-wearing boy turned at the exclamation in confusion. Izuku, however, sprang into action, retrieving his eskrima sticks from his back and bounding into the urban landscape. Now that's what I'm talking about. Someone here knows how things go. Present Mike announced, looking at the rest of the students. "What are you waiting for? There aren't any countdowns in real fights. Run, go. The die's been cast." The students snapped out of their stupor, and the oncoming stampede went off running to join Izuku. He had to give it to Yue. The simulation was complexingly realistic and finely detailed. His bugs found each building he had run past were designed room by room and with amenities. The alleys were littered with trash, and some streets showed evidence of wear and tear from weathering and usage. The rooftops even shared in the trash pileup and puddle holding. However, as much as he enjoyed exploring the detail of the mock city, Izuku still had a task to do. "All right, two-pointer around the next left turn into the alley, around 9 yards ahead." Turning the corner indeed revealed the robot, its legs jutting outward and robotic tail risen high above its frame. The almost scorpion-shaped robot turned its way toward the movement it sensed down the alleyway. Izuku sprinted for the creature, eyeing for potential weak points. Eyeing the head and possibly the legs, it wasn't long before Izuku was within a few feet of the metallic contraption. Target acquired. Commence elimination. The two-pointer lunged for Izuku, but the boy was ready. He quickly dodged to the left, barely avoiding the barreling robot as it rushed past. The robot's speed, having not been able to predict the miss, rammed it into a nearby dumpster, temporarily stunning it. Izuku took his chance, running up onto the robot's backside and onto its head. A couple well-placed and forceful swings at the robot's fragile orb disabled it from combat. 2 points. That wasn't that bad actually. It was surprisingly fragile for a robot. Though, I suppose that makes sense, considering they. Izuku's eyes widened. Again he took evasive action, this time moving to his right. He had sensed a three-pointer just nearby with his bugs, but was not ready for the insane speed that it had demonstrated. The robot seemed to be sturdier too, if its bulkier form and second head were anything to go by. Strength and speed combined, then? Much harder than the two-pointer, worthy of its title. 8 minutes, yelled Present Mike. Already? Shoot, I need to speed this up. Izuku glanced at the three-pointer, which was apparently content in waiting for Izuku to make a move. He looked at its form, his weapons might not be able to do much, and then to its head, its red orb pinging in response to his "that's it." Izuku reached for his bugs, gathering them in a cloud and plunging them onto the robot's red orb. The three-pointer acted in kind, thrashing wildly and, as Izuku predicted, unable to see. It made it all the easier to reach its back and the space between its heads. It wasn't long before the robot crumpled as its circuitry became damaged. 5 points. I can do this. I really can. He gave a small laugh. But I need to hurry. Time's running down. He sprinted off in another direction. It's a good thing I spent all that time inventing with May. I suppose I can ask my bugs to go a little overtime for now. In a separate part of UA's campus was a dark monitoring room packed to the brim with various pro-heroes and staff members. They watched the myriad of students as they pummeled into the robots sent into their course. Considering the nature of the gathered people, it didn't take long for some of them to take notice of certain green-haired boy. "Hey, what's with those sticks?" asked the blood hero Vlad King. "Are they part of some sort of martial art?" An inquisitive observation, Sekijiro-kun, came Nizu. "That would be eskrima, if I'm not mistaken, a martial art that has since declined as quirks have become more commonplace." The principal leaned forward in his chair a little, observing the green-haired boy. "But unless his quirk involves them, we have yet to actually see him use his quirk," Ectoplasm mentioned. "What is it listed down as?" Present Mike obliged himself, quickly shuffling through the files they had of the various aspiring students. "Let's see. Midoriya. Let's see, it says here that he's quirkless." The judges showed their various reactions to the news, ranging from disbelief to intrigue. The intrigue was especially profound in the present All Might, who had recognized the boy. "That's strange," he thought. "He has a quirk, he showed me himself. Why does his file label him as quirkless?" Despite the commotion, Nizu was the one individual who remained focused on the boy. This came to notice to the number one hero. "Nizu, something on your mind?" asked All Might. The principal nodded. "A quirkless? Perhaps not. Have any of you noticed the bugs?" "Bugs?" All Might asked. He remembered the demonstration Midoriya had shown him, but he hadn't taken notice of anything similar as far the screen displays went. All around the simulation, jolted from their hidden homes. They've been moving with purpose. Some even disabling some of our robots. Yamada-kun, is there anyone listed with bug control of any kind? Present Mike again shifted through the files. There is one student with the quirk Ani voice. One of the screens focused on a student with peach-colored skin and a rather rock-like appearance. The boy was getting birds to distract the robots he fought. Present Mike continued, basically, control over animals, as shown. But he's over at Site C. Here in Site B, nobody. Nizu hummed, hands raised above his head. And thus, our mystery is solved. The supposedly quirkless boy has a quirk after all. And a rather unique one, I find. How peculiar it all is. A feral smirk came upon the principal's face. I do hope he passes. A pair of eskrima sticks came down upon a one-pointer robot, easily neutralizing the contraption. 3 minutes, resounded Present Mike. And that's number 21. Not bad if I were to say so myself. Izuku looked around at his surroundings. Various other robotic remains stained the backdrop, other participants panting in fatigue after the fight they had endured. Despite his confidence in his score, Izuku was still a bit worried. He had heard some other scores a while ago reaching into the 40s, and that had him uneasy. Were his 21 points enough to pass? He surely hoped so, otherwise he'd get a beating from May late. A deep rumbling shake literally shook Izuku from his thoughts. Explosions began to litter the cityscape as a large figure arose from the smoke and ashes. Within seconds, the zero-pointer stood in all its glory, towering high above the surrounding buildings. That's kinda too big, isn't it? The giant turned its way towards the students and began its slow advance. The various faces of Site B began to run from the beast, terrified by the seemingly unstoppable obstacle. Few seemed to notice, but the panicked boys and girls moved like a stream around a rock past the unmoving Izuku, who simply stood still, staring at the robot. Interesting. But there's got to be some way to take this down, right? It's part of the test, so it can't be impossible to neutralize. Internal wiring maybe? The spaces in between the circuitry have to be huge. Or at least big enough for my bugs to fit. Maybe I can jam it? Chew through the wiring? No, that would take too long, way longer than 2 minutes. Perhaps I can. A shrill cry for help broke Izuku's concentration. Through the thin layers of smoke, he spied a girl pinned down under some rubble. That's the girl I saw causing some robots to float a while ago. Some sort of gravity manipulation. But it seems as if she can't move the rock on her own. Has she reached her limit? The robot began to inch ever closer, threatening to crush. The trapped situation was enough for Izuku to move forward, his legs seemingly moving by their own accord. He began to gather his insects into a giant mass, conglomerating onto his position. He sent them towards the zero-pointer. After seconds of observation, half their numbers seeped into the only opening found through a port on its left arm. The other half rose to its face, blocking its orb from being able to see. Unfortunately, that did little to divert it from its current path. Izuku eventually came upon the injured girl. Hey, don't worry. I'll get you out. Can you move the rubble a bit? Not much. I'm nearing my limit, the girl responded. That's fine. I just need some assistance in getting your leg out from under there. There's no way I can move that all by myself. Can you activate your quirk on the piece of rubble on your leg on my go? She nodded. All right. Izuku placed his hands under the stone. Ready, set, go. Izuku grappled the rubble and lifted it up. His already tired muscles ached from the stress, but the girl's quirk aided in a quick and fast removal. However, the girl promptly began to vomit up rainbows. Weird. Maybe one of her parents had a rainbow quirk or something. Izuku helped the girl to her feet, and he promptly began to move away from the encroaching zero-pointer, slowly helping the limping girl along. At the same time, Izuku furthered his bugs along until they had reached further into the robot's arm. A couple of chewed-through wires and bug-inspired short-circuiting eventually were able to cause the arm to twitch. The robot stopped and attempted to raise its arm. The limb complied, but did so while twitching at random intervals. Shoot. It still works after all of that? At this point the robot will just continue its way towards us. We'll be crushed. The only things I've done to it so far are blind it and give it at best a shock to its arm. And that's it. Various insects and bugs began to stray from the robot's eye and gathered upon the twitching amass to form a humanoid shape, but a masculine one at that, to keep Izuku's involvement in vigilantism apart. Once the zero-pointer could see again, the first thing that gained its attention was the shape on its arm. The figure promptly rose in flight and zoomed back from where the robot initially came from. The robot followed, having sought out the one responsible for its damaged arm. Izuku sighed in relief, having prevented the robot from getting uncomfortably close to their position. A few more seconds and it would have been on them. He then looked to the girl beside him, who too sighed. A buzzer sounded in the distance. "Time's up," yelled Present Mike. Izuku set the girl down gently on some debris as he sat down next to her. He'd wait for help. He was exhausted from all of that. "That was close, huh?" Izuku said, turning to the girl. "That robot almost got us." The girl laughed. "Yeah, if it wasn't for you and whoever that other guy was, I would have been toast." She turned to him with an arm out. "Thanks for that, by the way. I'm Achicho Uraraka." Izuku smiled, eagerly taking the offered hand. "A pleasure. Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you." Izuku awoke to familiar sound of timbrels. He rose from his laid position, rubbing his eye in a tired response to the makeshift alarm. He tapped off the machine to his right, ending the sweet, relaxing song of the cicadas. The sound wasn't from real cicadas, not yet anyway. But he had been working on such a thing for the past few months. Just outside his window was a rather wizened tree. It was there, or rather, in its roots, that Izuku had been cultivating a healthy population of cicada nymphs that would come about yearly during the summer months. They were part of his collection, a collection that ranged from tall cylindrical tubes and small glass jars, to the large rectangular terrariums that now littered his room. His collection had almost overrun his all-might memorabilia, but Izuku's mutual love for the two had led to them both sharing the space. Each aspect took up around half of his room, steadily fueling his healthy obsession of both. After a few moments, he eyed his room to ensure everything was as it should be, connecting to the surroundings bugs to take a double check at the things his human eyes couldn't see. Fortunately, a brief run-over concluded that his collection had met little problems overnight. Izuku then stood up, going over to open one of the terrariums. Calling upon the two spiders from the tank, he placed them on his bed. He then summoned the population that he had been slowly building up within his 3-block range. With his control, Izuku had developed the golden orb weaver population in his area, ensuring their steady multiplication and safety. With them, he had an endless supply of materials for his prototypes. He wished there was a faster way to gather them all, one that didn't take over an hour, but the separation was necessary if he wanted to ensure the spiders didn't maul each other over territory and food. And so, with the rest of his spiders on the way, Izuku focused on the golden orb weavers in front of him, beginning to work again on his costume. The golden threads of the spiders had been through various versions of the suit, the creatures now going about the 7th version Izuku had thought up. The costume was nearing completion, its golden forms slowly coming into existence by the work of thousands of tiny bodies. He took another look over at the costume before he went to check out his closet for more supplies. A few quick moments revealed he had used up more than he thought he had on his past costumes. Seems I ran out of the dye I want for this iteration of my costume. I'll need to get more later. At that moment, Izuku sensed the first of his outside workers arriving at his windowsill. He nodded, making a mental note to get more dye later at the store, and walked over to his window to open it. Dozens of spiders came about into his room, but the mini-swarm was just a glimpse of what would be seen as the hour ticked by. As the remainder of his spiders began their work, Izuku's mind drifted off to musings of UA. He'd be getting the results of the exam today, but he'd entertain himself with his costume until then. His mind still raced at the prospect of getting into UA, both in anticipation and unease over what he would hear upon getting his letter. He just hoped that it was good news. It was an hour or so into his progress on his costume when Izuku felt a presence beyond his bedroom door. A couple quick glimpses revealed the presence to be his mom, getting ready to open his door. Long ago, Izuku would have panicked at the possibility of his mom barging in and finding the walls and floors covered in bugs. It scared him to wit's end, making him ponder over dozens of preposterous scenarios that could have occurred. But Izuku had eventually learned to accept his quirk and all the oddities that came with it, just as his mom did when Izuku told her. And so, he paid little heed to the door being opened, instead continuing to concentrate on the task in front of him. Izuku Midoriya entered, yet somewhat hesitant to when she heard the chittering of insects behind the door. The chittering was accompanied by thousands of spiders, littered upon the room. Some worked on the golden costume, others on the sidelines in rest for their own turn. Izuku did her best to hide her discomfort as she had many times before, but Izuku still saw through her facade. Izuku had long discovered that his empathy with his bugs was part of his quirk, and didn't put it against anyone who was a bit creeped out. And so, he dumbed down his quirk when his mom was around, but he never did tell her that he knew. It would just put more on her plate to worry about. Izuku turned to face his mother. Now that she was in the room, a couple things came to Izuku's attention. He hadn't noticed it at first, but it seemed as if she was trembling. And in her hand was his eyes widened in. A letter. Looks like I'll have to put off finishing my costume for a later date. Hopefully I'll be able to finish it in time if I'll even need it, anyways. Izuku dismissed his spiders then, having them stash his costume under his bed while the rest returned to their respective homes. Izuku, it's here, she exclaimed. Izuku went to grab his letter, simply taking it and heading back to his desk. Izuku seemed hesitant to leave, but knew the results were something that Izuku needed to deal with himself at first. She left, closing the door behind her. She continued to pace just outside, something that didn't go unnoticed by Izuku. Izuku scooted over to his table, a bead of sweat streaming down the side of his head. One of his centipedes came over then, and slowly began to chip away at the envelope. After a few tense moments, a clean cut was made at the seam, exposing a refined, metallic disc. Izuku gulped, having the centipede bring out the disc. It was then that the device abruptly activated, causing Izuku to jump in his seat. I am here as a projection, exclaimed the figure of the number 1 hero. Young Midoriya, it's a pleasure to see you nice and well. The All Might? What's he doing on here? This is a letter from UA, right? Why would? You wouldn't have known it for the brief time that we met, but I came to this town to work at UA as a teacher. All Might laughed. All Might? Teaching? At UA? Imagine my surprise when I saw how well you were doing at the exam. It was extraordinary. Beating down those robots and the like. And those bugs of yours. All Might gave out another laugh. Ah, but that's not what you're waiting to hear now, is it? You want to know the results of your exam, don't you? All Might cleared his throat, somewhat adopted a more subdued persona. Well, I'd like to inform you, Midoriya, that you passed your written exam. I thought that was the case. But what a boo. On the other hand, you received 21 points in total during the practical exam. Now, it's nothing too impressive, but it is what it is, given you took down a good portion of the robots without your quirk. Given your 21 points, it was pretty close. Stop stalling, All Might. The hero laughed again. But that wasn't all. What? Your actions reflected that of a true hero. Your bravery in the heart of imminent danger was inspiring. After all, what kind of hero school would UA be if we rejected those who saved others and did the right thing? This is a job that requires risking one's life. The exam the other day was not graded solely on villain points. All Might gestured to a screen. Rescue points. Another basic aspect we at UA take notice of. The hero stopped and looked directly into the camera. And how does this relate to you, you may ask? All Might spread his arms out. Izuku Midoriya, 30 points. A total of 51 points. Placing you just behind the top 10. You pass. Quite spectacularly so, the hero affirmed. A large grin grew on the All Might's face. Now come, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia. Izuku grinned over the image of his idol. Yes, sir. Izuku stood before the door of classroom 1A. He just said his farewells to Pony and Manga, who themselves were in the next class over, 1B. Now, he stood in wonder before the door, anxious to begin his high school journey. He examined the door, noticing its enormous height. Guess the school really does accommodate for those with gigantification quirks. Izuku gulped, then took a deep breath. Here goes nothing. Izuku grasped for the doorknob. Wanting to surprise himself with finding who were his classmates, he hadn't peeked in before he entered. That ended up not being the best course of action. Upon opening the door, he was faced with a rather loud cacophony on yells. Of course. Bakugo and Engine Quirk. Just great. He sent his bugs around the room, not wanting any further surprises. The slight buzzing that he emitted, as well as his arrival, seemed to alert a good portion of his class to his presence. It was then that Engine Quirk boy, who he had just heard was named Tenya Ida, came in his direction. Hello. My name is Tenya Ida. Of Somei Junior High. Best be amicable now. Even if he was a bit off-putting. My pleasure. Izuku Midoriya. Ida quickly nodded. I profusely apologize. You noticed something more to exam. I had no idea. It seems I misjudged you. Sure, uttered Izuku. Does he mean the rescue points? Might as well leave it be. Izuku had his insects observe his classmates. There were a few he knew for sure were not present during the practical, like the kid with heterochromia. One of Endeavor's children, if he wasn't mistaken. The French kid with the belt seemed to be there too. He didn't exactly recall the others, however. Oh, that long hair. Midoriya-kun, it's you. We're in the same class. He turned around, finding Achiko Uraraka. I never did correct her on her mistake about me using my bugs distract the zero-pointer, did I? Izuku was about to voice his revelation, however, he faced an oddity beyond the door. It wasn't another student, given that the class was already full when glancing at the available seats and people present. No, it was a man within a yellow casing, a sleeping bag if he wasn't wrong, with hair eerily as long as his owl. Shoot. Midoriya-kun? Uraraka questioned, waving her hand in front of Izuku's face. Something wrong? Izuku didn't respond. He was still getting over the fact that Eraserhead was probably his homeroom, of all people. There wasn't another reason for him being there. Go somewhere else if you just want to make friends. Everyone turned towards the pro hero. This is the hero course. The hero removed himself from his sleeping bag. The process had Izuku imagining the metamorphosis of a caterpillar to a butterfly. It took a total 8 seconds for you all to be quiet. Time is limited. You kids aren't rational enough, came the man's deadpan voice. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Nice to meet you, he continued. Aizawa pulled out a uniform from his cocoon-esque sleeping bag. It's kind of sudden, but put this on and go out to the field. He then began his trot towards the aforementioned field, slowly making his way through the halls. Great, one of the few heroes who've actually seen my vigilante form themselves is my homeroom teacher. It was going to be a stressful year. Izuku and the rest of his class found themselves on UA's field. The news that they were taking a quirk apprehension test came abruptly and suddenly, confusing many of the students who had heard Aizawa speak. From beside Izuku, Uraraka spoke up. What about the entrance ceremony? Orientation? Aizawa scoffed. If you're a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. One of UA's selling points is how unrestricted school traditions are. Teachers run their class on this idea too. Yeah, the class. The silence helped to fuel the students' unease. Bakugo. Yeah, questioned the boy. You topped 4 first during the practical, didn't you? What was your best result for the softball throw at your old junior high? 67 meters. Then, now try it with your quirk. He handed the boy the ball. Bakugo smirked, getting into position. You can do whatever you want as long as you remain in the circle, added Aizawa. Now go give it a try. Bakugo committed himself to some stretches and launched the ball. Die! The ball blasted off into the air, the explosion propelling it in an impressive arc through the air. Izuku mused. Should I have expected anything else? The ball landed after seconds of airtime. The display that Aizawa held up displayed the ball having gone a distance of 705.2 meters. The gathering of students from 1A voiced their opinions of the spectacle. One peculiar remark brought up all the fun that could come with using their quirks for the exercise. That particular comment had reached Aizawa's ears, leaving him amused. It looks fun, huh? Questioned the teacher. You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have that kind of attitude the entire time? Nobody made a peep. Aizawa decided to continue, a smile appearing on his face. All right, whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and be punished with expulsion. Expulsion! The class yelled in unison. Welcome to U.A's hero course. The first exercise consisted of a 50-meter dash. There were a few noteworthy participants, like Ida with his 3-second engine allotted time, or, dare he say, Bakugo with his time just over 4 seconds. Meanwhile, Izuku didn't anything with his quirk for this specific task. Rather, he simply used his physique that he had gained over years of training, earning him a decent 6.15 seconds. Next was the grip test. Everyone ending up being outshined by Mizo Shoji, who seemed to have various morphable limbs for his quirk. While he got an admirable 740 kilos, Izuku built up a well-received 63 kilos. Izuku didn't get too far with the standing long jump, unlike those who passed the pit like the French kid. Izuku got a decent score for the repeated side steps, if only for his stamina holding up well. Not as good as the short kid with purple ball, though. Nobody got nearly as good a score as him. Then came the ball throw. At his turn, Izuku caught the ball from Aizawa and eyed the expanse in front of him. He decided it was time to use his quirk. Calling upon the flying insects in the surrounding area, Izuku gathered them to his location. Dozens of hornets came to Izuku, landing on his head. The action triggered a couple gasps of panic from the crowd, not that Izuku paid any heed to such. Izuku positioned the bugs around the ball, lifting the object into the air and flying it forward. With the average speed of giant hornets gauging around 40 km/h, a little over half a minute passed before the insects made their way to the edge of Izuku's range. Aizawa's device read a total of 255 meters. Izuku nodded in satisfaction. It was nowhere near Uraraka's infinity, But similarly to the situation with Shoji, nobody could surpass her score. As Izuku turned toward his class, he found that many of them had fallen into a stunned silence, some even with their mouths hanging wide open. However, the silence didn't last long. "Do?" The class caught sight of Bakugo launching himself towards Izuku in a rage. "What the hell? You better." He was interrupted by a white strip of fabric that had wrapped itself around his body. The capture device originated from Aizawa himself, yet Bakugo still continued to struggle as he was held back. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't feel like fighting Bakugo in front of his classmates. It would set off the wrong impression. "These cloths are hard," noted Bakugo. "They're weapons for capture made of carbon fiber, woven together with metal fabric made of a special alloy," affirmed Aizawa. "Bakugo," simply warned Aizawa. The teacher removed his hold over the boy. "And don't make me keep on using my quirk. I have dry eye." He turned uninterestedly. "Whoever's next, head on up." Izuku glared at his former friend, walking off to join the rest of his class. Bakugo continued to growl as he too went back into the crowd, eyeing the one he had long ago deemed worthless. The rest of the test remained fairly uneventful from then on. For the long-distance run, Izuku's stamina did most of the work. He did have his insects help pull him along, to ease the amount of force he needed to propel himself forward. It wasn't much, but it got him to be the third to last off the track. Sit-ups were a breeze, the exercise being a common one within Izuku's own routine. The seated toe touch proved similar, with Izuku easily surpassing the average. Eventually, it was time for the results. Many of the class stood in anxiety over the results. It wasn't long before Aizawa revealed everyone's placement. Izuku found his name. 11th place overall. Dang, just outside the top 10 again. I'm sensing a pattern here. The shortest kid in the class, the one with the sticky, purple ball for hair, let out a small whimper. "Must be number 20 then. Minoru Mineta." "By the way," spoke Aizawa, "I was lying about the expulsion. It was a ruse." He took a glance at the purple ball-headed boy in the meantime. One girl spoke up about how obvious the ruse was. Others were still shocked in surprise. "Mineta," Aizawa spoke. The class held their breath for the possibility of what was to come next. The boy, on the other hand, jumped in surprise. "That doesn't mean you're off the hook. I'll be going over detention with you tomorrow." Aizawa walked away, leaving the students to their own devices. The class, except for the fidgeting Mineta, sighed in relief. Izuku looked after the departing teacher, doubt filling his mind. He'd been studying Aizawa ever since the encounter he had with him on that night. And his research showcased Aizawa's tendency to expel students, especially his actions from last year. "I don't believe that the expulsion was a ruse. Eraserhead wouldn't lie about something like that. The question is, what changed his mind?" Izuku met Manga and Pony at the school's front. Mei, having decided to stay to work on her inventions, told them to scamper off. And so, the trio began to walk off home, talking through the ins and outs of the day. "You guys got to test out your quirks?" exclaimed Manga. "Pony and I had to sit through the ceremony. We did nothing. Absolutely nothing. We got to see a bunch of pro heroes, though. That was fun," added Pony. "You did," exclaimed Izuku. Both Pony and Manga looked at him in amusement. I mean, Izuku was interrupted by a hand placed on his shoulder. He turned, finding Tenya Ida to be the owner of the hand. "Ida Midoriya, I'd like to apologize to you again. I greatly misjudged you during the practical. Seeing you today on the field shows how wrong I was." It's no problem, Ida. Bakugo does leave an impression on people. Me sitting next to him probably added to that." "Oh, who's this? A classmate?" asked Manga. "Yes. I am Midoriya's classmate, Tenya Ida. Nice to meet you." Manga nodded. "Hello, Hey, Midoriya-kun. Are you going to the station? Wait up." The collective four turned to find Uraraka running in their direction. "Uraraka?" questioned Izuku. "Hi again," she waved at Izuku. She turned to the other three. "I'm Achiko Uraraka. Nice to meet you." Once everyone shared their own introductions, Uraraka once again turned to Izuku. By the way, why did that boy named Bakugo call you Deku during the test? You aren't saying that you all share a class with Bakugo, are you? Asked Manga. Uraraka, Ida, and Izuku all nodded. Dang. Sorry to hear that, Izuku, Manga said. Ida quirked an eyebrow. But what history does Midoriya have with Bakugo? It's a long story. Izuku spoke up. To sum it up, Deku is what Bakugo calls me to make fun of me. He's been doing it since we were kids. An insult then, mused Ida. Oh, sorry, said Uraraka. You know, Deku kind of sounds like you can do it. So, I kind of like it. I suppose it kind of does, admitted Izuku. But, I'd rather not be reminded of it. Or Bakugo, for that matter. Uraraka nodded. Yeah, sorry about that. I guess I'll be sticking with Midoriya-kun, then. With that, the group of 5 walked off to the station. So, how's class? Came the echoed voice of Mei. Her upper torso deep in one of her inventions. I suppose, Izuku responded steadily. Wrench? Mei asked, sticking her hand out of the contraption. Izuku obliged, handing Mei a pipe wrench from the table. How so? Mei continued. Well, there's this one girl. She's pretty nice, I guess. Though, that's probably an all-encompassing thing she has with everyone, if I'm going to be honest. Flathead. Izuku handed the screwdriver to her. Then there's this other guy. I'm pretty sure he's related to Ingenium. Izuku refrained from expanding further than that. Mei paused, peeking out to look at Izuku. She hummed, heading back to work on her device. That's it? What do you mean? Questioned Izuku. What do you mean, what do I mean? You mean to say that you met a pro-hero sibling? And you neglected to question them about it? Oh. Izuku gave a nervous laugh. I guess that does seem weird, huh? Well, it more has to do with Ida himself. He's kind of off-putting. Very serious-like. I'm still kind of holding off my judgment on him for now. But, combination, this time. Izuku switched out the tools in Mei's outstretched hand. But, enough about that, Izuku said. On another note, you remember that blonde kid that we met in the park a couple months back? That JRK that kept spouting out that you were quirkless, you mean? Yeah. Apparently he's in the same class as Pony and Manga. His name's Nito Minoma. He's going to be knocked down hard by the two of them. I feel kind of sorry for him. Almost. Yeah, but that's the thing. He hasn't done anything, apparently. All he's done is take a few glances at them. Calculatingly, in Manga's words. Just sitting and looking. Nothing like he was in the park, acting like he wanted a fight or something. Strange. I wonder if that reminds me. Mei exclaimed. Izuku jumped in surprise. You guys are probably gonna do some fighting today. The only reason my Majima-sensei left in such a hurry a while ago was because he forgot to finalize all the stuff for the hero course costumes. Wha, really? Yes, really, replied a voice from the workshop's doorway. Izuku glanced toward the door, finding a short man surrounded by a metallic, yellow apparatus. Izuku immediately recognized the man before him. Power Loader Sensei, yelped Izuku. Midoriya, Power Loader nodded. I hope Hatsume hasn't been overworking you too much? And no, sir. I'm sort of already used to working with her, anyways, so it's nothing different than how it was before. As I heard, Power Loader took a nice trot through the room, eyeing every nook and cranny between every desk and chair. When he was done, he nodded to himself. Everything seems to be in order. Yeah. Midoriya replied. You sure it's alright for me to be here? It kind of seemed like a rushed decision a while ago, when you said yes. Power Loader looked at Izuku, responding. Oh, I'm sure, Midoriya. Hatsume spent all of yesterday after class whining about not having her assistant. Heck, I can already tell that you can act as a neutralizing agent if Hatsume gets too extreme. It'd probably save me from a couple headaches. It's a shame that she ruined the surprise for you, though. You would have been told about the battle trial by All Might himself. All Might? I said too much, Power Loader shook his head. You know, I've had students like Hatsume before. They're the type who won't give up until they get what they want. You got that right. Nothing gets in between me and my babies, exclaimed May. You see. Power Loader laughed. There wouldn't be a point in denying her. She wants the workshop to work on her own stuff on her own time? Sure. She wants her assistant to help? Only on non-curricular-oriented projects. She wants to build a giant mecha capable of lobbing nuclear warheads? That's where I draw the line. You should just do what he says. Agree with what he says, Izuku, came Mei's attempt of persuasion. But, besides, if you truly do anything too bad, I'll just snitch on you to Aizawa. You got that? Why, yes, sir. Izuku shook his head vigorously. Good. Now get going. Class starts in 10 minutes. Izuku shifted his head toward the clock. You're right. Have a nice day, Power Loader Sensei. Bye, Mei. Izuku said, running out of the classroom. You too, Hatsume. Back to the regular classroom, berated Power Loader. But Sensei, what happened to doing as I said? Boo. No buts. The aforementioned surprise ended up being ruined for Midoriya anyway. Not because of Mei's loose lips, at least, not entirely so, but with his own bugs. His flies had spotted a debuffed All Might emerging from what Izuku assumed was the hero's office. In a puff of smoke, the man transformed into the symbol of peace, donning his Silver Age costume. So cool. The hero sped through the halls, stopping just outside the door to basic hero training. I am coming through the door, like a normal person, came the booming voice of the #1 hero. All Might lit up the classroom with his personality, instantly gaining the awe of the students. All Might went on to explain the ins and outs of the hero basic training course, captivating the class even further with the mention of combat training. And now we have these. He gestured to the side of the room, shelves emerging seamlessly from the wall. Your costumes were approved and/or based upon the specifications you sent in 3 weeks ago. After you change, we meet at ground beta. Izuku stared down at his costume. 3 weeks ago he had sent in the piece for approval. Well, that, along with his Quirk registration. The registration was a bit of a problem when it came up at first. He hadn't thought of it for a long time, but the document had reminded him that he still appeared as none in regards to what his quirk was. He worked himself into a frenzy then, trying to come up with something to name his quirk. Entomopathy, like Eraserhead had said? Something gimmicky, like Eye of the Swarm? He ended just going with bug control. He could change it later, after all. And so, here he stood at UA, his costume ready for its first outing. He looked over his creation, the streamlined, reinforced dragline silk intricately bound together. The golden yellow was accented with a dark green, the color taken up the space where the silk covered the limbs. The golden torso was accompanied by Izuku's trusty Eskrima sticks on his back, and a few pouches that were, at the moment, filled with spider silk, woven together to make thin ropes capable of supporting his body weight. On his head sat a pair of goggles of Mei's design. They were mostly for eye protection, even if he didn't really need it, and part of Mei's insistence. She designed it so it externally looked like an insect's compound eyes, thousands of photoreceptors making up a kaleidoscope look. Izuku didn't want to admit it, but he thought that he looked somewhat like Eraserhead with his long hair and goggles. It was a rather uncanny coincidence, now that Izuku thought about it. That, or some cruel twist of fate to remind him of the danger Aizawa posed in discovering his other persona. But at least the bright coloring of his costume prevented any other similarities with the Erasure hero. But that was another matter entirely. For now, he needed to worry about school. Izuku walked out into the open air amongst his peers, they themselves donning their own respective costumes. Unexpectedly, he was called out fairly quickly. Midoriya. Izuku turned toward the voice. He was met with "Why is her costume so revealing? We haven't been properly introduced yet, have we? Momo Yaoyorozu, a pleasure to meet you." She stretched out a hand. Izuku shook it. "A pleasure." She nodded. "I couldn't help but notice the material your costume is made of. It wouldn't happen to be spider silk, would it?" Izuku rose an eye in surprise. "You can tell just by looking at it?" She nodded. "It's part of my quirk. I need to know the molecular makeup of things so I can make them. I've made spider silk before, so I know how it's like. But I must admit, I never would have been able to make something quite so exquisite. The weave of this must have taken some work to create. Oh yeah, the work of spiders, at least. Wow. Yours looks so cool, Midoriya-kun. Uraraka said. Nothing like mine though. Well, I think it looks great. Izuku said. Really? Thanks. All right, class, announced All Might. The collective of students turned to face him, their conversations cutting off in favor of listening to the hero. Now, it is time for battle training. Sensei. Ida spoke. This is the battle center from the entrance exam, so are we undergoing urban battles again? I wonder how often he interjects like that with everyone. Did he think that maybe All Might was about to something about that? No, we are moving ahead 2 steps. All Might explained the statistics and facts of villains then, providing a nice little backdrop to the situation the class was about to be placed in. For this class, you'll be split between teams of 2, heroes and villains who will fight indoor battles. A whole load of questions erupted from the class, ranging from the way this activity was going to play out, to expulsion, to how stylish a certain purple cape was. All Might refrained from answering any. Rather, he pulled out a little booklet and began to explain how this class was going to play out. A booklet? I suppose he would be a novice to teaching, especially to high school students. Eventually, All Might came to the part where he said we'd be teamed up by picking lots. They're being picked so haphazardly? Exclaimed Ida. You never know who you might have to get teamed up with in the field. Izuku provided an explanation. The class eventually picked lots, each of them getting sorted into their respective teams. Izuku found himself teamed up with the girl who wore a green costume and had a tongue that stuck out of her mouth. Izuku introduced himself, raising a hand to shake. The girl took it in kind. Tsu Azui, she ribbited. I often say what's on my mind. Good to know, Azui. Call me Tsu. Izuku paused, considering her words. All right. Izuku glanced at the other teams, sizing them up and forming strategies against them. He held a little laugh when he discovered that Bakugo got paired up with Mineta. First up, teams A and C. Team A are the heroes, Team C the villains. Team C turned out to be Bakugo and Mineta, who strode their way inside the designated building. Team A consisted of Oyama and Todoroki. The battle didn't turn out to be much of a battle. Todoroki froze the entirety of the building, seemingly catching even Bakugo off guard. Izuku gave him props to that, even if the resulting angry yells and curses were getting a bit annoying. All right, teams D and E? All Might said hesitantly. Team D is us. Izuku looked at All Might. Looks like he's still a bit off-put by Bakugo. Ahem. Anyways, Team D will be heroes. Team E villains. Looks like we're heroes then. Izuku said to Azui. She nodded. Good luck, Midoriya-kun, yelled Uraraka. Likewise. Good luck, said Ida. Izuku nodded. Thank you guys. Team E consisted of Mizo Shoji, the boy with morphable limbs, as well as Hantashiro, the boy who could shoot tape out from his arms. Both teams walked up to the building they were to utilize, All Might leading them the whole way. Villain team, exclaimed All Might. Go on ahead and set up. In 5 minutes, the heroes will break in and the battle will begin. All Might then sped away back to the monitoring room. Once they were alone, Azui spoke up. Midoriya-chan. Izuku quirked an eyebrow at the familiarity. Yes. You're Quirk. You control bugs, yes. Izuku simply nodded. Alright, my quirk is frog. Basically, I can do whatever a frog can. I thought so, mused Izuku. In that case, you wouldn't mind taking on Zero, would you? I'd rather not go against someone who would have more agility than me. I can do that, she ribbited. She pulled out the map of the building, ready to study its interior. We don't need to worry about memorizing the building's floor plan. I can guide you through. Azui put a finger to her lips. With your bugs, I'm guessing? Michim. I'll send in a pair of dragonflies in your heed. Izuku gathered up flying insects at the outside of the building's openings, ready to head in once permitted. A whistle rang through the air, signifying the start of the battle. Before anything else, Izuku sent in his bugs, surveying the building's interior. Shiro is on the second floor. Seems like he covered up the staircase and the hallways, trapped them to his advantage. He's hiding in the middle of it. Is there space at the top of the hallways? Azui asked. It seems so. About a foot or two. I can climb on the ceiling then. You can, that's right. Does what a frog can. Gotcha. The insects continued their trip through the building. Shoji's on the third floor. Looks like he has an ear to the floor. Couple others rotating in the air. Izuku tilted his head in thought. Got it. We're good to get in. Azui hopped onto the building, traversing its outer walls and stopping before a second-floor window. She eyed the two dragonflies that appeared beside her, and immediately followed as they flew inside. Meanwhile, Izuku eyed the third floor. He had a plan to place into motion. Hello, Shoji. Shoji turned around, looking out the window. There floated a figure made of bugs and insects, squirming and crawling all over one another. A slight buzzing accompanied the bugs, the snapping of tiny jaws and the fluttering of wings filling the air. Shoji retracted all his limbs to himself, transforming the enhanced ears and eyes on their ends back into arms. I suggest that you surrender now, came the chittering of the bugs, bearing a voice exactly as that of Izuku Midoriya. It would save you from a load of discomfort if you did. The buzzing became louder, harsher, filling Shoji's ears. The figure descended from its place in the air, entering through the window and touching the floor. It slowly made its way towards Shoji, each step collapsing upon itself, the bugs making ripple-like movements on the floor, and instantly building itself back up again. It stopped a few feet from Shoji, crossing its arms and tilting its head. It stopped, almost as in wait. It didn't take long to see why. Shiro is down. The hero team has garnered a capture. The speakers rang out. Your teammate is already down. You will have no backup to fall upon. Shoji reacted to the announcement, gazing upon the swarm in front of him. I will not surrender, Midoriya, said Shoji. If we are to fight, we will fight. He took a fighting stance. The bugs gave a little laugh. If you say so. The mass of bugs abruptly collapsed in on itself, falling onto the floor. Shoji scrunched his eyes in confusion, scanning the mass, until they opened wide in realization. The mass reformed into a wave, rolling and descending towards Shoji. Insects hidden amongst corners and crevices of the room joined the movement, all aiming to fall onto the boy. Shoji attempted to run, to escape the clutches of thousands of little feet before they were upon him. He didn't make it far. He was covered in seconds, his yells of surprise lost in the cacophony of buzzing. The monitoring room was in complete silence. Just seconds before, everyone was commenting on the harrowing fight between Shiro and Azui, and the Frog Girl's ensuing victory. They were especially pumped up with the way Azui's stealthy entrance via the ceiling caught Shiro basically off guard, ensuring his quick defeat. But then came the fight between Shoji and Midoriya. It was a sight to behold. Now, All Might and most of Class 1A stood in shock at the display that Midoriya had laid upon their eyes. For them, the image of the insect figure was still in their minds, as was the way it collapsed onto Shoji. Others had looks of intrigue on their face, another was growling in fury. Mina Ishido broke the silence. That was definitely something. Yeah, muttered Uraraka. Wasn't that kind of much? Asked Ida. Huh, said Denki Kaminari. You know, that display would have fit his image a lot better if he was on the villain team instead of Tao. He yelped as he felt a sharp pain at his neck. Hyoka Jiro retracted his ear jack, reprimanding her teammate. Don't be in butt. All Might looked up at the monitors. Team D has taken control of the bomb. Heroes win. What? Questioned the class. They looked up at the monitors, and there stood Izuku next to the bomb, hand outstretched and touching the fake explosive device. How did he get there? Previously, Izuku circled his way to the back of the building. Turn left, his mind supplied. The mental command was directed to his two dragonflies. Azuitsu took the left. Another right and then left. It wouldn't be long until she was upon Shiro. Task nearing completion, Izuku focused his attention up. The fire escape stood before him, granting him a back entrance to the building. But there was only one problem. The metal that the staircase was made of would make too much noise if he were to climb up the steps. The ears that Shoji had listening into his surroundings would pick up Izuku's steps long before he would even get to the second floor. And Izuku didn't feel up to picking a physical fight with someone that had a grip strength of 540 kilos. But he had a plan to circumvent that. Izuku began to form his bug figure, this time, in the image of himself, on the third floor. "Hello, Shoji," he relayed. Izuku watched through his bugs as Shoji quickly turned, morphing his limbs back into arms. Bingo. Izuku began his slow up the steps, making as little noise as possible. He continued to talk through his bugs. "I suggest that you surrender now. It would save you from a load of discomfort if you did." He rose sound of his bugs, raising the amount of insects that produced their distinct buzzing. He improved his pace just a little in company of the noise. Eventually he reached the top. But he stopped himself from going further, just as he did with his bug decoy. He remained outside, waiting for Tsu take down Zero. To make Shoji unsure, hesitate just a bit. He waited. Zero is down. The hero team has garnered a capture. He spoke through the bugs yet again. He paused. Izuku laughed a bit from Shoji's statement, and the laughter bleed into the speech of the bugs. He really didn't know what was coming. Izuku enacted the next phase of his plan. The bug decoy collapsed, falling to the floor. It then rose, moving with purpose and descending on the tentacle-armed boy. His voice was drowned out by his bugs. With Shoji neutralized, Izuku simply strolled into the room. He strode in, funding himself in front of the fake bomb. He smiled, placing his hand upon it. "This is getting exciting. Let's continue with this, shall we?" "So, Midoriya," the boy said with a smug look on his face. "Why are we doing this again?" It was currently lunch, Izuku flanked on both sides by Manga and Pony. Mei, on the other hand, was currently in the workshop, again, working on another one of her inventions. Across from them sat a rather smug-looking Minoma. He sat seemingly calm, as if he had his entire speech planned out. But his look, his facade, didn't fool Izuku. He could feel that the boy in front of him was full of nerves. "Manga and Pony said that you were sorry?" Izuku questioned, almost disbelievingly. He paused, seemingly in an attempt to reconsider his words. His image broke a little as he faltered. "Yes," he said almost reluctantly. "That day in the park, I misjudged you, you see. An honest mistake if I'm to be honest," he said. His smug smile found its way onto his face. His facade was back up as strong as ever. "A mistake?" Izuku asked. A couple bugs rose from his hair and found their place beside his head. The hornets, a total of 3, buzzed, urging Minoma to continue. Minoma nodded. "I didn't believe you to be so powerful. But it showed. Yesterday, during my class's battle trials. The strength of your friends, my classmates, revealed themselves to me. They are true warriors, worthy of being here at UA. It was afterwards, after reigning in their fights, that I knew you to be the one responsible. Only someone sufficiently as strong could motivate such a group to be so successful and proficient." Izuku took a second to take in all of the information supplied by Minoma. He takes the excuse for now. But another question came to his mind. "And how about that little bout you had in the park? What was that about me being quirkless?" Izuku said, warning him to choose his next words carefully. The hornets landed near Minoma, on the table space in front of him. "Well, you see, my quirk? I can copy other people's quirks upon physical contact. I can copy up to 3 at a time, as long as I use each quirk by itself, none simultaneously." The hornets inched closer in response to the half-answer. "What does that have to do with your expressive vernacular?" Izuku said in a warning tone. "That's what's strange here," Minoma admitted seamlessly. "That day in the park, I didn't feel a connection when I touched you. No spark, you could say, that established a connection to your quirk. Just an empty void. A giant expanse. It was similar to how I feel when I touch other quirkless people. But different at the same time, in a way that I can't explain. Izuku scrunched an eyebrow in confusion. You say that you couldn't feel my quirk? Monoma shook his head. Precisely. None that I could feel. It's why I called you what I did. So I sincerely apologize for all the trouble I've caused. Huh. I suppose I can give him the benefit of the doubt. But why wouldn't he be able to feel my quirk? What's so special about it? Thank you for your honesty, Monoma. But if I end up finding out that you're lying or anything of the sort. The hornets lunged at Monoma, causing him to flinch ever so slightly. But the insects stopped before they touched him, instead buzzing dangerously close to his face. Yes, I know. You'll send your swarm upon me with the utmost wrath. I shall rue the day I dared to defy you, Monoma sarcastically remarked. His facade was back up again, making the flinch from before almost seem like it never occurred. Good. The hornets flew back into Izuku's hair. Glad you understand. A blaring siren disrupted the lunchtime air. There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly, announced the PA system. Everyone was still at first, quiet aside from the screeching sound of the alarm. But then people started to panic, the rumble of feet against the ground filling everyone's ears. It's the security alarm system. It means that someone has trespassed on school grounds. I've never seen anything like this in my 3 years here, someone explained expositionally. Is that really what this is about? Izuku remained seated in his seat as the masses around him began to panic. He motioned to Manga and Pony and yes, even Monoma, to sit still. All three complied, even if the third did so reluctantly. As Izuku connected to his swarm, he utilized the ants near the school's entrance to see what all the ruckus was about. A large amount of the ants had taken refuge underground, hidden from the 100 or so feet stomping on the ground. A little scrying revealed that the media that were crowding around the entrance from the morning had found their way through the school's barrier. Not an actual emergency, then? Must be a fluke in the security system. He peeked with his ants again, finding Aizawa and Present Mike talking down the eager reporters. Better calm down the masses, I suppose? Izuku called upon his insects again, this time gathering them above the cafeteria's exit. The swarming bugs also caused another bit of panic, students screaming at the incoming mass of bugs. Izuku forgot at that second that some people weren't exactly comfortable with insects swarming past their heads and feet. But he went along with his plan anyway. The large mass of insects found their place, forming the words, "Stop. Do not panic," in the air. The message seeming caught the attention of most of the students, temporarily halting the stampede. There is no need to worry. The trespassers are merely the media folk that were crowding around the entrance this morning. Nothing to worry about. Eraserhead and Present Mike are currently taking care of the situation, the bugs said in unison. At that, a couple students actually looked out the window, thereby confirming what Izuku's bugs had announced. The resulting discovery calmed down the students, and it wasn't long before everyone was mostly back to their normal routines. A few of the more rule-abiding students continued their march outside, but most returned to the cafeteria to resume their lunch. As the commotion died down, Uraraka and Ida, who had seated themselves elsewhere when they saw the meeting between Izuku and Monoma, approached Izuku after departing from the crowd. Wow, Midoriya-kun, that was a cool way to use your bugs. Uraraka exclaimed. That is, if those bugs were yours. Unless there is another student who wields some sort of bug control, asked Ida. Nope, they were mine, Izuku said, sending the bugs back to the outside. He called upon a few of them back to himself, their bodies taking residence in his hair again. In that case, good job, Midoriya. I knew that I voted for the correct candidate for class representative. Ida said. Yeah. Nice going, class rep. Uraraka exclaimed. I forgot about that. If he were to be honest, Izuku was quite baffled by the results earlier, when his class decided upon anonymous voting to choose class representative and deputy representative. Yaoyorozu came in second place with 3 votes, gaining the deputy position. Meanwhile, Izuku got several more votes, 6, to be exact, which secured his place as class rep. It was strange, because Izuku didn't expect to get any votes at all. He personally voted for Yaoyorozu. Her brief introduction convinced Izuku that she had the right mannerisms and intelligence to handle the position. In regard to his votes, the only ones that he had confirmed had voted for him were Ida, Uraraka, and Azuitsu. He mentally corrected himself. You got voted as class rep? Pony quietly asked. He turned to Pony. Yeah. I haven't been able to tell you guys yet since it just happened a while ago, Izuku responded. Huh? Who would have known, Manga said. Izuku voted as his class's representative. Well, this has been nice and all, interrupted Monoma, but I believe that I should excuse myself. If I may. He turned to Izuku, asking for acceptance to leave. Izuku nodded. Monoma nodded as well, then walked back to where a good portion of 1B was seated. Uraraka and Ida gazed at the blonde boy with questioning glances, turning to Izuku. If I may ask, what was that about, Midoriya? Ida asked. Oh, it's nothing much. Just something that happened a few months back at. Izuku abruptly stopped, becoming slightly disoriented with the output of some of his bugs. In another part of the school, some of his bugs were engulfed into a black mist. The bugs found themselves suddenly transported into what Izuku believed was a rundown bar. But before he could further explore the place, his connection to his bugs were cut. Strange, Izuku muttered. Izuku? Something wrong, bud? Manga asked. Izuku's thoughts rushed back to the present, taking root back to his body. He looked to Manga, who was beside him. No, think. Something weird with my bugs is all. Probably just. I'm not sure, really. But it's nothing. Probably. If you say so, Izuku. Yeah. Just another mystery to add to today's revelations. The next day gave in to another surprise to Class 1A. Aizawa had announced that they were going to participate in an off-campus exercise to coincide with their basic hero training class. It was supposed to be a practice rescue exercise, with the choice given of whether or not to wear your costume. When the time came to head to the location, Izuku grabbed his costume and got on the bus headed to the site. Despite Ida's best intentions, his sternness to provide order proved to be fruitless when the bus turned out to be more luxurious than it appeared. Unlike a normal school bus, the vehicle had plenty of space. While there were normal rows of seats, there were also seats on each side, having students sit face to face. It was this setup that brought along the predicament of conversation. And, to Izuku, it wasn't hard to predict what was to be the topic of conversation, given the past few days' events. Midoriya, Kaminari said, I've got to admit, your quirk's a bit of a doozy. Oh. Izuku rose an eyebrow. Yeah. And a bit scary too. He paused. No offense, of course, he added quickly. Your quirk really is versatile though, Tsu said. Your dragonflies really helped to lead me to Zero, she riveted. Yeah, and it also helped you completely bury Shoji, Ashido admitted sheepishly. Surely it can do other stuff, no? Just think of what he can create. Imagine a swarm of butterflies. It would be magnificent, added Aoyama. I can do things like that, I suppose. I just need to find enough of one bug and command them all at once. Sort of like this. Izuku demonstrated his point by summoning the 2 fireflies he had hidden in his hair. The insects lit up and began to perform their own little light show. The others around him were suddenly looking at Izuku in disbelief. What? He asked as the fireflies continued their performance. Oh, splendid. But I must ask, are you always so prepared? Izuku quirked an eye at the question. I think what he means to ask is, did those fireflies really just come from your hair? Ashido questioned. Yeah. I always have some bugs in supply. Just in case, you know? Izuku said nonplussed. Ashido drew out. Well, I believe that you're pretty manly just for that. I don't think that I'd be able to stand being so close to so many bugs, Kirishima interjected. How do you do it? How do I do it? Izuku paused. I'm not entirely sure of what you mean, but I suppose that I could say that it comes naturally to me. The bugs are my friends, sort of thing. Wow. Being able to brave through it all? Just like that? Man, I'm kinda jealous. You could get a whole lot of popularity if you play it out right. Unlike my own quirk, hardening, which isn't too flashy. Kirishima went on to demonstrate his own quirk, hardening his arm in example. "Oh, I don't know about that," Izuku said. "You can easily be a pro with your hardened skin. You'd be like a bruiser, in that regard. A melee combatant who soaks up the damage. You'd be in the eye of the media just like that, taking up hits in a fight." "A bruiser?" Kirishima asked. "I haven't heard of that term before." "Oh yeah. It's, actually a video game term. A friend of mine kinda likes to go on about that kind of stuff. I thought that the term fit. Seems like his hobby talk has sorta bled into my vocabulary." Izuku shook his head. "Never mind that. I, on the other hand, am not a frontline combatant. I'd much rather stay in the shadows, using my bugs remotely. I wouldn't actually show up on TV all that much. Unless I'm doing something wrong anyway." "Really?" Kirishima asked. "Michim. Nothing all too flashy for me that the public has to see. You, however? I can see a couple super moves for you. Perhaps someone can launch you at an enemy, like a human bullet? Or your armor, for example. It's based on your stamina level, right? I can guarantee you that you haven't reached your limit in regards to how much armor can cover your body." "Wow. You really hyperanalyzed me, didn't you? You even got that part about my stamina correctly," Kirishima exclaimed. "Thanks for the tips, Midoriya." Izuku nodded. "You've thought long and hard about stuff like this, haven't you, Midoriya?" Ida mentioned. "You even have usages for Kirishima's quirk figured out." Izuku shrugged. "I suppose. I mostly analyzed all your guys' quirks during the battle trial." "Scary," Ashido said. "Wonder how far in you've thought about all of us, she asked, not really expecting an answer. "Well, I'm impressed," Ida said. "A skill like that could go pretty far." "You think Deku there can amount to anything?" Bakugo yelled from further away, interrupting the conversation. "All he can do is research others' quirks. He got lucky with tentacle arms the other day. But in a real fight? Against somebody like me? I'd crush him." "Whoa man, kind of extreme," Kirishima said. "What's your beef with Midoriya, anyways? Aizawa Sensei had to stop you the other day when you were running at Izuku the other day during the ball toss. And what's with Deku? What's that mean?" Bakugo refrained from answering, instead making a frustrated sound and looking out the window. "Wow, such a JRK," Ashido said. "Indeed," Tsu riveted. "He wouldn't get all that popular with an attitude like his." "What did you say, Frogface?" "Ha!" Kaminari laughed. "We barely only started socializing and already you've made it clear to us the unpleasantness of your steamed turd of a personality. What's with that vocabulary? Want me to pound you in?" Conversation died down a bit after Bakugo's outbursts. Rather than Izuku's quirk, topics switched to more mundane things, like how school was treating everyone so far or the fact that All Might was a teacher. But excitement began to rise again as the class arrived at the exercise site. "Wow. It's almost like Universal Studios Japan." The class departed from the bus, herded by their teacher through the doors of the large facility. They were greeted by someone in an almost astronaut-like suit. "It's the famous rescue hero 13. Izuku thought. "Hello everyone. Welcome to what I like to call the unforeseen simulation joint. It comes with every disaster and accident you can imagine." The various zones that 13 went on to mention were explored with Izuku's bugs. The different zones were indeed very intricately detailed, looking almost like the real thing. Whether it was the landslide zone and its steep terrain, or the flood zone with its ocean aesthetics, the site looked a promising place to practice the class's rescue skills. Izuku took notice of 13 and Aizawa talking in hushed tones away from the class. He inched his insects a bit closer to the two. 13, where's All Might? Aizawa asked. Isn't he supposed to be here? It seems that he reached his limit during his commute this morning, 13 said, raising 3 fingers up. Looks like All Might used up all his time. They're lucky that I already know about it. They'd be having a problem with one curious and nosy student otherwise. 13 went on to explain his own quirk, black hole, as well as the potential lethality of it. 13's point of his quirk, that despite being used for rescue, had the potential to kill, reminded Izuku of his own quirk. His own bugs definitely had their various uses. Some focused on neutralization, others border on lethal. As 13 rambled on, Izuku's bugs noticed a black swirl slowly expanding near the center of the room. He nearly jumped in place when his bugs saw the hand-covered face peek out of the hole. "Midoriya?" Uraraka asked. "Something wrong?" A few of Izuku's bugs ending up getting caught up in the swirl, leaving Izuku slightly disoriented with the sudden shift. The swirl, the black mist, had transported his bugs to a rather large warehouse filled with various people. The constricting manner of the mist was all too familiar to the senses of his bugs. It's like the black mist from yesterday. But instead of a bar, this time it's a whole group of what I assume are villains. That means that the media breaking through was what? A distraction? For what? Getting info to break into here? More and more villains poured out from the mist, leading to dozens of the criminals within the USJ. 13 and Eraserhead, is it not? Asked the black mist. According to class schedule I received the other day, All Might was supposed to be here. There we go, confirmation that this guy was on campus yesterday. Makes sense. Izuku paid little attention to the speech, ignoring Eraserhead as he jumped down to defend the class. He can handle himself. Izuku began to survey the scenario, taking note of any dangerous-looking individuals that he would try to keep away from. However, he was interrupted upon the arrival of the black mist from behind a teleporter. Then, "Tricky. Greetings," announced the shadowy figure. "We are the League of Villains. Forgive our audacity, but we've come here, to UA High School, this bastion of heroism, to end the life of the symbol of peace, All Might." His announcement was met with a stunned audience, the resolute, certain-sounding goal to kill All Might shocking the students. Focus. Retreat. Bugs. Izuku calmed. "Kill All Might?" Izuku said. "That's quite the goal you guys have." "Indeed it is," the mist said. Then he threw his arms up. "Begone." The man's shadows exploded outwards, encapsulating most of the class. "Writhe in torment until you breathe your last." The threat was the last thing Izuku heard before falling into darkness. He connected to his swarm, calling out to them. That was his first action upon becoming aware. He breathed in and out. He was calm. But then he noticed his bugs, unable to reach his position, dying left and right as they attempted to reach him. It wasn't long before the cause of the problem came to Izuku's senses. He opened his eyes. The heavy downpour of water fell onto his face, the heavy winds and the sound of thunder echoing in the background. It seemed that he was in the downpour zone, the place best suited to suppress his quirk's usage. He was lacking reconnaissance and an edge to his offensive power now. Without his bugs, he needed to rely on his skills alone. He would have to deal with it. A groan from behind spurred him to turn. He found two of his classmates, then. The one with a bird's head, Tokoyami, his head supplied, slowly rose up, rubbing his head. The other, Finetta, was nervously moving his head back and forth throughout the landscape. Izuku ignored them for now, instead calling out to his bugs again. This time, he relayed a single command. "Come inside." The bugs would find their way into USJ. They'd come into through the vents, any small cracks and imperfections within the infrastructure of the building. But that would be all, and then they'd continue on with their routines, scurrying, skittering, flying, eating. That was fine. All Izuku needed was for them to be there when he was ready. For now, he needed to focus on the situation in front of him. He needed to get out of the heavy rain and wind. A mere 23 bugs that had been within his hair, not that they could do much in this weather, and his trusty Eskrima sticks on his back were all he had to work with. He looked back to his classmates. Mineta was a crying mess, muttering inconsistently about the villains, All Might, and the possibility of death looming around the corner. On the contrary, Tokoyami was rather calm. He was simply eyeing the zone, until his gaze fell upon Izuku. He walked forward, his beak opening to speak. "Midoriya, are you all right?" Tokoyami asked. "Yeah." Izuku nodded. "I'm good. You?" "I am fine," Tokoyami replied. He then gestured to the other, shorter boy present. "I'm not sure that I can say the same about Mineta here, though." Both glanced back at their classmate, who was still panicking over their current situation. Izuku shook his head, and began to approach the boy. "Hey, Mineta." No response, the boy continued muttering. "Mineta," Izuku said, more forceful. It seemed to snap Mineta out of his trance. "Me Midoriya." His eyes widened again. "Villains. We can't handle something like this. We need to wait for the real heroes to—" Izuku smacked him in the face, revving him out of his stupor. "Are you going to just stand there, being useless?" Izuku said. "Are we going to have to carry you on our backs? Or are you going to help us get out of here?" Aye. Midoriya. "We have a problem," Tokoyami interrupted. Izuku turned his attention away from Mineta, and only then did he notice what Tokoyami meant. Various villains had converged upon their position, surrounding them from all sides, preventing escape. "Shoot. Looks like we're gonna have to fight our way out of here." Tokoyami, surround Mineta. "He isn't in a position to fight. Right? It is a good thing that we find ourselves in a pseudo-darkness, then, within this storm. Dark shadow." Izuku watched as the sentient being that was Tokoyami's quirk rose from his back. "Oh, a fight? Oh, how I do love fights," uttered the shadowy being. Its claws lengthened as its size grew. A few of the villains visibly grew uneasy, but they held their ground. "You brats should just come with us quietly. You're outnumbered." "Surrender yourselves now," exclaimed one of the villains. "If you believe that we would just give in here, you are exactly the fools I depict to break into such a bastion for heroics," uttered Tokoyami. The villain smiled, chuckling. "Perhaps so. But no matter, at least we'll have some fun." The others surrounding the students, Izuku estimated a little over 20, almost 30, readied their quirks. Izuku reached for his back, wielding his only weapons against his foes. Then it started. Lunging at Izuku, a villain swiftly traversed the slippery terrain, their claws splayed out in attack. Izuku quickly rose his sticks to block the oncoming swipe, his body being pushed back by the force exerted by the villain. The villain's arm rose in for another attack, but Izuku found his footing before then, taking a low sweep at the villain's legs. The villain fell, unready for the maneuver. With a hard, steady smash over the villain's neck, they grew still. A reflex parry blocked another incoming attack, this time 2 heavy fists from a four-armed opponent. Izuku shifted into a loose stance, focusing more on evasion. The villain continued his display of brute strength, his punches hitting nothing but air. Eventually, his stamina depleted, and he grew tired. This provided a simple opening for Izuku to place a hard smash over the villain's stomach, them reeling over in discomfort. Izuku chanced a glance back at his classmates. Mineta was fine, but still on the ground, scared out of his mind. Tokoyami was fending off 3 other villains, for already down at his feet. Izuku swiftly turned again, continuing to defend against the onslaught of villains. One thing Izuku hadn't tried before was engaging in close quarters with villains. Sure, there was the Sludge villain, and that one guy he fought in an alley to save that woman, but those were all singular, individual criminals. He hadn't fought groups before, and for good reason. He knew that he would have been overrun without the use of his bugs. And he couldn't use his bugs for vigilantism if he didn't want to get caught under his identity. The fighting lasted quite a while, minutes passing by as villains fell. One by one they fell, but so did Izuku's strength. He was vying for alternatives to end the fight. One option he had was using the parasites he had noticed some of the villains were carrying. It was a novel alternative, but he scrapped the idea. The tapeworms would take too long to do any immediate damage after all. So he continued fighting on. Despite all the damage he was doing, Izuku didn't escape completely unscathed, having taken a few hits himself. His experience, or lack thereof, of a fight within groups showed. A rather large gash was on his arm after a villain's crystalline projectiles had cut through the durable spider silk. Though he was growing tired, his breaths coming in loud hugs, Izuku decided that the situation wasn't too bad. He was lucky that he wasn't alone here, even if the only comrade he had was Tokoyami. He would have been overrun a long time ago, otherwise. Even if these villains were surprisingly weak for members of a so-called League of Villains. As Izuku finished off another enemy, this time with a double swipe to the back, he heard the distinctive sound of a sword being unsheathed. Izuku knew that he wouldn't be able to block in time, but he still turned, readying himself for the blade. But it never came. Instead, the sword-wielding villain was on the ground, groaning and covering a broken, bleeding nose. Izuku was at first confused, until he looked at the villain's feet. There lay a purple ball, pinning the villain in place. More orbs came, pinning down all the villain's limbs. Izuku turned, finding Mineta standing off to the side, holding his ball of hair in his hands. I'm sorry, Midoriya, Mineta said to Midoriya. You were right. I signed myself up to UA to become a hero. He turned his head off to the side. And other stuff, he muttered. What? But that's besides the point. Mineta yelled. You and Tokoyami were being like true heroes. Going all bamf. Pow. So, I saw that guy with the sword and I got it, Mineta. Thank you for the assist. Mineta smiled. Then he was blasted into a wall, making a deep imprint in the concrete and steel. I'm okay. Mineta muttered as he fell to the ground. Izuku turned back to face the villain that had launched Mineta into the wall. He was big in a very muscular sense. His horns spiraled very much like a ram's, a swirling tail branching from his hind quarters. You should have stayed down, punk, the villain said to the now fallen Mineta. He turned towards Midoriya. As for you, I think that I'll act. He was cut off, Tokoyami's dark shadow lashing out in a barrage of fury, subduing the unsuspecting villain into unconsciousness. Thanks, Tokoyami. No problem, Midoriya. Izuku looked around, noticing the silence. The ram villain was the last of them. He turned back to the position where Mineta had landed, wandering over to make sure the boy was okay. After a bit of observation, Izuku found that Mineta was mostly fine, even if he wasn't in any state to move himself. Don't worry, Midoriya, I've got him. Dark shadow emerged from Tokoyami's cape, taking Mineta in its arms. Good, Izuku said. I believe that we're free to go. The exit is. Izuku connected to the bugs outside the dome of the downpour zone. He focused on the bugs that he could to pinpoint the position of the exit. That way. Izuku pointed down a street. Tokoyami and Midoriya trudged through the heavy rain and howling winds, keeping an eye out for any stray villains. Tokoyami. The bird-faced boy turned towards Izuku. Yes, Midoriya? If you don't mind keeping an extra eye out, I'm going to connect to my bugs right now, see how everyone else is faring against this league. Tokoyami nodded. Of course. Do you require any assistance to guide you, or? No, I can walk. You can still follow me to the exit. My attention will just be split in multiple avenues, is all. I won't be all that good at spotting any villains around us. Alright, I'll leave it to you, Tokoyami said. They entered a companionable silence, Izuku leading the charge as a Mineta-bearing Tokoyami followed. Within seconds, Izuku's attention was divided between the millions of bugs within his reach, and he finally gained sight of the people within the USJ. Sato, Shoji, Ashido, and an injured 13 at the entrance, fighting off the guy with the teleporting mist. Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and Kuda in the mountain zone, a swarm of birds aiding their cause. Ojiro, Aoyama, and Hagakure, if his myriad eyes weren't deceiving him, within conflagration. Todoroki and Shiro were making a bigger mess in the landslide zone. And Bakugo and Kirishima were in the ruins doing what they knew best, smashing and fighting. Then his view shifted to the more dire situation with the entire facility. He found a defeated Eraserhead, his broken body pinned down by the large, bird-shaped villain. And then there was Tsu, Uraraka, and a dazed Kaminari in the flood zone, just feet away from by the villain covered in severed hands, the teleporter, and the bird with the exposed brain. The one with the hands turned his way to the 3 students resting on the flu zone's edge. Shoot, that doesn't look good, Izuku said. Tokoyami hummed. Quick! Izuku alerted. We need to hurry. Some of the others are in trouble. Izuku ran off into a sprint. Right? Tokoyami said to the furthering behind of his classmate. They quickened their pace, risking the chance that they'd end up falling upon the slick ground. With his bugs, Izuku began to take in the situation. Some bugs discreetly gathered near the trio, with some landing on their backs in the area exposed above the water. His pride as the symbol of peace. Izuku caught the villain saying. Then he launched himself at the three with a burst of speed. Izuku was caught completely off guard, his bugs watching as the villain's hands went to enclose around Tsu's and Kaminari's faces. But the hands stopped just before they reached the faces. The hand-covered villain backed away a little, turning his way back toward Eraserhead. You really are cool, Eraserhead. The hero's eyes shone red with his quirk, eyes obviously canceling out whatever quirk the hand villain had. Eraserhead's hurt. Real bad. Really bad. Bad enough that his body was nearly broken, probably by the villain holding him down right now. Yet Aizawa-sensei still went through the effort of canceling out the other villain's quirk. He saw him as someone Tsu and Uraraka couldn't handle, despite the obvious evidence that they had taken out the other goons in the water. The bird villain smashed Eraserhead's face into the ground, deactivating the hero's quirk. Which means danger, a greater threat than before. And the villain stopped his advance as his quirk was cancelled out, rather than continuing to just grab them. Which means his quirk is based around his hands. Meaning, Izuku acted to the revelation in earnest, rising the offensive bugs hidden on his classmates. They dashed forward, and, just as he thought, intercepted the incoming hands on the villain. Oh, what the? The bugs were successful in their initial attack, stinging the vulnerable flesh of the villain's hands. The villain back off, and Izuku stationed his bugs in a defensive line tens of thousands strong, guarding his classmates from harm. Emitter quirk, hand-based disintegration, then? On contact, or when he closes his hand on the thing. The latter would make sense. What is this? The villain said, considering the ramifications of somebody being able to control such an array of insects. A mini-boss who summons minions? And bugs? I can't grab those. Unfair. Unfair. Where are you? Come out, he yelled, fuming and frantically searching around him. What's with all the video game terms he's tossing around? And why am I the mini-boss? Who would have thought that Manga's video game knowledge would come to use like this? At the same time with Tokoyami, Mineta, and Midoriya, the trio came upon a large steel door. AMD with the flick of a switch, they finally made it out. Tokoyami and Midoriya could now see the incident with their own eyes, the flood zone being directly across from the downpour zone. They exited the dome as the hand villains spouted out the admission of a mini-boss. Tokoyami, Izuku said, turning to the boy and gesturing to the other on his back, get Mineta out of here. I'm going to stall for time and see what I can do with these villains. Tokoyami gave Izuku a concerned look. I'm not sure that is a wise decision, Midoriya. As much as I want to help out our fellow classmates, those villains over there. Don't worry, Izuku said, cutting Tokoyami off. I'm going to stay hidden over here, use my bugs. Tokoyami tilted his head at that, considering the prospect. Eventually, he nodded his head. I'll take your word. Though I advise caution. With that, Tokoyami ran away from the action, and back towards the exit. Watching the boy leave, Izuku quickly positioned himself behind a bush to keep himself hidden. Nomu. Izuku's bugs heard the declaration. So the bird guy's name is Nomu? However, Izuku's bugs noticed that the hand villain had ended his outburst, his head looking straight for the downpour zone, and directly at him. Well, there goes the hiding part. He probably saw me as I hide behind the bush. Great. At least Tokoyami and Mineta are gone. Whatever the villain was about to say was cut off from a loud clang and explosion of metal. A cloud of dust covered the entrance of the unforeseen simulation joint, a concealed figure slowly marching out from the cloud. Out came a rather rare sight, an unsmiling All Might. He was still in his teaching attire, his tie and blazer thrown off and in his grasp. His frown shook up many of the villains present still conscious. His voice boomed in the open air, further enforcing his presence. It's fine now. I am here. With that, All Might launched himself into a speed that provided a challenge for Izuku's bugs all around the facility to follow. The blur of speed unceremoniously beat back the rest of the minor villains around the plaza. After mere seconds of battle, All Might went off to rescue the hurt Aizawa, as well as removed Tsu, Uraraka, and Kaminari from the grasp of the hand villain. Unfortunately for Izuku, his position behind the bush seemed to have concealed his presence to All Might, leaving him stranded in the plaza as All Might brought the rest to safety. This didn't go unnoticed by the remaining 3 villains within the USJ. The villain with the disintegration quirk opened his mouth to speak, but stopped himself at the last second. He paused, as if considering his moves, then opened his mouth to relay an order. "Nomu, fetch the kid over there." He pointed straight at Izuku. Before Izuku could blink, Nomu was in front of him, its hand wrapped around his torso. And before he could even adjust to the sudden pressure around his body, he felt severely dizzy, reeling in from vomiting. It seemed that Nomu had zoomed back to its last position with him in hand. Fast, really fast. As fast as All Might? At the same time, a distressed All Might came before them, obviously worried with what the villains were going to do with Izuku. "I'm a hostage. That makes sense, I suppose." "All Might, glad that you could join us," said the teleporter villain. All Might, still barring his frown, retorted back. "Villains, release the boy. There's no need to harm him." "You," yelled the hand villain, looking at All Might. "I've been waiting for you. This isn't good. I'm just in All Might's way. He can't fight any of them if I'm here in this guy's grasp. I need to get out of here, see what I can do. This Nomu guy is tough, though, and probably just as fast as All Might himself. I have to hurt him, make him let me go." "Hey, stop that muttering, kid," yelled the hand villain. Izuku quieted himself, again berating himself for his habit of muttering. Then he ordered some of the bugs out of his hair, spiders, beetles, hornets and the like coming out from their hiding place and crawling onto Nomu's eyes. All at once at Izuku's command, the insects bit and stung at the fleshy orbs, rising a broken, garbled screech from Nomu. With Nomu effectively blinded, All Might sprung into action, launching a punch at Nomu. But what All Might didn't expect was the lack of response towards the attack, Nomu instead going to scratch at one of its eyes. The clawed movement removed the bugs, but did so by removing his entire eye as well. However, even more surprising was the instantaneous regrowth of the eye within its socket, restored to pristine condition. "Nice try," the hand villain said, "but Nomu here was designed to kill you, symbol of peace. He has shock absorption and regeneration." All Might looked at the villain in a new light, uncertainty in his eyes. Izuku grew a bit more uneasy with the position he was in. However, the next words that came from the disintegration villain's mouth instilled a new worry into his head. "Nomu, kill All Might." With that, the brain villain screeched anew, throwing Izuku out of the way and into the distance. Izuku landed with a crack, the force of the throw knocking him nearly unconscious, with him barely able to stand. Izuku attempted to rise from his crumpled state, but did little but move his head towards the fight. He watched on as All Might and Nomu fought, an uneasy feeling growing in his mind. He knew that All Might had reached his limit in the morning. He didn't have much time to fight the villain. And if that Nomu had 2 quirks and was supposedly made to kill All Might, there's a chance that All Might won't make it through the fight. A shiver ran through Izuku's spine, the realization of the League's plan scaring him. They really have a chance. As black began to fill his vision, Izuku ordered his bugs to act, however little he knew it would do to help. But, sting, kill. Izuku fell unconscious. Izuku awoke to a white-tiled ceiling, the steady beat of heart rate monitor blaring into his ears. He shifted slightly, attempting to adjust his position into one that was more comfortable. That was when he spotted the gray blur at the edge of his vision. Turning his head, Izuku saw that the blur was the retreating back of Cementos as he was leaving the room. Before he could even think upon the strange occurrence, 2 police officers strode in. "Hello, Midoriya," greeted the one in the overcoat. "I hope you're feeling all right?" "Yeah, I suppose. As much as I can be after being thrown into a wall with the force that rivals All Might, anyways." The man smiled. "That's good to hear. Anyway, I'm Investigator Naomasa Tsukachi. The woman next to me is Officer Asano Saya." He gestured to the orange-haired woman beside him. "If you wouldn't mind, she and I would like to ask you a couple questions regarding what occurred this morning at the unforeseen simulation joint." Izuku nodded, quite curious to what was happening. But, can I ask where I am at the moment? Of course. Don't worry. You're in the infirmary at UA. You're under recovery girl's care right now. Oh. Thank you. No problem. All right then, let's begin. The questions began simple, with Izuku recounting the events that had led up to the incident. Izuku then went into detail on his exploits with Tokoyami in the downpour zone, as well as his subsequent escape and incapacitation. One thing Izuku found odd was the eerie silence that surrounded Officer Saya. Despite Tsukachi's assurance that both were present to ask questions, Saya had been silent so far. However, his thoughts were paid little heed, his questioning by the police continuing on. Your Quirk? It says here that it's bug control? Tsukachi asked. Yeah. Still working on a more permanent name for it, though, Izuku admitted. Tsukachi nodded. How does that work exactly? You relay commands and the bugs just do what they're told. Something like that, yeah. Izuku replied. Tsukachi hummed, writing down some notes. What was the last command you gave your bugs, if I may ask? Izuku rose an eyebrow in question, but he replied anyhow. Just to bite and sting. You know, whatever my bugs could do to help All Might at that moment. That Nomu guy wasn't something to scoff at. You're absolutely right there, if the reports we've been getting are anything to go by. Anyways, another thing, what was the most damage you know of that you caused to any of the villains present? Now that's a weird question, Izuku thought. I guess there was this one snake lady in the downpour zone? She was coming at me fast, and I think I heard a couple bones breaking when my Eskrima sticks hit her. Probably her ribcage when I think about it. Is she all right? Snake lady? Tsukachi took a moment to think. Yes. I believe that I remember one of the villains matching that description. Don't worry, last I heard was that she was in stable condition. That's good, I suppose, Izuku muttered. Both the officers quirked an eyebrow at that, but shook it off. All right then. Takachi exclaimed, closing his notebook. That seems like that's all we needed for today. If we require a follow-up, we'll contact your mother on your home phone. Tsukachi turned toward the door, yelling out into the halls. He's clear. With that, the door to the room slammed open with a bang. About time. You officers are already draining enough of his energy as is. Out. Of course, recovery girl. Tsukachi smiled. I hope you get well soon, Midoriya. Tsukachi yelled as the door was slammed in his face. Sheesh, recovery girl voiced. Those police officers don't respect the notion of a patient's rest. But seriously, young man. Minor head trauma, a few broken ribs, a large gash on your arm, and a couple or so bruises. You did a nasty amount of damage upon yourself out there. You're lucky that your armor took the brunt of the force. I'm not sure that you'd be conscious otherwise. Oh, sorry, Izuku laughed sheepishly. My costume. What happened to it? Yes. I had to get a specialist to cut parts of it off. Took some time, too. But some of it is salvageable, I suppose. You made it yourself, right? Yeah. Truly admirable work. The quality of a professional's, even. But enough on that. You still need to rest. Sorry. No need. But I don't recommend you using your quirk at least until tomorrow. Too much stress on your brain is a bad thing. Now, come along, recovery girl said, pushing on Izuku's bed. I need to transfer you to another room. Have you joined the rest of your classmates? I have another patient to attend to. As Izuku's bed jostled from its position, it was only then that Izuku noticed the resting form of All Might in the adjacent space. Well, an unpowered All Might, anyhow. Man, I should really connect to my bugs. I need to keep track of. Izuku shook his head. I should listen to recovery girl. She knows what she's talking about. I'm kinda tired. Besides, what possible danger could come near the heart of UA High? But how about, Izuku stopped himself in reflex. He didn't trust his own voice at the moment, with him about to refer to the skinny man as All Might. Does recovery girl know about Of course she does. In fact, she's probably All Might's doctor concerning his injury. I shouldn't need to. Oh, Tashinori? Recovery girl supplied, having noticed where Izuku was looking. He'll be fine. Just a couple flesh wounds and such. He got them from a bad shuffle with the villains. He was the one in charge of the security systems at USJ. That's why he's here. He got beat up over it. Oh, alright. A believable cover story, I suppose. Guess that means she doesn't know that I know, though. Oh well, I'll just leave it as B. And stop that muttering, boy. You're already using enough energy as is. Yes, recovery girl. The gurney was wheeled into an adjacent room, where he noticed another bed with their curtains pulled over, obviously concealing someone. Wait, other classmates? That would mean. The curtain opened. Midoriya. You're all right, yelled the voice. Oh, hey, Mineta. I told you that you weren't required, Asano, Tsukachi said in a chipper mood. The two officers were just leaving the infirmary, making their trek back to their car through the school halls. Better safe than sorry, Officer Saya replied curtly. My flames were a precautionary measure. You know that. Neither you nor your Quirk would have been able to fend off a swarm of insects. Come on, Asano. Did you see him? That boy wouldn't harm a fly. Officer Saya gave Tsukachi a blank stare. You know what I mean, he said, waving her off. Point is, everything the boy said was 100% true, no lies whatsoever. You know that my Quirk doesn't lie to me. Saya let out a grunt of indignation. Then how do you explain the mess he left behind at the crime scene? Tsukachi took on a sheepish expression. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure on that part. Genbu's thinking that the insects clutched onto the boy's last commands before he went unconscious. The biting and stinging stuff do line up pretty well with that, you've got to admit. But 21 injured villains? And 4 deceased? Saya admonished. Hey, it's the best theory we have so far. Who knows? Maybe some of the villains might have just been allergic. We won't know until the coroner's finished with them. Allergies? Really? Saya relayed sarcastically. What? You and I both know what we saw. Some of their faces were puffed up and swelling. Others had necrosis settling in. In fact, I'm almost certain that muscle failure got some of them. But, heck, one of the bodies still had a whole swarm of hornets stinging at it. Japanese. Giant. Hornets. Need I remind you what they look like? What they can do to a person? Look, Saya. At that moment, Takachi motioned for Saya to stop, raising his hand to listen to his earpiece. His eyes rose in surprise. What is it? Saya questioned, reverting back to a calm demeanor. Make that 5, Tsukachi spoke as he lowered his hand. He slowly began walking forward, Saya not far behind. Saya's grew in pace with Tsukachi, face scrunched up in confusion. What? 5 what? She questioned. 5 individuals deceased, Tsukachi said. You know the one with the exposed brain and the avian features? The one who was completely unresponsive during interrogations? Seems that he died in his cell a little over half an hour ago. The medics weren't able to do anything by the time they noticed anything. It didn't help that this Nomu neglected to act against any external stimuli. He was still sitting upright and motionless in his cell, with his beady eyes still open, when they found him dead. But doesn't he have a regeneration quirk? But it looks like his nervous system was already overflowing with venom and neurotoxins. Seems like all those bugs that were surrounding its head weren't just lounging around as we thought, Tsukachi supplied. But all regeneration quirks on record have been known to normally be able to fend off such a thing. So I amused. Unless the body was subjected to tranquilizers, Tsukachi continued, which would in turn slow down his bodily functions, including his quirk. And we pumped him full of tranks when we arrested him, Saya said in revelation. Yup. Dang, Asano muttered, her hair flaring a bit with her flames. We should have been more lax with the precautions we took. Hey, it's not our fault. Like you said, better safe than sorry, right? A prisoner still died on our watch. He died a preventable death. And that same prisoner went head-to-head with the symbol of peace and escaped virtually unscathed, need I remind you. Besides, if what All Might said was true, he was having trouble fighting this Nomu, even with the majority of the kids' bugs focusing on it, slowing down the villain's reactions. Who knows, All Might have been in worse condition if the bugs hadn't affected the villain. All Might? Being worse for wear. Saya said jokingly. You do know who you're talking about, right? A slight grimace appeared on Tsukachi's face, but it quickly disappeared. Oh, I sure do. Hey, Midoriya. You said that you can see and hear through your bugs, right? Came the eager voice of Mineta. Yeah. Izuku replied cautiously. Well, have you ever thought of peeking in on OWW? Alright, okay. Izuku knew he was betraying Recovery Girl's trust in him to not to use his quirk, but still. Mineta's thought processes deserved at least one ant bite. Or two. You know, Midoriya, if you're going to say something about wanting me to spy on. No. It's nothing like that. I don't want to get bit again. Good, Izuku chuckled. Go on then. I want to say thanks. You know, for saving my behind back there with the villains. I really thought that we were going to die, you know? But then you and Tokoyami fought off all those villains, and I had to do something, you. And when I saw that samurai guy with the sword, I just... Izuku never could have imagined Minoru Mineta acting like this. With his perverted ways and his quick-to-break-down reaction at you, even his last-place position the quirk assessment, it seemed that Izuku had underestimated him. He ultimately pulled through, though, his quick reactions having saved Izuku despite his quick defeat at the hands of the Ram villain. It's no problem, Mineta. Just doing the duty as a fellow classmate. I couldn't just leave you to die, right? But still, thanks. Izuku nodded his head. Midoriya, you have some visitors. They've been outside for half an hour and haven't left, so I'm just letting them in, Recovery Girl announced. Mei, Manga, and Pony made their way to Izuku's bed, faces laced with worry. Izuku, yelled the eccentric inventor, tackling the laying Izuku with a hug. Ah, Mei hurts. Mei jumped off him. Sorry, Izuku. You okay? Yeah, we heard what happened, said Manga. That stuff over at USJ sounds pretty scary. Giant tentacle monsters, sharks with laser beams, poison gas, flying golden robots. Izuku gave Manga an incredulous look. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Asked Manga. I thought that the attack was just a bunch of minor villains and 3 main ones, supplied Pony. That's right, Izuku affirmed. I don't know where you heard about all that other stuff. Oh. But you're all right? Pony asked. Recovery Girl wouldn't, elaborate is the word, I think. Ah, it's not too bad. Recovery Girl said I'd be out by Friday morning. But it's still Wednesday. I know. What the heck happened to you? Exclaimed Mei, shaking him. You can still help with my experiments, right? Don't worry. It wasn't that bad. I just took a really bad hit from one of the villains. Got knocked out right after. What? Sprung up the voice of Mineta behind his closed curtain. The OWW. All right. Mineta quieted himself then, resigning to simply watch the newcomers. Who's that? Asked Pony. Ah, just a classmate, responded Izuku. One who doesn't know how to control his mouth. Heh, whimpered Mineta. Anyway, continued Izuku, the villain tried to attack me, I guess. He was beat by All Might in the end, I'm told. So, no worries. The 3 friends looked at Izuku with unconvinced faces. But ultimately, they decided to rest their case. Mei, Manga, and Pony stayed for a while longer, but under Izuku's insistence left after the lunch bell rang. After they left, Mineta's voice reached Izuku's ears yet again. When did you get so lucky? Some bugs found their stingers in use yet again. So Kaminari just jumped into the water. He didn't wait for the signal or anything, said he had to get into the water for our sakes. He only got around half of them because of that. We had to knock out the others by ourselves. Then Tsu and I had to carry him back to shore, Uraraka shared. Indeed, Tsu riveted. If he waited, the boat probably wouldn't have been sunk. Then we wouldn't have had to go to shore where the other villains were. But I am glad that your bugs were able to stall for All Might's arrival at least. I'm glad too, Izuku said. When I saw what that guy could do, I knew that he couldn't take a hold of you or you'd be well. Yeah. Uraraka trailed off. Indeed, Ida interrupted. Your actions were pretty impressive. I applaud you for your resourcefulness. Oh, that's right, exclaimed Izuku. 3 were up and about during the fight All Might had, right? What happened? Oh, I'd like to know too, exclaimed the eavesdropping Mineta. How was All Might? All 3 grew silent. Guys? Oh, come on. Was it something I said? Questioned Mineta. It's just? Uraraka sputtered. All Might beat up that brain guy into SBMSN, Sue said. Your bugs really helped in the fight. All Might said himself that your bugs helped slow the Nomu's response time down, Ida added. Really? That's a relief. I thought that my bugs would just get in the way or something. I'm glad they were able to help. Yeah. Sue, Uraraka, and Ida left not long after. It was after school after all. Some had parents expecting them, and homework was needed to be done. That was kinda weird, don't you think? Asked Izuku. Kind of, responded Mineta. Perhaps it was just the fight? We all did just get out of a life or death situation not too long ago. Maybe the reality of the situation is just getting to them. Izuku blinked, looking over at the only other person in the room. What? Asked Mineta. Nothing. Full of surprises. Eventually night came, the sun setting declaring the end of Class 1A's hectic day. As the patients of UA's infirmary got ready for the night, Izuku shifted his position in his bed, preparing for sleep. All this fighting. Izuku closed his eyes, eventually dozing off into sleep. Perhaps there's room for improvement. Within the building of the Mizudafu branch of the police force, Deputy Hachiro and Captain Imori arrived at their police chief's office. Chief? Asked Hachiro. Yes, Deputy? It's about the kid. What about him? What are we going to do with him? The chief sat silent for a moment, considering his answer. Nothing as far as we are concerned. We got orders from the Commissioner General. He said to let the matter go unless another incident occurs. Seriously? Wheezed Captain Imori. Michim. The Commissioner also said to divert the attention away from the deaths. Or, at least, say it was the villains at fault. Why? Asked the captain. As far as we're aware, the kid doesn't know anything about this. Tsukachi's report made sure of that. So, that means that this kid has had his quirk all his life. There weren't any prior reports of him causing any problems, and not once has the kid had any irking of doing so. The chief grabbed a folder, handing it to his deputy. It was an accident, plain and simple. A part of the kid's quirk he wasn't aware of, activated when he was knocked out. Besides, the chief said, turning to the window, I'd rather not have to fill the kid's head with guilt where it's not needed. Are you kidding? Exclaimed Captain Imori. How do we know that? How do we know that he didn't know exactly what he was doing, that he specifically ordered those people killed? Imori warned the chief of police. Sorry, chief, apologized the captain, calming his demeanor. As I was saying, continued the chief, Tsukachi's report made sure that the kid didn't purposely kill those villains. Besides, if there was a homicidal villain out there murdering people with bugs, don't you think that anyone would have heard of it? The last we heard of such a thing was with that whole Queen Bee fiasco. Fine. But what's to stop the villains from broadcasting this kid's hand in the death of all those villains? Asked Imori. And risk tarnishing their name? I don't believe that a group calling themselves the League of Villains would want to drive away potential recruits, voiced Hachiro. Besides, we should be glad that the only ones who were harmed were villains, Deputy Hachiro added. Yes. As much as it is wrong, you are right, Hachiro, voiced the chief. How about the commission? Asked Captain Imori. The chief turned back to the two. The Hero Public Safety Commission has assessed the damage done. There currently aren't any pleas to take the boy into custody. That's strange, admitted Deputy Hachiro. If anything, they should be brewing up a storm trying to get the boy contained. Indeed, the chief said. It seems as if the commissioner and the commission have come to some sort of agreement in keeping the boy out of the loop. It doesn't help that Nizu over at UA is trying to keep us out of the boy's life as much as possible. Wants to see to the boy's growth himself, apparently. Promises to do something about it. That is undoubtedly very unusual, said Hachiro. Very. But the point is, these were extenuating circumstances for the boy. Unless something of this caliber happens again, we don't act. Orders are orders, after all. You two are dismissed. Friday morning was met with little incident. Recovery girl discharged Izuku from the infirmary just before classes, ensuring he would get at least 1 day of education before the weekend. Izuku had gotten through his 2-day absence with a rather quick recovery, albeit with an arm that was still a little stiff from USJ, but otherwise fine. Classes were the same as usual, the teachers droning on about the subject material. But Izuku could sense that something was just a bit off-kilter. The atmosphere throughout the day felt rather off, creepily unlike what he had been getting used to in his short time at UA. He wasn't sure if it was just the tension from surviving an all-out villain attack, but he was willing to bet otherwise. Even stranger was what Izuku eventually noticed to be the cause of the changes, he himself. For one, Cementos seemed to be keeping an eye on him whenever he could for some unknown reason. And while some of his teachers, like Midnight, seemed to be going about business as usual with her playful and flirtatious nature, the usually loud and upbeat present Mike seemed to twitch whenever his eyes landed on Izuku. Even his own classmates seemed to be a bit more jumpy than usual. Ojiro, Hagakure, and Kaminari seemed to be actively avoiding him, while Sato, Siro, and Ishido kept taking glances at him from across the room. But Koda was the worst of the bunch. While Izuku had noticed Koda's apprehensive approach towards Izuku's presence before, it was nothing like it was now. Koda seemed to shiver whenever he glanced at Izuku, and even yelped when Izuku had passed him in the halls. His other classmates appeared to not be fazed with whatever the problem was, however, treating Izuku the same as they had been. Even Shoji, whom Izuku would have thought to have leaned toward the "there's something wrong with Izuku" club, was acting amicable. But of all things, Izuku had found out that Mineta was out of the loop. Whatever was affecting the others was absent within Mineta, while that was due to the time spent in the infirmary or something else was up in the air. And as if the day wasn't already taxing enough on Izuku's thought processors, Aizawa, as sleep-deprived as he was, had neglected to organize a whole myriad of papers that were needed for the next day. Izuku wasn't surprised when Aizawa delegated the class representatives to stay behind and do the work in his stead. And so, here he was, sitting in an almost empty classroom with Yaoyorozu beside him and stacks of paper towering before them. "I'm glad to see that you are up and about, Midoriya," Yaoyorozu said as she and Izuku began their duties. "Thank you, Yaoyorozu. Honestly, I'm just glad that I am moving at all, really. That punch that I got really hurt," Izuku said. She nodded, smiling while doing so. But then she fell into a more somber mood, recalling the attack. "Some of us were worried when you got hit by that Nomu villain, you know. And when we saw what that thing could do to All Might, we weren't sure if you were going to make it. But I did." "Yes, you did. And I'm glad for that. It's just, I'm not sure what I would have done if you died on us," she sniffled. "I was so relieved when Ida and Todoroki brought you back to us so quickly despite—" There it was again, whatever mysterious conflict that arose from USJ was still in effect. "Yaoyorozu," Izuku bluntly interrupted. The simple utterance of her name broke Yaoyorozu out of her reverie. "Yes, Midoriya? If I may put it bluntly, what is up with everyone? I've noticed that there's been some unease with my presence." Her face lit up in realization. "Oh, that. Yes, that. Whatever that is." Yaoyorozu answered after a brief moment of silence. "What? Are you aware that your bugs started swarming the villains after you fell unconscious?" "Well, yeah, I suppose. I told them to bite and sting the villains. Especially that Nomu one. I didn't want All Might to fight that guy without any help since he was Alrio. Well, Nomu hits pretty hard, from my experience." Izuku laughed off. "You shouldn't joke about it, you know. You could have died. But I'm alive. That's the important thing, right?" Yaoyorozu opened her mouth to answer, but whatever retort she had in mind sputtered out. "Yeah. Anyways, your bugs were rather determined, I could say. They hurt some of the villains pretty badly from what I saw. And the swarm was, well, it was everywhere," Yaoyorozu continued. "I'm sure that some of our classmates just felt a bit frightened by the experience, is all." "Oh," muttered Izuku. "Does it really matter?" The villains were targeting children. They had to be stopped at all costs. As for the teachers, I'm certain that they're just wary over your control. You haven't been here for too long after all. They aren't familiar with your may just want to make sure another incident with your bugs doesn't spring up again. So everyone's scared of me is what you're saying? Izuku muttered. Yaoyorozu looked over, sensing and seeing the dejected tone in Izuku's voice. Midoriya. She straightened up. I'll be straight with you. When you got knocked unconscious, whatever your bugs were doing weren't because of you, right? I suppose. But then that means whatever happened wasn't your fault. But what? Yaoyorozu asked, as if already disapproving of whatever Izuku was to say. The bugs, they were still influenced by my whims but they weren't, Midoriya. What your bugs did were in the best interest of the class. We were already so fatigued and injured as is. Your bugs got rid of the villains. They forced their leader and the teleporter to leave while leaving behind Nomu. They helped All Might of all things. In fact, I'm not sure what would have if you hadn't acted as you did. Izuku sighed. Thank you, Yaoyorozu. Of course. Now let's get to work, shall we? Izuku, where are you going? Asked Inko Midoriya. Izuku, halfway out the door, shuffled back inside to answer. It's Saturday, Mom. May asked me to come over to help work on something, remember? Oh yeah, that's right. I almost forgot. You two are having one of those over-the-weekend giant projects again? Yeah. I'm sorry in advance if I don't check in at all again. You know how May gets when she really gets invested into one of her projects. Oh yes, Inko laughed. She was all over the place when we went to visit that one time. That robot of hers looked like it had a lot of effort put into it. It did. It was all right. I'll try to be back by Sunday night, then. Of course. Have a good time, sweetie. As the door to their apartment closed, Izuku let out a sigh of relief. After a moment's respite, he began his way to the train station. He thought back to the excuse he made to his mom. Going over to May's was the best cover for his weekend activities. He'd been over at May's for days at a time before, and he didn't always pay attention to when his mom called when he was over there. Him supposedly being over there would provide a way for his absence to be noticed by nobody. He hoped. May was in on it, of course, but only for the part of his absence. He hadn't told her what he'd be doing, no matter how much she insisted for him to say. As a result, he owed her a lot of guinea pig time in place of manga. Still, he felt bad for lying to his mom. But this was the only way for him to reach his goals. The only way he'd be able to go out as a vigilante without any obstacles. Or, at least, find a way to get the urge out of his system. Izuku couldn't really describe the feeling he was having that led him to such drastic measures, if he was going to be honest with himself. A way to describe it was always just on the tip of his tongue, but the words always escaped him. It was like, a thirst for conflict? Izuku shook his head. He didn't now. But he'd been getting this urge to fight for a long while now. Ever since he'd gone out to have his bugs demolish the Yakuza presence in Mizudafu, he'd been suppressing the urge. But it was manageable then, barely present in his subconscious. But he'd felt a surge, a sudden boost in its urgency, with the battle trial. That had ended in an easy victory. A hollow victory, the urge unsatisfied. USJ made it worse. The villains within the downpour zone were cannon fodder, mere crooks for the League. On the other hand, Nomu was too powerful, too strong to provide any satisfaction of a fight, and too quick in ending the fight. It was urging for a real fight, telling him to start one. Izuku sighed, reorganizing his thoughts. He knew how dangerous vigilantism was. He knew how stupid he was for going out like this. But the feeling in the back of his head was tired of fighting, only for him to ultimately lose when it mattered most. That one petty criminal he'd fought, defeated by the victim Izuku was saving. The Sludge villain, ultimately captured by All Might. And even Nomu, the monster that he was, taking Izuku as a hostage. Yes, a small part of him was against this. That same part of him wanted the night to go as uneventful as possible. But to deny his urges even longer, he couldn't. He just wanted it gone, no matter what he needed to do. Izuku had traveled to a whole other prefecture during his time on the train. He did so in order to dissociate his first physical outing as a vigilante apart from the cloak-wearing bug clone named Snitch. As such, the vibrant sunset of the Kanagawa skyline as it met the waves of the ocean was both a blessing and a spell of doom for Izuku. Nevertheless, Izuku found his way to an abandoned building to begin his nighttime outing. His costume for this specific task was different from the others. Prototype number 4 was one of his earlier attempts at a costume, made to be much more flexible to the sacrifice of using a much thinner armor layer than later projects. It was created without any usage of more colorful dyes, and with functionality in mind over presentability. The result was a costume that many would have considered much too edgy and darkly colored for a hero. However, its appearance was perfect for a stealth-oriented vigilante stalking the streets at night. The silk-woven costume donned a black and gray color scheme, consisting of armor panels made of arthropod exoskeletons around his more vital parts. This version lacked any pouches, as did it any way to hold his trusty Eskrima sticks. But that was fine, as he delegated to not use them in this costume. Instead, Izuku would rely on his lesser-used knowledge of Muay Thai and general CQC. His mask slid on and ended before his ears. It was evenly black aside from its lenses, which shone with an amber gleam. A last-minute addition to the costume was the simple hood which was held firmly on his head. Unlike most hoods, it was tightly bound with spider silk, unable to be pulled down until Izuku had the spiders break down the strands holding it in place. But even still, it was a normal hood that provided little protection. Instead, the hood ensured his rather identifiable green hair was tucked away from prying eyes. The fact that it hindered his peripheral vision played no importance, considering his quirk. On another note, his fingertips ended in claws, sharp enough to cut, but not deep enough to kill. Still, too much force and the potential to cause lasting damage was there. It was one of the main reasons this piece had been hidden away in his closet until this night. And so, as the moon rose high into the nighttime sky, Izuku took reign of the rooftops. Izuku was hoping that the night was going to turn out mostly quiet. Maybe a few muggings there, an assault there, maybe even just a drunken disturbance. Something, anything, to satisfy the urge. He'd planned to go through the motions throughout the night, pack it up as the sun took its place in the dawn sky, and head back on a train to be due back at home in the evening. His bugs played a part, even if he wanted to keep them separated from this new persona. He used them to scout out the city, flying in sparse numbers while searching for possible crimes to stop. But as the hours tricked by, it seemed that the chance to fill his urge had arisen. Because, of course, there would be an actual villain on the prowl on this night. Curse his luck. The unmoving body laid upon the ground was oddly lacking any visible traces of blood despite the multiple gashes and stab wounds littered among it. However, Izuku supposed that such a phenomenon would be possible if the girl lapping up the body's blood had anything to do with it. And, of course, Izuku stood there just taking the scene all in until the girl turned around and noticed him. She seemed to be around his age, a factor enforced by the easily distinguishable school uniform she wore under her oversized cardigan. As her clothes were, her ashy blonde hair was sprinkled with blood from her victim. She seemed to be blushing as well, the redness of her face not completely to be blamed by the blood. "Oh, who are you?" she cheerily asked. "Have you come to play too?" Izuku immediately backed away, taking a defensive stance. He refrained from answering as well, choosing to adopt a silent character for this persona. The girl rose a knife in the air, pointing it at Izuku. "What's your name?" she asked. Izuku didn't answer. "You're no fun," she whined. "Oh well." And she sprung forward with incredible speed, knife moving for Izuku's midsection. Izuku stepped backwards, dodging the blade by mere centimeters. But by the time he got his footing, she was already swiping at him again. The blade ran across his stomach in motion of disembowelment, running from side to side of his torso. However, Izuku remained unharmed. Despite its thin layering, the costume was only slightly cut from the move. But she's pretty strong. And her speed. She actually cut a little into the costume. "Oh, so you do talk." She laughed. "And thanks, by the way. You're a real charmer." She blushed with joy. Dang. There goes that silent persona. the villain lunged for Izuku again. This time, Izuku raised his arm in defense, the blade digging into the forearm of his costume. Izuku retaliated by pushing back his opponent. He pushed forward with a quick fury of swipes from his hands. And while they did take the girl by surprise, she didn't take the attacks without her own counter. Her knives eventually found themselves parried against a few of the swipes, allowing her to make distinct cuts in specific positions. And so, while some Izuku's attacks found their way through, so did the girls, albeit with more precision. After a long series of blows, they both stepped back from the onslaught, taking a breath to ready themselves next. The clawed tips of Izuku's hands drew blood from the villain, his hands covered in a thin layer of the red fluid. The girl's knife, miraculously, was in a similar state despite the nature of Izuku's costume. This caused Izuku to widen his eyes in surprise. Reaching down, felt at his torso. Izuku discovered that a small incision had found its place on his side, a result of the girl's constant attacks on the single spot. Across from Izuku, the girl inserted the blood-covered knife into her mouth. The knife slowly slid out from her mouth, as if she were savoring the taste. You taste good, cheered the villain. But it's not enough. I need more. Again she lunged, her knife going for the exposed spot on Izuku's costume. Izuku saw the attack coming, dodging away to the left away from the move. However, as Izuku went to block her next attack, the villain disappeared from his vision. Izuku looked left to right, but he couldn't find her. It was as if she had suddenly disappeared. But his confusion didn't last long. He felt a swipe aimed at his legs, originated from behind him. He fell backwards, feeling himself being pulled down to the ground. His head met the pavement with a loud thump. The back of his head, with no armor protecting it, began to bleed. The injury left Izuku disoriented, dazed on the ground. He felt two hands rest upon his own, the weight of them limiting his movements. When he opened his eyes, he met the eyes of the girl. Hi. How are you? Oh. You're bleeding. Her face inched closer to his mask. Izuku's head shot upwards, meeting the girl's. Ow. The sturdy material of the silk mask met the villain's fleshy face. As Izuku had hoped, the mask absorbed most of the force of the headbutt, thus preventing Izuku's growing head injury from worsening. However, the girl wasn't so lucky. Her abrupt movement to grab her head left Izuku free from her weight. With his now two free hands, Izuku pushed her off his form and stood again. Izuku ran towards the dazed girl, grabbing her arm and twisting it to her back. His other hand grabbed for her other arm, but did so with little success. The villain twisted around Izuku's form, gaining the advantage over him and pushing him against the wall. The girl's fingers then wrapped themselves around her knife, moving towards Izuku's hood. I'm still safe. My armor's fine. Her hands meticulously cut away at the bloodied fabric. As the cloth gave way, Izuku's hair shot out, the long strands covered in his blood. Ooh, that's some nice hair you have there. All nice and long. A bit wavy too. Her fingers curled around the back of Izuku's exposed head, wiping over where the blood slowly seeped from his head. Her fingers became enriched with Izuku's blood, and she eyed the spectacle with a sadistic glee. She stuck out the still bloodied hand, observing it with joy. I wouldn't mind if we became friends. You're pretty good, the girl stated. Friends? With her? Yeah. Now, to get out of this, I just needed her to raise her knife again. I'll wait for the opportune moment, then go for the opening on her lower torso, trip her over with my own legs. Then I'll... Still not talking? She asked. Her hand the one still unoccupied with Izuku's blood rose, knife in hand. Fine. Just stand still so I can see you. She abruptly stopped her speech, her eyes shifting to the right. Then her head turned, tilting upwards to the rooftops. Her eyes widened, and she jumped away from Izuku with the swiftness of a cat. Her vacated spot, just in front of Izuku's body, immediately was filled with the sound of a bullet hitting the concrete ground, barely missing the girl by only a few centimeters. You didn't tell me you had backup. The villain whined to Izuku. You meanie. She dodged another bullet, this time hiding her body behind a dumpster. That's no fun at all. Well, Guess we'll be seeing each other around, yeah? And with that, the villain left the alleyway, sprinting off and taking a left into the city streets. Meanwhile, a bedraggled Izuku stood dumbfounded against the alley's wall. Back? He mused. Izuku looked over at the rooftop where the shot had gone off. Indeed, there was a shadowy figure armed with a rifle, aiming down at where he was. Unfortunately, their position was heavily concealed with darkness that high up, removing the ability to identify any distinguishable features with either his bugs or his eyes. And then there was the distance. They were just outside of the capable range of his bugs. In a split-second decision, Izuku took off in the same way as the girl had, but instead taking a right. He scrambled up to the rooftops via a fire escape staircase, and went off in a hurry. His bugs noted that, thankfully, whoever was on that rooftop was not following, content to stay where they were. But Izuku didn't take any chances. He ran and traversed the rooftops until he reached the abandoned warehouses that made up some of the industrial district. Finding his way to the warehouse where he hid his belongings, Izuku sat down to catch his breath. After a couple minutes of rest, Izuku slowly began to strip down, replacing his costume with his normal clothes. As he packed away his things, Izuku connected to his bugs, surveying the surrounding area to make sure nobody would spot him leaving the warehouse. After he confirmed the lack of potential bystanders to see was nearing morning, and soon he'd be on a train back to Mizudafu. As he thought back to the night's events, he berated himself again for potentially getting himself killed. Between an actual fight with a villain and that mysterious figure on the rooftop, he knew that he had had enough excitement for one night. Izuku's eyes widened in realization. That urge is gone. Guess the night was a success? Izuku let out a heavy sigh. He almost died again and yet he felt at ease. I guess I'll be holding off on this type of vigilante stuff for a while. Sunday evening came and passed with little incident. Inko suspected nothing, going on to talk about the time Izuku had spent at Maze. Izuku, still somewhat drained from last night's experience, had planned for such a scenario occurring beforehand, and begrudgingly lied his way through the whole thing. It still didn't feel right to Izuku lying to his mother, but he powered through it anyhow. He didn't need to worry her any more than she already was after the whole USJ fiasco. After dinner, Izuku snuck back to his room and took out his newly initiated costume from his backpack. The black and gray piece was moderately damaged, and would need work done on it before it was ready for another outing with it, not that Izuku planned on having another one anytime soon. For now, the piece would reside far back into his closet, buried behind his past prototypes. He'd patch it up in the future, whenever that urge sprung back up into his subconscious. With his task of hiding any of his more questionable belongings complete, Izuku collapsed on his bed, exhausted. He sighed, falling into the cushy comfort of his sheets. After a moment, he reached into the terrarium by his bedside. His hand reached for the centipedes kept within, direct descendants of his dear Rikai. A few of them began to crawl up his arm, already used to Izuku's presence after all the years. This centipede march, as Izuku come to calling it, was in its own way a soothing experience. The little creatures running up and down his arm, tickling his senses, were great to lose himself in, the worries of the day falling away. He oftentimes resorted to this, whenever there were days where Bakugo was a bit rough, or his bugs were getting a bit antsy. His weekend activities weren't all that different if he ignored the mortal peril he was in. Alas, after a few minutes' respite, Izuku fell into sleep. "So, what did you do this weekend, eh?" asked Mei, bounding up beside Izuku. "What was so super secret that you wouldn't tell me anything about it, Manga butted in, voicing his intrigue. "Oh, a secret? What secret? What did our dear Izuku do over the weekend without telling us, "I'd rather not say," muttered Izuku, averting his gaze. "Why not?" asked Pony, face fixed in scrutinization. Pony stepped in front of Izuku, stopping him in his tracks. Her face came closer to Izuku, further unnerving the already anxious boy. "You didn't go out on a date or something, did you?" What?" exclaimed Izuku, red rising to his cheeks. "No, of course not. Why would you think that?" Pony shrugged. "Because, why not? It was just a guess." Well, I for one don't believe that it was a date, admitted May. He was gone for most of the weekend. May tilted her head. Unless. No. Izuku retorted. What is wrong with you guys? I just went out is all. Went out? Asked Manga. And here I was thinking you'd finally fallen for someone. Izuku shook his head. I promise, it's nothing like that. It is private. Private enough for your mom not to know, eh? Asked May. I had to redirect her calls twice, you know. Not to mention when my dad got a hold of the phone of your mom's third call. It's a good thing I know how to disrupt the phone signals at my house. Yeah, sorry about that. I'll try not to put you in a situation like that again. No. Please do. You'll just be giving me more favors along the line. I'll keep that in mind. But anywho, if you guys really want to know, maybe I'll tell you guys in the future. By then it probably won't even matter. Izuku screamed. A cooing gray bundle had just plunged itself onto Izuku's head, startling him and the others around him. The ruffling mass of feathers took roost in Izuku's green hair, stomping around until setting itself down, much to the dismay of the boy. What the heck? Mused Manga. It's a pigeon. Huh, strange, muttered May, poking the pigeon. The bird simply cooed in response. A pigeon? Why would a pigeon never mind? Look, can you guys get it off? Nope. It might bite me, professed Manga. Bite you? You could just use you head. Pony began laughing softly. Pony? A little help, please, begged Izuku. Manga can do it. She voiced her refusal. Izuku sighed, shaking his head. The bird refused to get off. The other three around him laughed even more. Higher up, above the friends' heads, two other birds were perched in their branches, surveying the scene below. One began to take off, its mission objective complete. Leaving the other behind, it began its way back towards UA High School. Within the classroom of Class 1A, a meeting among students had just come into fruition. Aside from an incoming Midoriya and an absent Bakugo, all of Class 1A was present. All 18 present students had come to class under the insistence of Yaoyorozu and Ida, both garnering their attention towards the rest. Alright everyone, I'm sure you're all questioning why we're all here so early. Started of Yaoyorozu, Ida at her side. I wished I'd gotten here earlier. Maybe then I could've. Yeah, what exactly is this all up? Yo betcha. I could still be sleeping right now, exclaimed a somewhat irate Ishido. Yaoyorozu turned her gaze in Ishido's direction. I wouldn't be so carefree about this. This meeting actually concerns some of us in this class, you included, Ishido. Oh. Ishido breathed. What about? It's ABO. Excuse me, Yaoyorozu-san? Said girl turned towards the boy who had interrupted her. Yes, Sato-san? Sato rubbed his head earnestly, projecting his apologies. Sorry, it's just that I made some food. When I heard yesterday that we were all having this early morning meeting, I thought that some of us wouldn't be able to eat breakfast on time. So, Sato pulled out an array of food, portions ranging from crepes and tarts to donuts and French toast. Magnificent, expressed Aoyama. It's not really a traditional breakfast, but I'm really only good with sweets, admitted Sato. Breakfast, exclaimed Ishido. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yaoyorozu sighed. All right then. But hurry, we have a time limit At that moment, a pigeon flew in through the open window. Some of the class reeled in surprise, though most calmed down when the bird landed on Koda's desk. The boy quietly conversed with the bird, nodding his head while doing so. When he was done, he took out some breadcrumbs for the bird, which the bird promptly ate and took off. Koda looked at Yaoyorozu and Ida, silently voicing his thoughts. Thank you, Koda, said Yaoyorozu. Koda nodded vigorously in response. Okay everyone. We only have a little over 8 minutes before we meet our deadline. Get your food and take your seat, exclaimed Ida. Everyone scrambled for the food, and after a minute or so, everyone had retrieved their choice in food and sat back in their seats. The few exceptions to this were Todoroki and Shoji, both who didn't move from their seats in the rush for Sato's food. Ida nodded in satisfaction. Now, Everyone listen to Yaoyorozu-san. She has a few words for some of you. Thank you, Ida, Yaoyorozu said. Now, as I said, you're all probably wondering why we are here today. To put it plainly, we're all here because of Midoriya. Where is Midoriya-chan anyways? Tsu spoke, voicing her insight. I mean, Bakugo not being here is something I understand. If anyone, I'd expect Midoriya to be here. And usually you'd be right, admitted Yaoyorozu. The truth is, Ida and I purposely left Midoriya out of this conversation due to his involvement in the matter. Is this about USJ? Asked a sheepish Kaminari. No, it is not, Yaoyorozu tensely replied to the boy. Rather, I'd like to talk to you all regarding the way some of you acted towards Midoriya last Friday. I'd like to cut this in the bud before it spirals out of control. A few in the class visibly gulped at the accusation. What are you talking about? Asked a confused Mineta. Yaoyorozu ignored his question. You all know who you are, and the extent of what I am talking about. Kaminari's voice rang out. Are you kidding? You all saw what he did. That swarm was terrifying. And those villains? We could have ended up just like them. Whoa, interrupted Kirishima. Kaminari. That's not cool, man. Midoriya wouldn't have done something like that. Besides, are you forgetting that he saved you from that guy with all the hands? Yeah. Midoriya-kun isn't a bad person, exclaimed Uraraka. But still, Kaminari said apprehensively. I don't know, Kirishima, Uraraka. Kaminari kind of has a point. Trailed off Hagakure. But it is not a valid point if I am to say so myself, Ida added. But how about you, Ida? You were just as freaked out as the rest of us, exclaimed Siro. Ida simply nodded. Indeed I was. Who wouldn't be, standing in the middle of that swarm? And I will admit, I was a bit uneasy at first. But I'd like to think of Midoriya as a friend. He did what he did to protect us. You all saw how badly the villains got the jump on us. And you all saw how the swarm acted. It could have gone after any of us. But it didn't. It only went after villains. Ashido swallowed her strawberry tart, following up on Ida's statement. But he's still. His bugs. She fell silent, thinking back to the incident at USJ, and exactly how dire it was. He did save us, I guess. Ashido said in quiet revelation. Yeah. All Might himself said that the bugs helped beat that Nomu guy, muttered Ojiro. The two current heads of the class allowed a moment of silence for the class to ponder about what was just said. Eventually, Yaoyorozu spoke up. Are you seeing our points? A few of the class nodded. Yaoyorozu continued on. After class on Friday, when Midoriya and I stayed behind by way of Aizawa Sensei's orders, we talked to each other regarding this. Midoriya was visibly distressed concerning what you all thought of him. Again, some of the class uncomfortably shifted, reacting to the news. I'd imagine that the way people view him matters a lot to him, considering his quirk. So, I'd like you all to at least understand what Midoriya did in his perspective. He was trying to save all of us. He wasn't doing anything malicious. Ojiro cut in. I shall apologize to Midoriya when he arrives. How I acted to him last Friday was unjust and dishonorable, disrespecting someone who was essentially our savior. I see that now. I suppose that he wasn't at fault, said Sato. I've decided. I'm going to make an apology cake for him tomorrow. Yaoyorozu nodded. The rest of you? She asked. The ones guilty for acting cold towards Midoriya nodded in response, though some did so more hesitantly than others. But I expect all of us to forgive past transgressions and treat Midoriya as we did before. We can't be going around forming grudges or enmity toward each other. We are all going to be seeing each other a lot for the next 3 years, after all. Another bird flew in through the open window, flapping over to the class's resident animal whisperer. Yaoyorozu understood what that meant. Midoriya was almost within 3 blocks of UA. She turned to Ida. Ida-san. Ida nodded. Thank you for listening, everyone. I like to think that we as a class can learn to overcome such hurdles. If another one of us were to go through a similar situation, I hope we don't have to go through something like this again. Ida cleared his throat. But if there is one thing I'd like to impose, it's the importance of everyone here to refrain from mentioning this meeting to Midoriya. Let's keep it all on the down low. It's best if Midoriya comes to class happy that we have turned around our digressions to him. I hope you all understand. A few nodding heads took up the classroom. All right, Ida said, taking the attention of the class. Let's all act as normal then. We have just over a minute until we fall into Midoriya's range. Izuku made his way to his classroom, somewhat curious to how the day would go. If last Friday was any example to go by, his classmates would probably still be a bit uneasy around him. The teachers who were just as uneasy would probably still be watching him for any minute hint that he'd go off like he did at USJ. Izuku thought that he'd probably be more worried about these things if he was back in elementary. The fact that the kids back then had constantly berated him for his quirklessness probably wouldn't have changed all too much even if he did demonstrate to them his acquisition of his quirk, however late it was. The point of the matter was that the seed of his inferiority had already been planted. He'd be hard-pressed to believe that kids that age would change their interactions with him just on a whim. Izuku knew that now, but at the same time he knew that that early environment was what probably shaped the way his psyche was today, with him afraid of how his bugs would make others think of him. Izuku had thought he'd grown out of it, with the early support of Manga and May. All Might's nonchalance to his quirk furthered that prospect, even. But the fear of rejection and isolation crept back up on him when he realized what was happening on Friday. Sure, he'd still have people like Manga, Pony, and May. Maybe even Tsu or Mineta if his cluelessness was to be counted on. But Yaoyorozu's talk to him last Friday eased his worries somewhat. The thought that the people he'd be spending the next 3 years around, hating or even fearing him. It scared him. Yaoyorozu's assurances that the scenario wouldn't come to pass was relief to Izuku's ears. But after he thought it over on his train rides to Kanagawa, he realized how unlikely it would be for his classmates to change over the course of the weekend. They probably would stay the same, acting uneasily around him. Unless a who. Midoriya. The exclamation spooked Izuku, the startled boy backing away. He was so deep in his thoughts that he neglected to pay attention to his connection with his bugs. It barely even registered to him that he wasn't already at his classroom door. Such inattentiveness would not a good habit if he wanted to. Midoriya. Izuku looked at the voice's origin. It was Ojiro. I'm sorry for the way I acted last Friday. I wasn't really all too well, considering recent events. USJ was still pretty fresh in my mind and so were the bugs. I was a bit freaked out if I'm to be honest. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. Izuku stood in place, blinking, taking in the boy in front of him. It's no problem, Ojiro-san. Thank you. I'm relieved in a way. Sato cut in then, the boy holding out a tray of breakfast sweets to Izuku. I'm sorry as well, Midoriya. I wasn't just to act so cold to you on Friday. Take this as a part of my apology. I made breakfast for everyone, and I still have plenty left over. And be ready for tomorrow too. I have some more food to make in mind to display how sorry I am. There's really no need for such a thing, Sato-san. I already have. Nonsense, Midoriya. I'm truly apologetic for my actions. My baking is another extension of how sorry I am. Ashido was next, appearing in front of Midoriya. I really am sorry too. I don't have any food for you like Sato-san does, but I'm still sorry. I wasn't really thinking on Friday. Ashido pulled Izuku into a hug, further confounding the already startled boy. Please forgive me? All right, Ashido-san. Yeah, exclaimed the pink girl. Let's put this all behind us, yeah? She nodded, walking back to her desk. Once Izuku regained his senses, he found a gathered trio of Hagakure, Shiro, and Kaminari. We're sorry too, Hagakure admitted in quiet manner. Yeah. I acted rather cold last Friday, muttered Shiro. Kaminari nodded, though stayed silent. It's, really alright guys, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. The rapid-fire apology train was definitely getting to him. Like you said, just lingering effects from USJ, right? Yeah. So, stop blocking up the doorway, came the sudden and abrupt voice of Bakugo. You extras and Deku here should move out of the way. Izuku sighed. He began walking back to his desk, nodding to the gathered trio of Hagakure, Shiro, and Kaminari as he passed them. He didn't care to acknowledge Bakugo, instead complying with his demands. He didn't need the morning ruined with an irate ex-childhood best friend getting in his business. As he found his desk, Izuku quirked an eyebrow when he found Sato's sweets from before atop it. He looked up to Sato, who was nodding at him, giving him the go-ahead to splurge himself. Izuku nodded back in appreciation. As he sat, grabbing and nibbling at one of the tarts, blueberry with all its gooey goodness, he looked over at Koda. The boy seemed more relaxed, unlike last Friday when he'd been basically shivering by sharing the room with Izuku. While he may not have confronted Izuku himself, it was to be expected considering his shy nature. Izuku mentally checked off that he was acting back to normal as well. If anything, the only ones he was still unsure of was Hagakure, Shiro, and Kaminari. But such things would be worried about later. Izuku took another bite of his tart, savoring the taste. Sato really knew how to bake. By the end of the day, Izuku came to appreciate his classmates' reversion to normalcy. The lack of cold stares and shuddering really did a lot to ease his mind, even if teachers like Present Mike and Cementos were still acting like he had some sort of fuse like Bakugo did. But of course, his newfound relief was met with another snag by the time the still completely bandaged Aizawa mentioned the upcoming sports festival. The day really was filled with too much general confusion for one jumpy vigilante to handle. Izuku's bugs had picked up a huge bundle of activity outside the classroom's door as he went to leave for the day. Analysis over the commotion revealed a whole crowd of students were hanging around out there, as if waiting to confront the first person to walk out of Class 1A. Midoriya-kun, is something wrong? Asked Uraraka. The rest of the class too noticed his abrupt stop before the exit. No, not exactly, Izuku responded. It's just there's a whole crowd of people outside. A crowd? Asked Kirishima. Any idea what for? He tilted his head. Don't know. Why don't we find out? As he opened the door, Izuku was met with the faces of various students from all around campus. However, those most prominent seemed to be around his age group, notably from Class 1B next door. In fact, his bugs spotted Manga and Pony far off in a corner. Izuku took his time to glance at all the gathered students, refraining from speaking a single word in an effort to gauge their reactions. However, before any progress could be done, Izuku sensed the incoming form of Bakugo approaching his rear, steadily advancing to the class's exit. Get out of the way, Deku, the boy ordered. No, Izuku spoke. Bakugo's face twitched. What the f did you? Izuku's bugs filtered out from his hair, the few flying ones present buzzing angrily at Bakugo. Many of the gathered students visibly jumped at the sudden appearance of the insects. Some, who had recognized Izuku's quirk as the one which ceased the cafeteria stampede last week, merely recoiled in surprise. One purple-haired student quirked an eyebrow, intrigue evident in his face. You can go around, Izuku spoke to Bakugo. There's plenty of space. Bakugo audibly growled, but made no move to argue. Instead, he met shoulders with Izuku, shoving him to the side before departing into the crowd. Crisis averted, Izuku recalled his bugs back into his hair, laying his attention back to the gathered students. So, to what do I owe the pleasure of all of you coming here? HW spoke in a polite voice. Nobody moved at first, somewhat intimidated by the boy before them. However, a certain purple-haired student took the initiative and walked in front of Izuku. Before the boy could so much as open his mouth, Izuku held out a hand in greeting. Izuku Midoriya, pleasure to meet you. The boy took a pause, looking at the offered hand, then back to Izuku's face. After a few moments, he shook it. Hitoshi Shinso, General Studies. I came here under the assumption that 1A was filled with a bunch of self-entitled brats. So far, first impressions seem to be proving me right. Ah, that's just Bakugo being Bakugo, combated Izuku. He's always been like that. Apologies if he soured initial introductions. I hope that you'll come to think of us differently from now. We'll have to wait and see. He took a glance at the rest of 1A. You know, Some of us enrolled into UA hoping to get in hero studies, only to be forced to fall back onto other options. Depending on the results that some of us receive during the sports festival, it's possible for us to be transferred into the hero course. Meaning what? Asked Mineta, further back in the class. Shinso eyed the boy. Meaning, I wouldn't get too carried away if I were you, since the school can just as easily transfer students from the hero course out. A few of those in 1A shivered at the prospect. That's good to know, Izuku said. Shinso glanced back to Izuku, tilting his head in observation. Good day, Midoriya. Izuku nodded a farewell. As Shinso left, another student took the crowd's attention, albeit with a more aggressive manner this time. Hey, what's to say that the rest of you aren't like that Bakugo guy? He seemed like a real JRK. And you don't seem any better. You don't know Bakugo like I do, I assure you, Izuku retorted. And most of my class is unlike him, despite recent events that may influence such an attitude. Before the boy could retort back, another came into view. This time, it was a boy Izuku recognized easily, given his blonde hair. I'd like to believe that you 1A idiots are just a bunch of lucky glory hounds, riding off of their sudden claim to relevance. If that Bakugo guy is any sort of example, I'm sure that the rest of you are not far off. Monoma then turned to Izuku, hastily coming to praise him. Except you, Midoriya-kun. If anything, you are the exception. I can only hope that your greatness can rub off on the rest of your classmates. Perhaps then they'd be a little bit more ga. Monoma, scolded an orange-haired girl. She'd hit Monoma, stopping him in the middle of his rant, and was currently holding him by the collar. Sorry about him. I've come to think that there's a hole where his heart should be. Kendo. Monoma whined. Come on. The girl named Kendo apparently proceeded to drag off the dejected Monoma. Unfortunately, Monoma didn't seem to be last wanting to have a go at 1A. A few more students noted their declarations against the class, spouting out their own anger or jealousy. Izuku decided to leave after the second additional student's rant of 1A riding off of the coattails of the USJ attack. Izuku said his farewell to his fellow 1Ers, departing with little spectacle. Ida and Uraraka followed after Izuku shortly after, and the two joined up with the already retreating backs of Pony, Manga, and Izuku. The next 2 weeks were a mix of experiences to Izuku. The day after that whole crowd had gathered outside of 1A, All Might had found Izuku out in the halls and apologized for not being able to confront him sooner. All Might then went on to praise Izuku for his actions at USJ, but did so while also scolding him for being so brash and reckless against the villains. Izuku appreciated the thought, especially the fact that All Might was treating him as he usually did. All Might didn't shiver, didn't give any cold glares, and didn't avoid him as best as he could. Instead, he had purposely sought out Izuku with his own will. Though, whether that was due to All Might being used to Izuku's quirk via his previous encounters with the boy, or just his general forgiving attitude towards things was anyone's guess. The curt meeting was left off with All Might telling Izuku not to overexert himself, and another apology for not being there for 1A when the villains initially attacked. Izuku responded in kind by telling All Might that it wasn't his fault, reminding him that he had run out of time for One for All that day. All Might did a double take at that, a look of confusion appearing on his face, which slowly morphed into realization. As per usual, All Might laughed it off with his signature smile, and bid Izuku a good day. Izuku looked on, somewhat baffled at All Might's reaction. Had he forgotten that day on the roof? Izuku supposed that it didn't matter in the end. Not at all. Both of them had left that discussion in good regard anyhow. And both had left in somewhat higher spirits than they were in before. Classroom antics of 1A were mostly back to normal, albeit with the still present, however unnoticeable it was, tension towards Izuku. While people like Ishido had reverted back to her bubbly self around Izuku, or someone like Sato had spent his own time baking Izuku a cake, there were still those who were still apprehensive with his presence. Siro had somewhat come out of his shell, making curt comments to Izuku when needed, but that was where the progress ended. Izuku could somewhat tell that the swarm at USJ was still a sore spot for Hagakure, given her still reserved nature around him. Kaminari was the worst of the bunch, avoiding Izuku's gaze and doing all he could to avoid conversation with him. It was noticeable enough that even Aizawa had scolded Kaminari for it during one assignment that required the whole class to participate and interact with one another. But Izuku didn't let such things bother him. Like Yaoyorozu had said, he just needed to give time for his disgruntled to get over the fact that he amassed swarms of bugs with his quirk. In the meantime, Izuku found himself having to work his usual schedule around to fit his newfound responsibilities as class representative. This, unfortunately, also came with the problem of finding time to train for the upcoming sports festival. Thus, Izuku went to arrange his schedule differently for the time being. With most of the remnant Yakuza in Mizudafu having gone underground, Izuku decided that he could cut down on his efforts to walk around the city to report crime. He spent a little less time helping Mei with her inventions, such as her hover saws that she was fine-tuning for the festival, much to her chagrin. However, the promise that it was only temporary until after the sports festival let Izuku get away with the idea, even if the end result required more guinea pig time with her. And so, after 2 weeks of juggling around his time with schoolwork, training with Kawabata-sensei in his dojo, and inventing with Mei, Izuku found himself trained to his current best. And before he knew it, the sports festival was just around the corner. A lot more people had come to the sports festival than Izuku had expected. Granted, he should have expected such a high headcount given the notoriety of the sports festival. The event was known throughout the country, being broadcasted to every television in Japan. He supposed that he had somewhat underestimated how much the populace had cared for the event. Around him, his fellow classmates were in varying degrees of anxiety and/or determinedness. Some, like Ashido or Uraraka who was trailing along, were amping themselves up by doing stretches and spewing out encouraging chants to the others. Others were a bit more reserved, like the despondent Todoroki or the off-to-the-side Shoji and Tokoyami. Izuku himself wasn't exactly doing all too much in the waiting room at the moment, instead honing his connection to all the bugs in his 3-block sphere of influence. Then again, people probably didn't want to disturb him due to the increase of bugs in his immediate vicinity, especially those who were still a bit jumpy in his presence. Since everyone else was still engaging in their own little rituals before the event, whether calming their own nerves down or finding their concentration, Izuku decided to start another activity of his own. Multitasking was still a thing after all. Izuku decided to entertain himself with his bugs, going out to survey the masses with his trusty army of millions. The sports festival really held up to its name, given the variety of people that had gathered to watch the event. Prominent business tycoons, famous celebrities, budding politicians, and the like. One particular discovery had Izuku taking in a double take at what he saw. The eyes of his flies were met with the unfortunate presence of Renjiro Isoshi. Somehow, even in the light of such a spectacular event, the man had maintained his grumpy-looking face that Izuku had known him for. If Izuku were to take a guess, the principal was probably here to cheer on his prized pupil Katsuki Bakugo, of course so he could gloat to his colleagues about how he'd brought up such an exemplary student at his school. After all, despite the fact that he had called both Izuku and Bakugo to his office to celebrate their UA acceptances, he had spent the entire time focused on Bakugo. The stern principal still had shown bias and short-sightedness when the facts were dangled in front of him. The sight of the man should have really put a hamper in his mood, but another recent discovery took his attention instead. Just 5 rows down and 15 seats across from Renjiro Isoshi sat a rather familiar mop of graying hair. Izuku really shouldn't have been surprised, all things considered. And so, Izuku sent some bugs in that direction, planning to form a bug clone so he could say hello. Well, that is, until a certain purple-bald-haired boy interrupted Izuku. "Hey Midoriya, you all ready for the sports festival?" Izuku turned to look at the voice. I suppose that I am. How about you?" "You betcha," Mineta replied. "In fact, I have this little plan in mind for later. It involves cheerleaders and—" "Mineta," came the stern voice of Izuku. Mineta went to open his mouth again, but stopped himself at the last second. Fine. Oh, all right. I'll just find somebody else to help me then." As Mineta walked away, he prepared himself to form up his bugs again. However, yet another interruption came up before he could do just that. "Bakugo, Ida, Midoriya, Tokoyami. Yaoyorozu, came the voice of Shoto Todoroki. The people he named looked over at his direction. This single moment was the most first he'd specifically sought anyone out, after all. Most he had ever talked, even. With the way things have been so far, Todoroki continued, I see you five as the most powerful and resourceful in our class. Why, thank you, Ito went on, before being interrupted by Todoroki. But looking at things objectively, I think I'm stronger than any of you. And therefore I am going to beat all of you. Yeah, right, half and half. You better give a good fight. But don't count on Deku on doing so. He'll probably be beat in the first round. Todoroki didn't respond to that, walking away instead. Izuku, too, chose to ignore Bakugo's taunt. Izuku instead spoke out to the boy who had essentially declared war on his classmates. Todoroki. Said boy stopped in his tracks, looking over his shoulder. Good luck with that, Izuku spoke. I'll be aiming to beat you too. Even if such a thing is unlikely to occur. As before, Todoroki didn't respond. And Izuku was fine with that. The announcement that signified the start of the sports festival rung not too long after that, and Class 1A joined the rest of the first years on their way to the field. Present Mick's voice filled the stadium, setting up the mood for what was going to no doubt be a spectacular event. But Izuku didn't really care about that. He had other priorities than to listen to the entomophobic pro-hero. Instead, he formed one of his bug clones up in the audience. Hello, Sensei. Midoriya. I was wondering if you'd notice me, said Kage Kawabata. A few people around Kawabata recoiled in surprise at the sudden appearance of a figure made entirely of bugs. A few even voiced their own comments upon seeing it. Wow. Is that Quirk from one of the students down below? What? Are you kidding? That's disgusting. That sends chills up my spine. He controls bugs? So cool. Are we sure he ain't a villain? Izuku brushed off what he heard. But of course, Sensei. What kind of student would I be if I didn't recognize my teacher? A shoddy one, that's for sure. The bug clone laughed. But it soon stopped, Izuku remembering something else. Again, I'm sorry that I haven't been able to go to the dojo as often as before. Kawabata sked. Nonsense, Midoriya. You got a lot on your plate. Didn't you tell me that you became class rep for your class? Well, yeah, but that doesn't excuse. Midoriya, I don't mind if your school activities take up our time. You're still a teenager, after all. Besides, you've already grown far and wide beyond my expectations. You've been developing in your own ways for a long time now. And there isn't much an old man like me can teach you by this point. And don't bother coming to the dojo this week. You've earned yourself a break with how far you've come. Thank you, Sensei. I'll see you later. Michim. Just try not to hurt yourself as much as you did at USJ. Izuku found himself back within the crowd of students, Bakugo up at the podium digging 1A into a hole he had dug all those weeks ago. Izuku straightened himself out, eyes focused forward. The first round was about to start. The entirety of UA's first-year class was waiting just before the starting gate of the obstacle race. Many of the people present were muttering amongst themselves. It was perfect for Izuku and some of his friends to talk before the first round started. Are all of you ready for this? Manga asked. Pony nodded, somewhat withdrawn due to the suffocating presence of everyone around her. She was sticking close to Mei. Izuku and Mei, on the other hand, responded in sync with words of yes, in confirmation. I don't know. I haven't done something like this before. It's kinda nerve-wracking, you know, admitted Uraraka. You think this is nerve-wracking? Said Manga. You should try being Mei's guinea pig sometime. What's that like? Asked Uraraka. You don't want to know, said Izuku. Oh, I don't know. I could use another test subject if she's interested, said Mei. She looked at the rapidly shaking head of Izuku. Probably not. Mei harumphed. Suit yourself. You don't know what you're missing. You really don't want to know, said Manga. As his friends talked among themselves, Izuku set to task of placing a single insect on anyone around him that could be considered a potential threat. This included people like Bakugo and Todoroki, or 1B students like Hananuki or Shiozaki due to their insanely potent quirks. Others like Mei were also included since Izuku knew how dangerous she could be when she had a whole bunch of her gadgets on her person. Izuku then looked forward, past the starting gate, studying the cramped, concrete corridor ahead of him. It's going to be a free-for-all when that gate lights up, just so you know. And by the looks of that corridor, the first test will be right after the gate. What do you mean? Asked Uraraka. Izuku smirked, covering himself in a veil of his bugs that covered his entire body. You'll see. Manga shivered a bit. Dang it, man. Give us a little warning before you do that. Sorry. Somehow, I don't think you are, mused Manga. Izuku merely shrugged his shoulders in indifference. The lights on the gate began to fade, 3 lights falling to 2, 2 lights fading into 1, until start. The stampede of students immediately filled up the hallway. The giant fumbling mass of people clumped together, pushing and shoving one another in a desperate act to get to the front. Izuku, however, was getting through the crowd a little more easily than others. The giant swarm of insects surrounding his body seemed to be quite effective at warding off his contenders. Most of the students avoided him like a plague, sliding around his form and pushing others to stray further away from him. Avoiding me like the plague. Technically, they aren't too far off when you consider all the viruses that these bugs carry inside of them. One of his bugs suddenly became victim to a sudden flash freezing, a little up ahead from where Izuku was. He noted that the bug was the one on Todoroki, which proba. Izuku searched with his bugs, and surprisingly found Mei just behind him, using his swarm as a deterrent to other students. She was trailing right behind him, falling close behind with little care for the bugs. She advanced in his shadow in a way that most wouldn't be so comfortable with, a factor Izuku found possible since Mei had gotten used to his bugs long ago. Smart move. Izuku abruptly turned, uncovering himself of his bugs, sending them out of the tunnel, and grabbed for a surprised Mei. He needed her here at the moment if he didn't want to get holed up in this suffocating hallway as a snowman. Hover Sauls. Launch up, he yelled. What? Just do it. Izuku hugged Mei's body, ensuring that he would launch up as she did. The boots weren't designed for sustained flight, but rather acted as a form of levitation. That didn't mean that there wasn't any power behind the thrusters, however, since another feature allowed for an enhanced jump height if used correctly. It was that capability that Izuku was counting on. A giant wave of ice and cold filled the hallway, trapping many of the students who weren't able to react fast enough. But the few seconds of upward movement spared Izuku and Mei from the freeze. As soon as the duo touched upon the ground, Izuku let go of Mei and sped forward. Thanks, Mei. Mei followed her friend after a second or so of confusion, shutting the engines on her hover saws off to conserve their power. Pony and Uraraka, on the other hand, were waiting on Manga's heating words to thaw them out of the ice. Zooming ahead, Izuku took notice of the upcoming robots with a couple bugs he sent on ahead of his stead. Those two met the icy wrath of Todoroki as an entire zero-pointer became encased in Todoroki's quirk. The heterochromatic boy continued on with ease. Izuku had to adapt to a different approach, lacking any efficient ways to take down the robots without his equipment. Bare-fisted attacks would leave him with battered and broken, while chewing through the robot's wires would take too much time. As such, Izuku adapted an evasion-based tactic, using his superior speed and smaller form to dodge the bulky robotic obstacles. It was immensely easy to predict their movements, the hulking masses shifting around so much air and weight that his insects had plenty of time to warn Izuku of any potential danger. It wasn't long before he strode past the robotic danger zone and was met with the next obstacle. The giant earthen terrain consisted of an immense drop, so far down that you couldn't see the bottom. Giant pillars of rock strutted around the landscape, various wires spread out between them, connecting them together like some sort of spider's web. A little upways ahead, he could spot Todoroki icing the wires and riding over them. Off the top of his head, Izuku held no immediate shortcuts to traverse such an obstacle like Todoroki had done so. So, he did the best thing that he could, he went along with it. And so, Izuku made his slow crawl along the underside of the wires. Bakugo flew over not long after Izuku began his crawl across the first wire. The explosion-oriented boy had caught up with Todoroki, even, the two making an obvious bid for first place. If Izuku were to guess, the boy was probably only took until now to catch up because he got caught up destroying robots. Suddenly, another shadow passed right over his head. "By Izuku!" exclaimed Mei as she passed over Izuku, utilizing a combined use of her wire arrow and her hover sauls. Izuku himself was barely halfway past the third wire, having maybe 2 or so more to go. Others like Shoji was taking immense leaps to glide across the outcroppings of Earth, and Ida using his engines to perform a rudimentary balancing act. Eventually, Izuku made his way across, and sped his way to meet up with the others ahead of him. He stopped, however, when he stumbled upon the last obstacle. It seemed to be a minefield, complete with mines that emitted a pink, launching gust of force on those who stepped on them if the person that flew past him was any indication. Izuku scouted ahead with his bugs. All the way up in the front, Todoroki and Bakugo were butting heads. Both had devolved to the simple exercise of running. Todoroki's quirk was too destructive and would set off the mines, and Bakugo couldn't keep up his explosion-propelled flight forever. 1B's aces weren't too far behind. Shizuki was utilizing her vines to upend the mines and find her way around them, while Hananuki liquefied the ground as he advanced, rendering the mines useless. I could try tiptoeing my way around the mines. The indentions in the ground aren't too difficult to see, but one wrong one or misdirected look could send me sprawling all the way. That's it. Izuku took a single bug as slowly placed lowered it onto one of the indentions on the ground. As the bug landed, no change of force was indicated, and the mine hadn't gone off. Ha! It works. Izuku went surrounding setting bugs on all the indentions ahead of him in a straight line, utilizing an aerial view to ensure he didn't miss one single mine. Ida had passed him while he was doing this, as did Tokoyami, but he paid no heed to their advancements. By the time Izuku was done, all the mines immediately in his planned trajectory were accounted for and completely covered, his connections to his bugs strong as ever. With that, Izuku sprung forward, deftly moving his feet in all the spots absent of his swarm. With his connection to his bugs, he didn't even need to physically look at GI's bugs. Izuku could easily pinpoint his path ahead of him, avoiding any of the mines that would risk his placement just by sensing for his bugs' positions. Of course, he lifted off the bugs behind him as he didn't want to give anyone else the upper hand, after all. The round culminated for Izuku as he passed the finish gate, panting anxiously. He looked at the scoreboard. He'd made Wait a minute. Izuku skimmed the scoreboards. Todoroki. Shiozaki. Tokomi. That other guy. A couple others. Izuku blinked in disbelief. That leaves me in 11th place. Again? Alright. Who the heck is rigging my scores? It took a little bit of time for the remaining spots to be filled. Izuku watched as his fellow first years slowly found their way past the minefield, using their quirks and capabilities as they saw fit. Their faces were alit with both delight and relief after reaching the end, almost as if they had just passed through the gates of Tartarus and made it out through the other side. Meanwhile, Izuku was still a bit taken aback by the sudden realization that he had placed 11th for the third time in a row in regards to UA scoreboards. He realized that the actual probability of such a thing occurring was rather low, astronomically so. Then again, he also knew that the chance of someone actually rigging his scores was an actual impossibility. But that didn't deter from the fact that, you're doing it again. But in the third person this time. So, it's creepy. Izuku stopped muttering upon hearing the voice. He turned, finding an unsettled Manga looking at him with a bunch of scribbles scattered around his face. Aiwa. Izuku sputtered meekly. You were talking about yourself. In the third person. Manga said. Izuku blinked at the statement. You're kidding. Nope. The lab rat here heard right, exclaimed Mei, popping up beside Manga. A frazzled pony wasn't too far behind. You were going all hubbly-jubbly about placements and stuff. Mei continued with fingers wiggling as she spoke. Izuku scrunched his face in confusion. Hubbly-jubbly? Mei just nodded eagerly. No, you know what, never mind. How'd you guys fare in the placements? Izuku asked. Not too shabby if I'd say so myself. I was a mere 2 people behind you in 13th place. Mei stated. I got 36th place myself. Uraraka and Pony passed me like the breeze after I got them out of that ice, Manga added. You're just slow, Pony chided. Not. R2. On. Aha. Izuku chuckled at his friend's antics, turning towards Mei. So what did Pony get? I'm not too sure I can ask her myself right now. Mei cackled in amusement. Quite an improvement from when she could barely speak Japanese, eh? Heh, that's Pony for you, even if she still struggles in some aspects. Anyways, I think Pony got in with 27th place, oddly enough. I mean, Antigrav got 18th. Pony should have been around there. She and Antigrav were running together. Antigrav? You mean Uraraka? Izuku looked back towards the pair of Manga and Pony. Where is Uraraka, anyways? Hummed Mei. She shrugged non-committally. I don't know. I think I saw here, somewhere around there. Mei motioned her hands into the crowd unhelpfully. Anyways, Mei continued, Pony's really fast on those legs of hers. She would have outpaced most of the others. Unless something was hampering her. But in that case, I bet that she couldn't gotten further up if she just used them. I already said that I wasn't going to use those. Never, never. Pony interrupted. They look all weird on me. But Pony, imagine the possibilities if you cowl. Izuku stopped Mei before she could get into another one of her invention-centered rants. A cloud of bugs covered her face in seconds. Some may have been disgusted by the fact that they had just had their face covered by bugs, but Mei had gotten used to it. She embraced it even. She said it was just a working hazard with working with Izuku. Izuku went to open his mouth to speak, but stopped himself when he noticed someone was missing. Where'd Manga go? Went to go talk with Kendo-san, Pony replied. Ah, Izuku realized. The girl with the orange hair that's in your class, right? Emchim. Huh, ditched the 3 of us, eh? I think it was the bugs, came the muffled, buzzing voice of Mei. You know how he is with them. Izuku looked back to Mei. He decided that she'd spent enough time under the bugs and released his hold on them. The bugs dispersed. So, 27th, eh? Izuku switched topics, turning back towards Pony. Why? Well, honestly, you think that I could have done better, don't you? Retorted Pony. Oh, it's nothing really. Pony giggled. I'm just kidding, Izuku. But you are right. I definitely could have placed higher. But then why didn't you? Midoriya, came the voice of Ida. Izuku turned at the interruption, finding the glasses-wearing boy approaching him. Congratulations on your placement, he said as he stood in front of Izuku and Pony. You trailed just behind me, quite an accomplishment without a speed quirk or something that would have circumvented the mines. I didn't quite see how you did that, though. What did you do? Hee, Izuku laughed abashedly. It wasn't anything too special. I just used my bugs, really. Used them to navigate the minefield by planning out my steps. I'm impressed yet again, Midoriya. You must have undergone a lot of practice with your quirk, haven't you? Ida complimented. It's nothing like that, really. It sort of just comes to me, you know? Ida gave out a curt laugh. You're too humble for your own good. Anyhow, we should keep quiet. I believe that I spotted Aoyama shooting through the gate just now. He should be the last of us. True to Ida's word, once Aoyama had passed the gate, Midnight announced that he was the last to make it through to the second round. It wasn't long until the festival continued on its way, Midnight announcing the next round's cavalry battle. The score point system that utilized the placings from the obstacle race actually made Izuku thankful that he wasn't in first, considering that Todoroki's headband weighed in at 10 million points. And so, with 15 minutes on the clock and various strategies already forming in his head, Izuku set to work in building his team. His first action was turning back to Ida's position, wishing to use his speed for the front position of the team setup. Only, he found that his speedy friend was absent, and instead all the way across the way with Todoroki along with Tsu and Jiro. That's strange. Why would he purposely want to work with Todoroki? That just paints a huge target on his back. The same goes with Tsu and Injiro. But Are they that confident in Todoroki? Well, I suppose that makes sense. I would be too if he. A hand on his shoulder spurred him from his thoughts. Now that's better, said May. You're actually speaking like a sane person again. So, what did you say? Team with me and Pony? Yeah. That's good. We've doubled down on mobility with you too then. And a little too on offense with Pony's horns. My bugs can help with omnidirectional surveillance, but I'm not too comfortable with their combat ability against someone like Bakugo or Todoroki. We need someone with greater offensive ability in that regard. Why don't you just use your bugs en masse? Can't you just blanket the area in them? Asked Pony. Nope. I actually asked about that earlier, yesterday to be precise. The school said that I had to wait to make it to the 3rd round. Something about it not following the intent to harm rule if I were to encase everyone in a flood of bugs. Malicious intent, apparently. Seriously? Seems like they were just undermining you, May suggested. Well, there's not much we can do about it. We'll just have to cope. But I do have someone in mind. In fact, Izuku looked around and found the person that he had in mind. In a few seconds, he was behind his target and was placing a hand on the boy's shoulders. Gotcha! Tokoyami turned around to face Izuku. Midoriya? Hi here. You want to join my team? You don't have to attack if you want to, though. Defense would just be fine. Defense? Tokoyami said, somewhat surprised. That's a rather interesting choice, considering how my quirk gets weaker the brighter the environment is. Izuku smiled. I thought that was so. It makes sense, considering that Dark Shadow is, well, a shadow. His offensive power would scale with darkness, just like it did back at USJ. Tokoyami spared a glance at the two behind Izuku, taking a moment to observe them. Sure. Use me as you see fit, then. Yes, exclaimed Izuku. We've got the optimal team setup, I would think. I'll be counting on you, then. Team Midoriya stood at the ready. Pony held her ground at the front of the formation, doing her part to support Midoriya on her back. May had her hoversaws on, as well as one of her iterations of a move pack. She opted for the thruster pack instead of the turbine-powered one, as its thrusters were movable and thus able to point backwards to aid in forward movement. Tokoyami held his head high, Dark Shadow peeking out and edging for a fight. All the while, Izuku sat at the top, a small army of flying insects surrounding his headbands. The swarm was there to deter some away from targeting them, though he knew that was hopeful thinking. There were some like Bakugo, after all, who would be willing to shuffle through some bugs for a second if it meant coining a win for their team. Looking around, Izuku found that there were a couple notable groups among the 12 that were formed. Izuku found Manga, though he was acting for a back leg for Yaoyorozu. Kendo was at the front of that team, with another girl he didn't know as the other leg. Team Todoroki consisted of Ida at the front, with Tsu and Jiro as the legs supporting Todoroki. Meanwhile, Bakugo had Kirishima at the helm of his group, with Siro and Ishido at the back. Izuku looked around, eyeing the eager faces of all the team. Everyone was ready, their minds set in taking the win for the 2nd round. And all that pent-up excitement was released when midnight announced the start of the match. Most of the teams beelined for Todoroki, aiming to be the first to snag the 10 million point headband from the thermodynamic boy. However, just like Izuku had, it did seem that Todoroki had thought his team setup. Considering the way Tsu wrapped her tongue around Todoroki to lower him towards the ground. As his hand touched the ground, a giant wave of ice sprouted similar to the act Todoroki had done back during the obstacle race, encasing most in his ice. Team Todoroki then sprinted off, their intent seemed to be placed in the art of evasion for the most part. Izuku and his team watched on in the distance, seeing the ensuing entrapment of their fellow contestants. Then a light bulb went off in Izuku's head. Head toward the ice. Tokoyami used Dark Shadow to pave a way to the other contestants. The other 3 followed up on Izuku's orders, making their way towards the trapped contestants. We're currently in 5th place, Izuku explained. But if we head up on there and start picking off the weaker targets. Team Midoriya came upon a team with someone who blew a wall of what seemed like air in front of them. However, The barrier was easily worked around since that team was still encased in ice. The others attempted to move to stop Izuku, but it was a pointless defense. And with that, Team Midoriya was a little over 200 points further in the lead. "What's this?" yelled the exuberant voice of Present Mike. "Look at that. Team Midoriya is taking advantage of the others' misfortune and taking their headbands." Team Midoriya continued on their way, closing in on a trapped Team Yaoyorozu. Unfortunately, their advance was halted with the appearance of a giant word wall that Manga had conjured. "Izuku," yelled Manga in a panic. "Don't you dare come any closer. I'll spam my attacks on you." "Hey Manga." Izuku greeted, completely ignoring Manga's spiel. "Hello Yaoyorozu, Kendo, and girl I don't know," Izuku continued. "Gee, I'm the only one without a greeting?" said the girl. "Hi Setsunsen," said Pony. "There we are." "Hey Pony," the girl responded. Izuku attempted to have his insects go on attempt to steal the headbands by flying over the barrier, but a swath of heat came from a makeshift flamethrower via Manga's improvised aerosol words and a lighter Yaoyorozu had created. "You'll have to do better than that if you wish to take our headbands, Midoriya," the creation girl said. Just then, the girl Setsuna launched her arm off of her body as well as half of her head, setting up a barrage of projectiles towards Izuku and his team. "Oh wow. It's kinda like my bug control. I wonder if she can see and hear through those too." A loose piece of Setsuna that appeared to be her mouth zoomed by, shouting out, "I can. Cool, ain't it?" "Seriously, that's what you're concerned with right now," exclaimed May. "Sure, they don't hurt all that much, but right? Sorry." Izuku used his bugs, aptly gathered from his waiting swarm off the field, and launched a counter-offensive against the floating bits of Setsuna. "Let's get out of here. This place is getting too hot, anyways. The rest are about to break free from the ice." Izuku noted. Pony obliged, turning the other way and back away from the ice field. Team Midoriya continued to romp around the field, taking a few headbands here and there, losing some too. Some spoils were harder to retrieve than others, one example being the headband they'd stolen from the mobile tank that consisted of Shoji, Mineta, and Aoyama. It was all going well for Team Midoriya until 3 minutes were left on the was then that an irate Bakugo was suddenly hot on their trail. "Come back here." "Shoot," Izuku said. "Keep going. I'd rather not have to deal with his." A line of Suro's tape shot past them. Izuku was confused at first, wondering about the increasingly lengthening piece of tape, until his backward-facing bugs saw Ashido launching some forward acid and Kirishima hardening up. "Defense. Gogo's about to..." Izuku's yells were drowned out by the incoming blasts of explosions. Team Midoriya was quick to act, but not quick enough. Bakugo came flying sideways, having no care for the bugs around Izuku's neck, taking 7 of their 8 headbands. "You thought that you could have dodged me? Fat chance, nerd." Team Bakugo zoomed away, along with 7 headbands that placed them in the lead in second place. Izuku hastily checked his remaining headband, finding it to score a measly 105 points. Looking up at the scoreboard, he found that placed his team in 7th. "Whoa. Talk about a quick rebound," announced Present Mike. Team Bakugo has just swept the as so far untouched Team Midoriya right off their feet. They're in danger now, especially with there being only a minute left. "Shoot," Izuku yelled. "Bakugo," he screamed in resentment. Hey, Izuku. It's a..." Whatever words were coming out of Mei's mouth were drowned out when Izuku noticed a black smog in the distance. He spied Ida, with black smoke emitting from his exhaust ports. Team Todoroki currently wasn't moving. Izuku quickly, yet discreetly, sent a few bugs ahead to take all he could from the situation. "Good thing that you were able to stop Yaoya. Almost go, and Millie. Dang it. I thought I had this listening thing down. Guess it really slips up when I'm not consent. Then, but no, can you stall?" Izuku heard enough. He sent the bugs towards Todoroki, scouting the headbands on his neck. His flies found headbands ranging from a myriad of scores, but there was only one that mattered. There was only one that Izuku was aiming for, the 10 million point headband. "We're going after Todoroki." Izuku suddenly explained. What? Really? Midoriya, certainty you don't think. There isn't any time. We're aiming for the headband's second from the bottom. Take that one at all costs. Wire arrows, but release the tension on them. Izuku commanded. Leave them limp and hand them over. Set the thruster pack to its final setting. Get ready for a final push. Heh, if that big brain of yours says so. Fine then. Mei cackled. She disengaged the wire arrows and handed them to Izuku, who held one wire in each hand. Tokoyami. Izuku continued. Hang on to Mei. Have Dark Shadow ready for an assault. The bird-headed boy looked over at the girl in uncertainty. Go ahead. I won't bite, mused Mei. Tokoyami sighed, attaching himself to Mei and readying Dark Shadow over his shoulder. Pony! Izuku exclaimed. Just like you practiced. Horn charge. Yes. Pony immediately got on all fours and zoomed towards Todoroki's team. Izuku found himself on her back, utilizing the wire arrows to pull along Mei and Tokoyami as a pseudo-HRS. Mei's thruster pack lessened the burden of the weight, dramatically helping their speed increase. And right at Team Todoroki's position flew in a swarm of bugs numbering in the thousands, gathered at a moment's notice from the stands. 3 bug clones formed around Todoroki, Tsu, Jiro, and Ida. They acted as an initial distraction. In just a few seconds, Team Midoriya came to a surprisingly close distance to Team Todoroki. The sudden burst of speed via Pony's charge and the boost from Mei's pack caught Todoroki's team completely off guard. The human-shaped bugs helped to keep their approach as abrupt as possible. Within feet of Todoroki and his team, Pony stood up, fixing the position of her hands to launch 4 horns at near point-blank range. Izuku kept up with the abrupt movement by way of Mei, whose body in company with Tokoyami cushioned and rebounded his backwards movement, allowing him to keep up on Pony's shoulders. Izuku's bugs swarmed forward, keeping up the assault, as did the dual charge of Tokoyami's Dark Shadow. They advanced ever still, and as they closed in, Izuku grabbed for Todoroki's neckline, where the headbands rested in plain sight. The faces on Team Todoroki were in a state of shock. Jiro was barely able to knock 2 horns of course, with Tsu redirecting one of the other horns. The other horn got Todoroki on the head, dazing him slightly. Izuku took the chance to deconstruct 2 of his clones and direct them for the headbands in an attempt to take them. The oncoming danger seemed to be too much of a threat to Todoroki, however, as both of his sides upwards of his torso flared up in response. A good portion of Izuku's bugs died to the divided hot and cold, but it didn't matter. As Izuku closed in on Todoroki's fireside, the fire-consumed arm of Todoroki was swatted away by Dark Shadow. The resulting assault led to Izuku being able to secure a single headband, the second band from the last. Todoroki was shocked still, looking at his arm like it was some foreign object. The rest of his team prepared to move and snap Todoroki out of whatever daze he was in, but it proved to be for naught. The buzzers signified the end of the cavalry battle sounded not too long after. So, what is it that you want exactly? Izuku's voice rang out, carrying its weight despite the roaring crowds above. He and Todoroki were currently under an archway that led outside of the stadium. Todoroki had asked for Izuku, pulling him apart from the rest of the group who were on their way to a cafeteria. Across from Izuku, Todoroki leaned against the concrete wall, eyeing Izuku with a cold glare. Seeing no response from Todoroki, Izuku followed suit. His back found itself against the wall, his mind reaching for a couple of bugs. A few fireflies flitted about, bobbing up and down with their yellow lights. A giant centipede Mukade found its way down Izuku's neck and onto his hand, where it milled about at its leisure. Izuku found the time to admire his creepy crawly friends, waiting for the boy across from him to initiate whatever conversation he wanted to have. But Todoroki remained unfazed. Izuku sighed. I swore to myself that I would never use my fire. The abrupt statement caught Izuku off guard. He ended his spiel before he knew it, wanting to hear what his mysterious classmate would say. After a few moments, Izuku nodded, signaling Todoroki to continue. You overpowered me. So much so that I broke my pledge. Nobody that I've met has done that before. Your pledge? Izuku asked. His mind lit with realization. You mean, you purposely limit yourself to only using your ice? Todoroki merely nodded. But why would you limit yourself like that? You could learn from your fire. Adapt to conflict. Strive for more. Another bout of silence. You know that Endeavor is my father? Todoroki said, ignoring Izuku's rant. I know that, Izuku admitted, confused. Is this still related to the topic? And do you know about Quirk marriages as well? Todoroki asked. Yeah. Good, Todoroki said. Then I can explain this to you simply. My father raised me for the single purpose to surpass all might. Nothing more and nothing less. And I won't stand to be a tool for scum like that. Izuku hummed, sounding uncommitted. Outwardly he was calm. And he wouldn't show it, but in truth, his mind was swarming with questions. I will fight you, and I will prove that I can do it without my father's power. I see, Izuku said. Todoroki rose from the wall, maintaining his dead stare and cold demeanor. I really don't get what the others see in you, Midoriya. What? This conversation is going all over the place. With a glance, Todoroki went towards the cafeteria. Never mind. Never mind? That's it. What did he even mean? Staring after the retreating back of the half-cold, half-hot boy, Izuku took a second to place a bug on Todoroki, hiding it within the folds of the collar of his tracksuit. A small part of it was to see just how the would fare before the tournament. Another, more larger part was Izuku being curious by what he meant by that last comment. As Todoroki walked away, Izuku attempted to try to understand the introverted boy. Izuku's mind couldn't quite find a hold around the boy known as Shoto Todoroki, especially since the seemingly antisocial boy had now been shown in a new light. A perspective which had destroyed Izuku's previous assumptions on of Todoroki. It was during these thoughts that Izuku gathered a swarm of bugs from the surrounding environment. Mind still on the departing Todoroki, Izuku haphazardly sent the bugs around the corner of the stone corridor he was currently in, paying no heed to their organization. As a result, the bugs formed into an amorphous shape in the air, appearing before the only other individual in Izuku's immediate radius. The bugs spoke a broken, harsh screeching, grating on the ears of the boy they flew in front of. Nice weather we're having, Bakugo? The boy in question growled in fury, breaking away from his cover. If he was surprised that Izuku had noticed him, he didn't show. Instead, Bakugo stalked past Izuku, brushing past his shoulders and heading straight towards the cafeteria. Izuku followed not long after, his mind adrift in the mystery of Shoto Todoroki. Izuku watched the first round of the tournament with great interest. He didn't know what to expect, with Ishido going against the unknown that was Hitoshi Shinso. But it definitely wasn't this. What's this? 1A's own Mina Ishido just walked out of bounds on her own. What was she thinking there, folks? Shouted the enthusiastic voice of Present Mike. It certainly was interesting, though, whatever Shinso's quirk was. High up in his class's designated seating area, it was hard to tell what exactly happened. In fact, from up in the stands, it looked as if Ishido had just given up to allow Shinso the chance to advance to the next round. The only explanation that came to Izuku's mind in regards to the strange situation was Hitoshi Shinso's quirk. The boy seemed pretty powerful for someone enrolled in general education. Izuku continued thinking of the possible implications of the battle, digging himself deeper into the recesses of his mind to ponder. It was only when he heard Present Mike announce the next matchup, as well as the appearance of a sudden gout of flame that sprung up from one corner of his mind, that Izuku honed in on the eyes of one of his bugs. The bug, which he took note, was on Todoroki. Considering Todoroki's previous statements from a mere hour ago, the fire could only mean one thing: Endeavor. Ting disgraceful, came the voice of Endeavor, the hulk of a man endowed in a cloak of his own flames. If you just used your left side, you could have overwhelmed everyone in the obstacle race and the cavalry battle, instead of being shown up by somebody who controls bugs. Really? I bet that he'd stop this childish rebellion. You have a duty to surpass all might. Unlike the rest of your siblings, you are the true masterpiece. Izuku cut his connection, then and there. Did he really just? I can see why Todoroki hates him so much. That self-righteous JRK. And the way he talked about his own children, like they were just pawns on a chessboard. How could a hero be like that? And the number 2, no less. Izuku's attention was brought away from his newfound insight of endeavor by sudden shift in temperature he felt with not only his own body, but with the death of hundreds of bugs. He found the giant iceberg, because that's what in truth the only thing it could be called, encasing the frozen form of Kirishima below. Despite the red-headed boy's brute strength and durability, the sudden blast of cold left him in no position to break out, his arms and legs frozen in place. He yielded not too long after. Todoroki then began apologizing, why came forward to free the disabled Kirishima. And with that, Izuku stood up and made his way down to the locker rooms. The third round was coming up, after all. It was only a matter of time until the field was ready for round 3. It looks like this time it's going to be one hero class against the other, fellow listeners. Hopefully this time, third time's the charm. Maybe this round won't be another uneventful curb stomp. Introducing Class 1B Senkaibara. He looks like a good-looking guy. The boy across from Izuku, Senkaibara, had a smirk on him, signaling that he was ready for a fight and confident to win. On the other side is is Class 1A's scarifying, horrifying bug master of terror, Izuku Midoriya. He's someone who I really wish would tone it down a bit in class. There was this one time with this spider that Mike eased the deadpan tone of Eraserhead. Right. Sorry. Down on the ground, Kaibara and Izuku stared down the other. One looked on with an unopposed glee. The other, beard and inquisitive, collected stare. When Midnight signaled for the fight to start, Kaibara activated his quirk, his arms gyrating at immense speeds. All right, bug boy, Kaibara spewed. I'll keep this short, and his words were drowned out by the giant mass of bugs that appeared behind him, immediately blanketing his entire body. Izuku could feel the boy's limbs gyrating, attempting to and successfully remove the bugs covering his body. Of course, Kaibara was at a disadvantage since he wasn't actually killing all too many of the bugs. Then there was the fact that Izuku kept on replacing the bugs that were launched off, ensuring his opponent stayed under constant assault. The muffled screams did little to deter the waves of insects. Izuku simply looked on. Eventually, the scene came to be interrupted. Midoriya, came the voice of Midnight. Izuku looked over to his modern hero art history teacher, meeting her eyes. I believe that he's had enough, she said. Izuku considered her words, looking back at the squirming form of Kaibara. Eventually, he nodded his head. The bugs lifted off of Kaibara's body, freed the boy with a look of relief on his face. Kaibara, you remained unable to move for an extended PRD of time. I deemed it that you were unable to continue. Do you understand? Asked Midnight. Kaibara slowly got up to his feet. A visible lump appeared in his throat as he steadied his gaze at Izuku. Kaibara readily nodded in to relay his understanding. Then it's agreed. Izuku Midoriya is the winner. Unlike the previous fights, the crowd wasn't immediately filled with cheers. A few moments of silence eventually brought upon the missing cheers, the initial shock having worn off the crowd. But it was easy to tell that the sound wasn't the same. It was a mixed signal of cheers and disapproval. Izuku then walked back, making his way back to his seat up back with his class. Present Mick's voice boomed over the heads of the audience once again, joining the mix of critiques that made up the stadium. You see what I mean? Eraserhead, how the heck do you even? Mike. The rest of the tournament's first batch of fights finished off quite spectacularly. Shiozaki proved her angelic grace with her quick action. Her vines burrowed effortlessly into the ground to entrap a helpless Jiro. The battlefield didn't prove to be to the Earjack girl's advantage, especially with the lack of terrain for her to use, or with her lacking any of her amplifying equipment. Ida versus Mei proved to be exactly how Izuku thought it would come to. Ida's general attitude made it likely that he would accept Mei's offer to even the battlefield, as she so eloquently put it herself. The end result was Mei getting free exposure to the world at large and showing off her babies. Sure, Ida ended up winning in the end, but Izuku knew it wasn't a true victory to the bespectacled boy. The fight between Bakugo and 1B's Rin. Well, it ended in the only way it possibly could. It was true that Rin's scales were highly versatile. A perfect blend of offense and defense. But Bakugo was the king of brute offensive power, no matter how much Izuku hated to admit. There were few that would be able to take him in a real one-on-one fight. The exception Izuku was sure of being Todoroki at his full strength. Tokoyami and Pony had an interesting fight. Pony was able to dodge a good portion of Dark Shadow's attacks, her horns doing a good job fending off the creature of Shadow. But it only took one mistake, a missed projectile, for Tokoyami to close in and commit to a takedown. Funnily enough, the last round was a rematch of sorts. Tiu versus Zero yet again, starting with Zero's voice of dread and subsequent words of a hopeful retaliation. It didn't seem that fate was within Zero's favor, however, since there wasn't much change from the original fight back in the first few days of school. Fuyu demonstrated her superior ability, using Zero's attempt to launch her out of grounds against him. And so, with the winners of the first bracket known, Midnight went on to announce the next round. And Izuku ended up being first. He again made his way down in preparation for the next battle. Izuku Midoriya, announced Hitoshi Shinso, his voice filled with genuine delight. I'm glad to see that you've come this far. Shinso, Izuku said, returning the goodwill of his opponent. A pleasure. The two found their place on opposing sides, facing each other without batting an eye. I'll be honest with you, Midoriya, Shinso said. I was surprised to learn that someone like me had gotten into the hero course. Oh, Izuku voiced with intrigue. What do you mean? Start, announced Midnight. Shinso smirked. I suppose that I can say that I look up to you, in a way. It just goes to show that just because I have a quirk that has been labeled villainous, that doesn't mean that I can't make my goals to become a hero a reality. A quirk? Like mine? Asked Izuku. Shinso sighed. I'm sure you know how it is. And I do apologize, Midoriya. But you out of anyone would know what I am striving for. No hard feelings. Izuku froze up then and there, a purple haze creeping in from the periphery of his mind. Kindly walk out of bounds, if you will. Izuku turned, slowly making his way to the boundaries of the battle's confines. What's this? He's done it again. Just what is this madness? Present Mike yelled. Interesting. Acoustic-based psychological manipulation. Izuku slowly made his way to the edge, the crowd watching in quiet anticipation. But then something else creeped up from the back of his mind. Izuku sensed it was nothing like ever before, yet in the same way somehow familiar. Nothing like his bugs. But something else. Something clicked and he felt it. A giant expanse. A crystal. A life form. Interconnecting. Changing. Morphing. Evolving. A single bee from his swarm landed on his hand. It stung hard. The purple haze faded. And so had the presence. Almost like it was never there to begin with. But Izuku knew better. Izuku blinked, shaking his head. Her brought his breathing under control, which at some point had devolved into harsh, shallow breaths. How did you? Izuku turned around, spotting the amazed face of Shinso staring back at him. Mind control, huh? Shinso jumped in surprise, reeling from the sudden appearance of bugs behind him. But when he realized that the bugs had spoken, his eyes widened. Izuku felt the hold of Shinso quirk take hold again. But instead of like the previous time, the effect dispersed amongst his swarm, rippling in each and every one of the bugs gathered near Shinso. Go out of bounds, Shinso said in a curt manner. The bugs begin their way to follow Shinso's orders. Shinso looked on dumbfounded, watching the bugs move while Izuku stayed in place. Izuku then tightened his control on the bugs, breaking Shinso's connection. In an instant, Izuku ran forward, arms aiming to grapple Shinso. Shinso attempted to counter, raising a fist to meet Izuku's approaching form. It did little to aid the inexperienced boy. Izuku took the opportunity to grab Shinso's arm, pinning it behind his back. Izuku effortlessly forced Shinso to the ground. By the end of the short spree, Izuku had his body weight over the downed form of Shinso. Do you yield, Shinso? Shinso attempted to escape from his position, wiggling under Izuku's grasp. He drawled out, Shinso again attempted to fight for control of the insects, relaying a command of, attack Izuku Midoriya. The command took into effect for just a moment, the nearby bugs going towards Izuku, yet they immediately were reined in yet again by their true master. Shinso growled in frustration, using jagged movements in an effort to dislodge the boy holding him down. But after a few moments of his struggle, Shinso sked. I yield, he muttered. Then it is settled. Izuku Midoriya wins this match, yelled Midnight. Izuku promptly removed his body from atop his captive, easing the stress on Shinso's body. Izuku, his face permeating his impressed state of mind, then lowered a hand towards the downed Shinso. Izuku's opponent made a loud sigh, yet ultimately accepted the help and pulled himself up. The two ended standing face to face, both faces filled in a manner of intrigue and fascination in the other. That was rather impressive, Shinso, Izuku said, breaking the silence between the two. I've got to say, that is quite a quirk you have there. I mean, imagine the possibilities. Diffusing hostage situations. Forcing villains into SBMSN in seconds. You just need to work on your hand-to-hand, and then you'd be set. Across from Izuku, Shinso was wide-eyed in surprise. To the boy, Izuku's enthusiasm in his brainwashing quirk was a first. He'd been faced with countless others before, who saw only the misdeeds he could enact with his quirk. Never had someone thought of the possible actions he could pursue that fell under the topic of heroics. But here was someone who had come under the effects of his brainwashing himself, that was praising him, spouting out the nonsense of heroics. Someone who wasn't afraid of his quirk, but instead was hopping around like one of those bobtails he played with as a kid. Shinso felt a smile coming onto his face. Thank you, Midoriya. Izuku froze up at the words. Came the shout of present Mike. Get off the field. You can talk in the locker rooms. We still have the other fights to get to, you know. Shoot. Izuku shouted. He then proceeded to gather up some bugs near the commentator's box, a swarm of bugs appearing in front of the glass in an instant. Sorry, present Mike. We'll get going. Izuku ignored the screams of terror he had heard originating from present Mike, as well as the way it was broadcasted amongst the stadium. He turned to talk to Shinso. He noticed that the boy had already walked off, and was now facing the crowds where Izuku could hear the praise Shinso was getting from his classmates. It wasn't too long until Shinso began to walk further away, back into the bowels of the stadium. It was then that Izuku began to jog towards him. He still had one thing he needed to do, after all. Izuku caught Shinso just before the entrance to the locker room. Shinso turned at the sound of Izuku's breathing, looking at Izuku in wait for whatever he was going to say. I'm sorry, Shinso, Izuku said. You're striving to be a hero. And I sort of just took that opportunity from you, didn't I? I guess I just got caught up in the moment, you know? I wasn't really thinking. I know how it is, having to pressure of a quirk like mine wearing me down. And I know how unfair the practical was. If you didn't have a combat quirk of some physical training, you were basically a sitting duck. And I can imagine that your mind control wouldn't be able to affect the robots, and it's just that. Midoriya. Shut up. Your priorities are all over the place. And don't you have a tournament to win? What? But your dream to... You shouldn't worry about that, Shinso interrupted. If anything, you just showed me that I still have a ways to go before I'm truly hero material. If anything, you deserve to go on. Shinso chuckled. Besides, between the two of us, you're much more impressive. You broke out of my brainwashing yourself, after all. A gleam came to Shinso's eyes then, as if realizing the words that had come out of his mouth. How'd you do that anyways? Breaking out of my quirk. Izuku though back on the voice, that massive presence he felt. And the way that it had disappeared as well. He tried to find it again, but no matter how far he tried, he just couldn't seem to find it again. I'm not entirely too sure, actually, Izuku admitted. Really? Shinso said, disbelief in his voice. Yeah. Well, as for parting words, You better not lose in some pathetic way, you hear me? I won't forgive you if you do. Izuku watched on with an inquisitive fascination as the second round of the quarterfinals started up. Down below, two of his classmates from 1A had been paired, the matchup consisting of Bakugo and Tokoyami. Izuku was standing further up than the rest of his class, with his arms hanging over the railing and him leaning forward as much as he could to watch the fight. It wasn't a necessary effort, of course, considering he could watch the fight with much greater efficiency if he used his bugs, but the excitement of seeing the fight firsthand had Izuku disregard the use of his bugs for now. But as fortune would have it, it was as the match had barely even started when the Izuku sensed a couple of forms walking toward him. Midoriya, Kun, came the voice of Uraraka, much more reserved than usual. Izuku shifted his attention to his side, delegating some of his bugs to watch the fight to find Uraraka accompanied by Ida. Hey guys. How's it going? Asked Izuku, shifting his gaze back on the fight. We are doing well, Midoriya. Thank you for asking, Ida said. Yeah. But other than that, not much. Ida-kun's still waiting for his match. But I'm just watching the rest of the fights from up here, you know? Uraraka added. Yes, Izuku said in understanding. It's too bad you didn't get past the cavalry battle. I would have liked to see some more combat scenarios with your quirk. You have a very versatile power after all. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. But really, if any of us has a versatile quirk, it's you. Even with all the bugs. I mean, your fight with Shinso was interesting. It was indeed interesting, Midoriya, Ida interrupted. Uraraka and I didn't know what was happening, and Ishido wasn't back yet, so we couldn't ask her what Shinso had done with her. Much of our class was in the same position, but then Ojiro-san told us that Shinso probably had a sort of mind control quirk. Oh, he did? Izuku asked. How'd Ojiro figure that out? He said it was from the cavalry battle. Apparently, that was the reason he forfeited his position to Shiozaki. Really? Did he now? Izuku asked. A few moments passed before he spoke again, a bit more tense this time around. But neither Rin nor Kaibara left their positions open for someone else to take their place. I guess it just goes to how much Ojiro respects his own moral code and sense of honor. Down below, Tokoyami found himself on the ground, pinned against Bakugo's body and with his dark shadow weakened immensely from the explosions Bakugo produced from his hands. It wasn't long until the match went to Bakugo. It wasn't a surprise to Izuku, who knew that it was likely that Tokoyami would lose due to his weakness to light sources. Izuku sat down on the seat behind him. Dang. I suppose that I shouldn't have expected anything less. Who's next again? I wasn't paying attention earlier. Ida and Uraraka followed suit, sitting on one side of Izuku. It's Tsu and that vine-hair girl. Uraraka said. This one's going to be fun. The atmosphere grew a little less tense, the friends delegating their mind to the fight in front of them. Shiozaki and Tsu had an interesting fight. Tsu's agility had her dodging left and right from Shiozaki's vines. Shiozaki herself was having trouble in getting a grasp on her frog-like opponent, only being able to prevent Tsu from coming in too close. Tsu attempted to secrete her toxins across the battlefield, but it did little to affect Shiozaki since she was stationary and surrounded by her vines for the majority of the match. It was that factor that decided the match in Shiozaki's favor, her personal fortress proving to be unable to be penetrated by Tsu. Then Ida went down to have his match with Todoroki. The spectacle that came after showed that Todoroki was right in believing Ida to be amongst the most powerful in class. While Ida was holding his own against the ice-wielding Todoroki, Ida ultimately failed to his legs getting frozen. But at the cost of Todoroki growing even more tired and fatigued due to his ice. That left Bakugo, Shiozaki, Todoroki, and Izuku himself as the semifinalists. And it seemed that Todoroki's icy fatigue would be working in Izuku's favor. Izuku had been making his way to his next match when a swath of his bugs came into focus onto the waiting form of Endeavor. The fire hero was leaning against the wall of the hallway that led to Izuku's match, leaving out any potential ways Izuku could miss running into the flame hero. Seeing no way to avoid the upcoming confrontation, Izuku braced himself for the ensured drama that was to come. Turning the corner, Izuku could feel the inherent heat that emanated from the hero covered in his own flame quirk. When Izuku came into view, Endeavor focused his gaze, his eyes filled with an animalistic delight that his target had arrived. "Ah, there you are," came the gruff voice of Endeavor. "I've been waiting for you, kid." Izuku had never liked Endeavor. Despite the fact that he was the second best hero after All Might, Endeavor was aggressive, brash, rude, and quite ironically cold whenever he appeared in public. Never once had Izuku seen an honest smile on the man, and never had the media. It reminded Izuku too much of Bakugo after he had grown egotistical from his quirk. And if any of the things Todoroki had said were true, which Izuku was finding hard to refute, it didn't paint a nice picture of the man who was known as Endeavor. "Have you?" asked Izuku in a curt manner. "My apologies, then, if you've stood there too long. But it makes me wonder. Shouldn't you be on the other end of the stadium, cheering on your son instead?" The man let out a grunt of dismissal towards the comment. "I'm here for a similar reason. This is actually about my son, so in a way I am cheering him on. First, you must know, my Shoto serves a purpose. It is his destiny to surpass All Might." Izuku narrowed his eyes. "I'm aware of that," he said. "Oh, you do?" Endeavor chuckled. "Good. Then you must know that I am sincere when I say that I am grateful that you forced his fire out of him. Nobody that I've put him up against has ever done such a thing ever since he started up this rebellion of his. In fact, I was surprised when it was you who did it. I never would have thought that someone with a quirk like yours would ever be so useful." A few bugs began buzzing around Izuku. However, he held tight onto his control, subduing the bugs that were subconsciously reacting to Izuku's emotions. "Is that all? HPMH. Not much of a talker, then? I suppose I'll keep this short. You keep doing what you are doing. Shoto needs to learn that he needs his fire just as much as he needs his ice." Izuku took a deep breath. "I can see why Todoroki was so mad before. This man is infuriating. Just talking to him makes me mad. Almost like my old principal. He reminds me of two people that I despise. My apologies, Endeavor." "What for?" the hero asked. "You ask of me something that I won't do. But no matter what it looks like, just know that whatever I do out there will be to my own accord. I won't follow the whims of someone like you." Endeavor narrowed his own eyes, but didn't offer up anything further. Izuku simply walked past him, entering the stadium proper and making his way to the battlefield. And here we are, folks. Both are top contenders in their class, and both are equally as fearsome in their own right. Introducing Shoto Todoroki, son of Endeavor, and Izuku Midoriya, master of creepy crawly bugs. Hey Shota. Hold up. Across from Izuku stood Todoroki, still visually worn down from his previous fights. The bug Izuku had planted on his opponent was barely alive, clinging on to the boy despite the gradual decrease in his body temperature. The cold emanating off of Todoroki, plus the small flakes of ice that dotted his right side, made Izuku to believe that Todoroki's quirk had a limit. Or, at least, that he needed both his fire and ice to cancel out the negative effects both quirks held when used individually. And considering Todoroki's reckless and immediate attacks. With that, Izuku had a strategy in mind. Even if it was very likely he'd lose here. He felt his body twitch. Izuku edged closer to the right of the battleground so that he was diagonal from Todoroki's right. It would provide a little extra time for his first step of his plan. And then he planted the bug on Midnight, waiting for his cue. Seconds passed. And then Midnight had barely had the sound of start rolling off of her tongue when the bug on Todoroki felt the immediate drop in temperature. Izuku moved, zooming forward and to the left as fast as he could. Todoroki's stream of ice sprung itself up towards the corner of the field, slowly expanding in its width as it was aimed towards where Izuku was last seen. The blast of ice shrouded the field, particles of snow and ice littering Todoroki's already fading vision. The crowd gaped in awe yet again at the display of power, seconds going by in silence. Yet Midnight had yet to call the match. Some in the audience gasped in surprise at what they saw next. Emerging from different points from behind the icy attack, Nearly a dozen human-shaped swarm clones appeared, all in different stances and locations. The swarm was effectively spread out, with there being no way to take them all out at once with a single attack. And Todoroki knew that he couldn't waste any of his attacks. The boy set in stone on only using his ice tensed up, awaiting for the swarm to converge on his position and trying to determine where the real Midoriya was on the battlefield. Todoroki! The boy immediately reacted to the voice, creating a wall twice as tall and 4 times as wide as where the voice originated directly behind him. The wall wasn't something new to Todoroki, having been used in spars against opponents that attempted to attack as his defenseless back. But what Todoroki didn't account for was the fact that the bugs could fly, and easily did so as they flew over the top of the wall. The other swarm's clones began to descend onto him, edging closer to his position at surprising speeds. Todoroki did the only thing that he could, and constructed a dome made of ice around himself, effectively cutting off any way of attack from the bugs. "That's all you have?" asked the swarm, slightly muffled through the ice, yet still audible enough to discern. "Surely you can do better than that? Perhaps you should use your fire." A righteous fury filled Todoroki at the statement, his dome of ice exploding outward and scattering the bug's clone gathered outside it. "I will not use my right side to fight." Another swarm clone appeared and began to speak to Todoroki. "But why not?" Another blast of cold dispersed the clone into a cloud of bugs. The voice continued, "Surely you'd be much more powerful with your right? Why limit yourself? Why diminish the conflict?" Another shape appeared, this time much more robust and eerily similar in shape to a similar flame hero. "Is it because of your father?" Another wave of ice crashed into figure, this time crushing a good majority of the bugs. "What do you want, Midoriya?" yelled Todoroki. Another figure appeared, this one in the shape of Izuku himself. It tilted its head, gazing at Todoroki with 2 glowing eyes. "It's rather simple, really," came the voice, distorted yet recognizably Izuku's. "Are you trying to become a hero or not?" The ice rammed into the figure, the space once filled with bugs replaced with a glacier of. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" "Of course I am," responded Todoroki, more of his ice beginning to encompass his right side. Another Izuku copy came into formation, the bugs perfectly replicating Izuku's physique, right down to his strands of hair. "And you plan on doing that with only your ice?" Todoroki's foot slammed onto the ground, a pillar of ice springing up around the bug clone, instantly killing all of the bugs. "I will not use my father's power." The bugs neglected to take any form this time, simply amassing into an enormous, floating clump of bugs. "Your father's power?" yelled the bugs. "Don't give me that crap. Reject your father all you want. You don't understand." "Don't I? Isn't your quirk your own?" Todoroki stopped in his tracks, his mind recalling a different time in his life. Time seemed to stop. And then fire emerged from Todoroki's left side, the sudden change in temperature turning many of the nearby bugs into a crisp. "There we are," came Izuku's voice, this time without the distortion that came with using his bugs. Izuku, the real version of him, jumped out of his hiding place, removing himself from behind Todoroki's initial wave of ice. An almost manic glee shone in his eyes, quite unlike the much more reserved Izuku most knew him as. The bugs began swarming again, this time surrounding the battlefield in an enormous ring. A dozen or so more clones appeared, using their earlier tactics of spreading themselves out to avoid being decimated in one attack. "Are you ready to fight?" asked Izuku. Todoroki simply smirked. "Thank you, Midoriya." Each stared down the other, both too caught up in the moment to consider their actions. It took but a moment for the blast to shake the whole stadium. "What the hell was that?" Jiro exclaimed. "It was a freaking cool fight, that's what," yelled Ishido. Todoroki was all blam and whoosh with his ice, and then Midoriya was being all cool and crafty with his bug clones. "Woohoo! I don't know about that," Kaminari said in a much more reserved tone compared to Ishido's upbeat attitude, interrupting the cheers amongst his class. "I still think that me." "Kaminari! Come on, man," berated Kirishima. "As my friend, I really mean it when I say that you need to back off on all that stuff regarding Midoriya. You're the only one still caught up in all that stuff. That's not true and you know it, Kirishima. Kaminari said. I'm just the most overt in sharing and voicing my opinions regarding my worries. A few of those present in 1A shuffled in their seats nervously. It may have been quite some time since USJ, but that didn't mean that everyone just forgot about what happened regarding the swarm of bugs present during the time. Kaminari went on to continue his rant. Midoriya is OWW. Stop yelling, jamming way. We're all sitting right next to each other, Jiro said, retracting her ear jack from Kaminari's side. On the other hand, I still don't understand this thing you have going on with Midoriya. He's a cool dude. So what if he controls bugs? It wasn't his fault, what happened at USJ. We all know that. Kaminari huffed in frustration. I don't know, okay? I just don't feel safe around him, you know? I feel like he isn't as stable as he seems. What's stopping him from having one bad day away before he loses control? Or if he decides to switch sides? Sue hopped over, leaving her seat on the other side of the group due to having heard the conversation being held. Her tongue lashed out and smacked Kaminari in the head. You still seem to be forgetting that he saved you from being disintegrated, Karo. I think that you are associating Midoriya with your trauma, despite it spawning from the villains that attacked us. Kaminari froze up, the words penetrating his mind. Well, you know what? You saw what happened to all those villains. And their leader. What happened to that hand guy when Midoriya was knocked out? He got stung. Dozens of times. I'd be surprised if he still has his hands after all those bugs swarmed them. Come on, Kaminari, Mineta said from beside Kaminari. Midoriya isn't that bad. You should have seen him when I was stuck with him in that storm dome. He was like an actual hero then. Kaminari huffed in annoyance. I'll believe it when I see it. He looked back at the field was beginning to take shape again. Todoroki and Midoriya each walked away surprisingly injury-free. On the other hand, the fight between Shiozaki and Bakugo was on the cusp of its start. So you're saying that the entirety of your class purposely strayed behind during the race? Izuku asked, walking towards home after the sports festival. Intoned Pony. Well, the ones who could get away with it, at least. People like Shiozaki and Hananuki couldn't limit themselves if it would have been suspicious. Especially to you, Manga added, ignoring Pony's stumble in words. It was supposed to give our class an advantage over yours. But well, you saw how that went. What do you mean? I say it worked. Shiozaki got third place with me after all, Izuku said. And she's pretty nice. Pretty deserving of such an achievement, if I'd say so myself. She is, exclaimed Pony. She was so cool. Too bad she lost to Explodey, though. Never mind that, interrupted May, getting into Izuku's face. What do you think you were doing, fighting Glacierman back there? You could have been killed from that blast. Hey, for your information, my bugs took the brunt of that attack. And as you can see, Izuku waved around his arms, then motioned to his face. I'm completely fine. Doesn't excuse the fact that you have a death wish. What were you thinking? You trying to deprive me of my only assistant? Izuku gave out a weak laugh. Funny you should ask since I'm not really sure. Izuku thought back upon those unexplained urges and the unmistakable presence of something large, folding and unfolding unto itself for a profound expanse. Something's wrong with me. Izuku, Pony said. You all right, buddy? Manga asked. Yeah. Just some stuff that I need to think about. Don't worry. Aizawa excused the class from the next 2 days of school after the sports festival. What was meant to be a short reprieve proved to instead be filled with strife, Izuku spending most of the 2 days trying to figure out all the unknowns of his quirk. Hours of thought and he was no closer to an answer. There hadn't been any reference of what he'd seen online, nor from any of the libraries. Izuku was so enveloped in his research that he hadn't even noticed the change in his daily route to school. Izuku let his bugs unconsciously lead him on his morning route. What was usually a struggle in making space for oneself against the tide of early morning travelers turned into a very uneventful contest of space. Unlike most days, Izuku's immediate presence was void of others, most of the other passengers actively trying to avoid the green-headed boy. Unease was present in many of their faces, no doubt recognizing Izuku from the sports festival. Izuku stayed oblivious, not breaking out of his stupor until he found himself in his seat within Class 1A, Aizawa at the front of the class talking about hero informatics and code names. As you can see here, these are the results of the sports festival, the surprisingly bandageless Aizawa said. The board lit up with a blue text, displaying the names of a select few accompanied by a bar that was followed by a number. At the top was Todoroki with a whopping 3,923 offers from hero agencies. Below that was Bakugo with 3,193 offers. The gap between offers increased drastically after Tokoyami and Ida having a little over 200 with a couple others ranking below that. Izuku noticed his own name appearing as well, a rather generous 47 offers having been made to him. The display was followed by the entrance of Midnight into the classroom, the 18-plus hero going on to explain that she was here to help the class pick the code names that would be used for the duration of the internships. The process was going as well as Izuku expected, his classmates picking names that easily matched up with their quirks and personalities until Ida, much more tense than even his usual self, got up to present his choice. Ingenium? But isn't that his brother's name? What's up with Ida? Izuku asked to Uraraka. He was missing during lunch, and then he just sped off when the bell rang. Did something happen? You mean you haven't heard? It was all over the news. No? I was kind of busy over the break. Didn't have any time to catch up onto any news. Uraraka sighed. It's about his brother. Something happened during the sports festival. That's why Ida disappeared near towards the end. His brother. Izuku breathed. But what happened to Ingenium? He got attacked by the hero killer Stain. But he's fine. Well, not really. Ida's brother's been crippled, unlikely to run ever again. Oh, shoot. And I wasn't even aware of it. You think? He'll be fine, Midoriya-kun. Or at least I hope so. Izuku sighed. Sorry that I brought this up. It's supposed to be happy and exciting and stuff with our hero names being chosen. And here I am reminding you of this when I could have just looked it up without having to invol. Hey! Uraraka interrupted. It's all right. Better you know than figuring it out later at a bad moment, right? Yeah, I suppose. The moment was plagued with silence. Well then, Uraraka said, her mood taking a complete, it's like you said, right? We'll deal with it when it comes, right? I didn't. But shush it, Dragonfly. Let's just find the others, yeah? I have some things to talk about with Pony. Izuku chuckled. All right, Uravity. They should be at the front gate as usual. Cool. Oh, jumped Uraraka. Have you decided on an agency yet? I only got 7 offers, but you got a whole bunch. Have you chosen between your 47? Not entirely. But I do have a couple in mind.